Have you heard of astronomy? I am the Honorable Priest Isaac, and I am certified in the field of astronomy. Do you want to learn astronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit priestisaacinstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com. Prosperity is a herbal remedy that has been naturally designed to nourish the prostate gland. Prosperity uses a combination of leaves, roots, and barks to create a tincture designed to nourish your prostate gland. It also will assist in prostate-related issues such as erectile dysfunction, swollen prostates, and problems related to the passage of urine. Call or WhatsApp 728-8289, 728-8289 and get your bottle today. Prosperity. Love astronomy. Do you want to learn astronomy? Well, book your ticket today and join me in the Caribbean in the island of Antigua for 9 days and nights, 7 of which will be in the classroom studying and in the field researching on Green Castle Hill, Mount Anu, the Stonehenge of the Caribbean. This is a studycation. You will visit the beach, experience the Rastafari camps, yoga, vegan food, and much more. For more information, visit priestisaacinstitute.com or email us at priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com.
So I just, there's the vibes right now. So, next day we're going down Separia, have Isis, now having Isis in Separia.
In Trinidad. Which part that is in Trinidad?
In Separia in South. Yeah.
In Separia.
Yeah, man.
So what timing that is?
Well, due to how we have in the restrictions and different things, I know we have a curfew in Trinidad.
Yeah, Trinidad had to, eh?
Yeah, they pull in about 9 o'clock and things. So they're looking to have a daytime ISIS, you know. So
yeah, true.
We're looking to forward up there in the morning. And
all right, Superior. All right, all ones in Trinidad that you don't know if it's the big you're checking for. So that in the south,
yeah, in the south, in the Southland.
Deep south, eh? Yes, my Lord. Give thanks, you know. So, Prophet Sheldon.
Honorable.
I'm about to shovel kind of 3 minutes there with us.
Yeah,
and if I want to say something on the subject area.
Yeah, man.
The Emperor.
Well, give thanks again for His Imperial Majesty born day, you know?
129.
Father of creation, you know? The one God for us all, you know? Well, concerning the Honorable Priest, the Honorable Brethren, the Honorable Rasa son. Yeah, man. Yes, Honorable. Within the elder, you know?
Yes.
For all elders, you know? And within the realms, within the mutability, you know? So I give thanks for the mutability reasoning, the unchangeable, you know? Within
yes, bro.
Yes. Yeah, my Lord. You see, His Imperial Majesty now, right, within the immutable vibes, right, concerning the speech His Majesty made concerning the Holy Bible, the speech he made concerning the Holy Bible. Well, an elder name must come across that speech, my Lord. We
yes,
want the oldest version, you know? When a man that speech now and understand that speech clearly now, that speech show you clearly now, your guide to the future, your hope towards salvation. So, you know, so as we know now, we have to study the scriptures. You have to study scripture because you see, to know certain things now, it come like the secret of God is them really fear, man. You must hardly fear to know the secret of God. But concerning the Father of creation now, no man could go to the Father unless he go to the Son. No man. The Son now is demanded to purify to reach the Father because the Father is so pure. The Father so pure, my Lord. To reach the Father must purify. So that when the Son coming now, to purify we know, to reach unto the Father. So you know, so within the unchangeable reasoning now, you come and say, no man can change with majesty. He said that's natural. Yours. So any man come and say certain things about the Holy Scriptures, now you get to understand they really fall in majesty sincerely. See, they really understand, I would say. They understand the speech he made concerning the Holy Scriptures. Because it can himself speak that scriptures. Despite the shade, no matter what version it may be in. So from I know that you know no matter if King James, no matter what version it may be in, my Lord.
Maybe only about 30 more seconds on you. 30 more seconds. 30 more seconds for you. Pardon me for that. Go ahead. 30 more seconds. Go ahead.
Natural, you know. So we give thanks still, you know, for His Majesty and the God in flesh, you know, and within the life realms and thing, you know, from your life, never seek that. Always seek more life, my Lord, especially in this time here, where they see, well, the mark of the beast upon the land and time is at hand. Because that will come to do, time is at hand. Everybody believe it half to dead. I'm going to try to live right, my Lord. I'm going to try to live right because it come like, I saw you dead on a job, so but I don't do what I do, yes, Jed. But the concept of life is really far wide, my Lord. So I give thanks for all reason and all rational.
Yeah, Rasa, sir, give it a minute and a half now.
Yes, well, basically what I might just love to give thanks again to, to be a part of the panel. Love and respect to Ankomo Jed and Robert Sheldon still. And, just more strength and the high liberation His Majesty Earthsham coming up tomorrow. You're seeing? Wish everyone love, wish everyone well still. Iman will be launching my platform. It'll be a soft launching, mark you, because there's a specific way that I want to package my presentation, which that will not occur with this launching. But I wanted was to just sketch the occasion of the 129th anniversary of His Majesty for the simple reason of the numerology that's involved. In that 129, when you add all of these numbers together, they come to 12. And 12 is the number of fulfillment. And this idea about the Niaversity platform that I have is something that I had since 2019. So I really was determined to have it be fulfilled and this Earthsham for His Majesty rather than sometime after.
So let me ask you again, you can spell Niaversity for us quick.
NYA-VERSITY.
One more time.
NYA dash VERSITY.
Yes, my Lord, I have to give thanks, And
yes, sir.
It is we set a time on this, and let me tell you, it was 1 minute and 29 seconds when you were talking about the 129. Yes, my Lord and brethren and all ones, Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie,
Rastafari.
Blessed Lord. Royal love, blessed love, God and goddesses, prince and princesses, all the happy family, HAPI, the River Nile, deity, the Netar. Welcome into the Tiger's Nest. As you can see, this is another edition of Mind Your Own business, and we definitely have a wonderful program in store for you this evening. We're going to be looking at the business of our Ital livity, the original way to eat, the Rastaman diet as they call it, but we don't say die and et, because nothing that we ate has died. Oh yeah, it doesn't die and then we eat it. Nothing that we ate has died, and when we eat it, we live. So that is why it's called a livity. We will have the Honorable Priest Jermain with us. I'm talking about the Honorable Jakasha. Heru Jakasha will be with us, and we will be speaking about his restaurant that he just newly opened in the United States of America. Of course, we're talking about the same Priest Jermain from Yaba Pot Cuisine. Remember, Yaba Pot Cuisine has been with us right here in the Tiger's Nest for some time. That's a Jabba pot you're looking at there, also known as a Yaba pot. That's made out of clay. And of course, you see the wood fire, the log wood, or the acacia wood, or whatever it is underneath of the clay pot, and the bubbling sauce or whatever is being dubbed inside. We call it dubbed, what people call cook. And what you're getting out of that is a wonderful flavored food. Yes, and remember, the clay has living minerals to heal you as well. You know, when you put the water in the clay pot, it's a different level. So this is how the original Rastafari would cook, burn out the stove and the gas and the petroleum and all of that. And of course, you have the 3 stone, definitely. So we're going to have Honorable Priest Jermain with us in a few moments. That is the God himself, and he'll be telling us about his new venture there, internationally, as you could see, as it relates to even his new restaurant and exactly what he has to offer. But before we go thus far, let me just remind you, of course, it's talking about 24th day of Saturday. That's just a few days from now. The 24th day of Saturday, we are bringing to you another online international lecture. And this time we will be dealing with the living gods of Kemet. And this is going to start at 7 p.m. sharp. And first up the bat is Tutankhamun and Akhenaten. That is going to be a wonderful presentation. And it's a free presentation as well. And let me just highlight this. This is a series of lectures, Follow me good, my family. I want you to understand this good. This is a series of lectures. The Living Gods of Kemet, a series of lectures. This is part 1. And then part 2, which will be the Saturday following, we will be dealing with Semenkari. Semenkari, that's part 2. And then part 3, we will be dealing with the great God himself, Ramesu II. So I'm talking about 3 mighty lectures right here on the YouTube. And of course, as I said, it is the Living Gods of Kemet, 3 parts, this Saturday, 7 p.m., 24th day of July. We will definitely be bringing to you the first part. All right, and of course, you know, we're going to encourage you to be a part of our international homeschool program, our cosmic classes for the youth, astronomy and African history and heritage. Of course, you see the contact right here. You could email us, priestisaac27@gmail.com. It always works. Or even priestisaacinstitute@gmail.com as well, and get more information on exactly what we have to offer. We can even send you a copy of this international e-brochure for sure, brochure for sure, where you could definitely get more information on what we have to offer. Now, Honorable Priest Jermain, as I said, he will be joining us in a few moments. But what I want to do, and let me give thanks to all those who definitely, you know, purchased their books on the Amazon. I'm talking about Ancient and Modern. I'm talking about the true biblical land of Israel. I'm talking about the heavens that declare the glory. Okay, give thanks for your presence with us. So I have a video here from the Honorable Priest Jermain. This is taken from another person's Instagram page. And what is showing you here, you see my Lord here in his establishment. He has all, his wares and all that he has to prepare. I think he's putting some coconut cream together here. I'm just going to take a minute or two from this video before we bring him in. I think this is from the Instagram page, Ritz. And I think the sister that runs the page, she'll be speaking. And she's in the kitchen with him.
So it's like a cake?
Yeah, and then they have another thing called festival.
Yeah, I like festival. I tried that when I went to Jamaica. I bought some festival here for compare.
Oh, okay.
The flour in the bag.
Yeah.
I ain't cooked it. It's at my house.
Okay.
But I'm gonna try some of these recipes next week to add more. Cause I want to add a recipe like a dessert from each of the cuisines. So an African recipe. I think I found a Jamaican one. It's like the black cake. That's more like a Christmas type of holiday type of cake. But like I'm gonna try to do one of these two here. Then the Southern girl, I have my sweet potato pie, pineapple coconut cake, red velvet. So we'll have different types of desserts.
Definitely give thanks. Okay. All right. Just giving you a little touch of exactly what is taking place even in the establishment of the Honorable Priest Jermain. And he also sent me this word of strength as well. This is from the benefits of coconut water. And it says here, helps with weight loss, improves digestion, fights fatigue and restores energy, lower blood pressure. Of course, the coconut water itself is fully all natural. It's great for the skin and detoxifies the body and so many other things as it relates to the coconut water, the natural water coming out of the coconut jelly. And as I said, the Honorable Priest Jermain specifically is definitely with us, and we are looking to go into a wonderful reasonment with him. All right, family. Yes, here we are. And as promised, the Honorable Priest Jermain is with us. Honorable Jakasha Heru, definitely sitting with us and supping with us here in the Tiger's Nest. And this is an official version of Mind Your Own Business, and that is what we are doing here. As I said earlier, the Honorable Priest is an international chef and consultant and independent within his own right as well. And this evening we are going to be speaking of his business, which is Yabapat Ital cuisine. We'll be speaking a bit of his history, how he came into this whole aspect, being a priest of the Congress, but yet still being an international chef and dealing with nutrition and health and these different things. We're going to be speaking about, as I said earlier, the whole Rastafari liberty and how because my Lord, although at the moment he's in the US, and he'll be telling you where he is and where he's practicing and how you can get in contact with him, because he does catering throughout the whole USA and internationally as well, really, because we're international beings. But at the same time, I wouldn't say he's an island man, but we from the islands still. So we know how it is when we see the Rastaman and the tree stone and the Jabba and the wood fire and the Cassie fire, like I showed you the picture earlier. That's his picture, by the way. So I know he's going to get into a bit of that. I was speaking to them, telling them that the clay itself has its own minerals. It's a totally different food than even the stainless steel. But yes, my Lord, blessed love, welcome to the nest. Give thanks for your presence with us, And I could bless the congregation and, declare it, because I know you like to show some love even before we get into the reason. My Lord.
Yes, my Lord, blessed love, give thanks, for this moment. Give thanks to my Lord, even hosting I, that I could even bring forward such information, to I international community. And I brothers and sisters, far and near and wide, throughout the globe, so we give thanks for the moment, Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie,
Rastafari. Yes, my Lord, give thanks.
Well, and I is the Honorable Priest Jermain, also known as Jakasha. Some call him an Kaya as well, born in the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas in particular. Kind of raised partly in St. Kitts as well. Have, extended wealth of knowledge when it comes to food. Been in the food industry from around 14 years. I had my first job at RB's in the Caribbean, in St. Thomas.
I don't want to interrupt your introduction. 14 years. When I meet you, it was about 20 years ago.
My Lord.
And I meet you in a food van selling it. So maybe we have to check them dates again. Go ahead.
When I was
St. Kitts.
14, I was 14 years old.
Oh, pardon me, my Lord. Yes. Well, okay, that sounds more like it for real. Yes, my Lord. Bless it. Yes,
I was working at RB's. My father was a manager at RB's in St. Thomas, So that was one of my first gig right there on the waterfront. I moved on, through the ranks, come up, had little jobs and stuff like that, in St. Thomas before I went back to St. Kitts to live in the 90s, the late 90s, First, when I was in St. Kitts as a youth, because I did spend some time in St. Kitts as a youth, the Rastafari, culture was vibrant in St. Kitts as well, at that time too, in the early 80s, and I remember seeing, the Rastaman them, cooking out a mystic utensil, unknown to why man, normally seeing, you know what I mean? And as a youth, I really didn't question it much, but I always had it in the back of my mind, like, that's something different.
Yes.
And then one of my brethren who I made acquaintance with, he had an uncle that was Rasta as well, and through going around him, I used to, peep him. His name is Kaiman in St. Kitts. Bless you up wherever you're there. I used to see him as a youth, doing his thing, in the yard and stuff like that, and taking his walks around the road. So it was very, interesting to me to see, the whole vibes of the Rastaman vibration, and that, like I say, I gravitated to that, seeing the tree, stone, fire, with the wood and all of that, when you go, matter of fact, when I used to go visit my brethren, I would come back smelling real smoky to my grandmother's house, because the uncle around the yard cooking, what I mean? Yeah. So that always been a joy, and back then, my Lord, it was like pepper pot, Rastaman always, that was one of the big seasoning too, always spiced.
Yeah.
So I moved on, like I say, from there, and seeing that, I always had that in the back of my mind. And, when I returned to the Virgin Islands, I, started to get more acquainted with the Rastafari faith, the Rastafari liberty and way of life, so started more to try and cook something that was different from what I normally cook. And remembering like my younger days in SK, I would see the Rastaman them, how they would be preparing the food and everything, I man duplicate that, you know what I mean? So leaving out whatever chicken or whatever beef or whatever, I would just cook, with vegetables and XYZ, my coconut milk in my little dad's steel pot, because still, I was living in my parents' house still. Had to use what they have. You know what I mean? But coming through the ranks, when I say that I meet I just had moved back to St. Kitts in the late 90s, 1990.
That was 1990 something. 9/11 didn't happen yet for sure, so I know it was 1990 something.
It was 1999 I moved there, and I think it's 2000 they had a Caribbean Carifesta, yes my Lord. And that's where you met I and I working in the food van. I had met this virgin named Abkim, you know, in St. Kitts, you know, and Rascolonji, and they had this food van working, and sure I was coming out of the restaurant industry from St. Thomas, you know, and they just love everything I touch, the Virgin always love it, you know, and the Yaba pot is something that I see him cooking out of, so it reflect forward now to the days like as a youth, like, oh yeah, I remember when I used to see this in St. Kitts, you know, so he come forward again, and so he started to now teach I, man. I remember the first time I went to clean the pot, and I try and throw some soap liquid. He was like, nah, what you doing? That ain't how you clean it out. And he showed me with, you know, even use the same coconut husk itself. You understand? And just some plain old water, and show me and explain to me, well, the walls of the pot absorb everything. So if you put soap in the pot, you know, and absorb the soap, you know, so it was a little education coming through, you know, in those times. And, you know, like I say, everything that I cook, it was lovely, you know, and the Benjamin really love it, the customers, you know, full joyed in it and stuff like that, you know. So, you know, moving on from there, I, you know, came back to the US in 2012, you know, and, you know, catching my foot in the US, you know, I try and, you know, do things for my own, you know, because back then, like, as you see where you left I was doing my own thing, running my own business, you know what I mean, selling on the street corner every day. Those in St. Kitts know me for that, yes, you know. And yeah, I migrated to the US in 2012. This picture you're showing right there is in Times Square, you know, where where the ballers actually dropped.
Come down, New Year's Day, yes.
I was doing an event in that area for a catering company that I was employed for at the time. Yeah, so yeah, coming to the US, I you know, come and you know, went straight into the field, you know. Had a little 1-2 diversion in the beginning, had to sell newspaper and you know what I mean, stuff like that, but it wasn't for too long, you know what I mean?
Thanks,
and I find myself forward in the kitchen again. And I find that, you know, ones now started to put the trust in me to like actually manage the kitchen and run the kitchen, you know what I mean? And order the food and deal with the inventory. And so I realized, say, well, yeah, there's more to it than just selling, you know what I mean? And going to the store and buying a little 2 pound of rice and, you know what I mean? I get to understand the whole logistics.
Yes.
You know, when it comes to business.
Yes. You put in the skill now you're getting the profit out of the skill now.
My Lord, you know?
Get you right.
So it reached to the point where, you know, I working in these, you know, places, these, you know, Carnegie Hall, you know, the new trade tower that they just built, you know, for different events, different things I'm doing for different names, different people, you know what I mean? I remember one event that he even catered for Puff Daddy, what his name is Groovy Lou. Yeah, that's the picture that you see in here. You know, I had a cooking tutorial for them, showing them that why man can do, because they was opening up a little restaurant. So certain names I man even done, even, you know, help, you know, prepared for, you know. Actually, Groovy Lou is, I think, is his designer. That's the man who dresses Puff Daddy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the individual who I was doing this for.
That's
yeah,
powerful.
man, so coming through them ropes then and you know, realizing that, you know, I have a greater potential, you know, that I could do for myself. No, you know, I ain't have to really be in a kitchen and having to mess with the pork and mess with the beef and mess with the chicken and, you know, frowning and all of these things. I realizing that, well, look, you have a potential, you have a gift. you also have a talent, you have something that you could offer, you know, and knowing so well, you know, the culture about Rastafari is all about healing and wellness and all about these things, you know. I tell myself, well, self-employment, you know, self-sufficient, because that's what the Black Christ, you know, teaches, you know. So yeah, I just put my mind together and, you know, I designed this flyer that you're looking at right now.
Let me see it good there.
For sure. You know, that I'm on a design, you know, and, you know, basically we're just showing ones how they could get in contact with me. If I could read, permit to read, you know, out of it.
My Lord.
So my name is Chef Jermain, founder and CEO of Yabapat Ital Cuisine. A Yabapat is a traditional cooking utensil made from the clay of the earth, used by Rastafari Africans for centuries. Ital is a word coined by Rasta, which means natural/vital. Hence, in the preparing of all meals, nothing but the freshest, premium, organic ingredients are being used. As a professional chef, I tailor my cooking to your specific needs, whether it be diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, cancer, weight loss, or just looking to change your eating habits. I got you. I can use your kitchen or mine. What matters is that the best and freshest food is delivered from my hands to your table. At Yabapat, the motto is, in order to live to eat, you have to eat to live. My Lord and Majesty, Empress.
Yes, my Lord,
So,
give thanks.
that is something I put together just to promote I and I self, you know, and promote, like I say, the wellness and stuff like that I and I bringing forward to the people.
So even before we continue with the story, so let's do a little business for the moment still, since you bring that up and it's mind your own business. So right now, anyone that contact you, like you can call you, email you, because you have to give you information, obviously. So if anyone in the US, or how far now you spread? I know you're international, you know, but if somebody is listening or someone watching and say, yeah, man, I like to start on this regiment that this brother doing here. I'm looking at the food look real nice, and, you know, and how they are speaking and the professionalism. I mean, look at this thing here, but we'll get to that in a moment. The professionalism that the man seemed to be showing here. If I want to start on one of these programs, how realistic it is. Say I'm in New York. I don't know exactly where you are. Say I'm in New York, somewhere in New York. I'm in the Bronx, and I want to start a program. Or do I have to be where you are, in the same state, in the same city? Tell me how it is.
All right, well, not necessarily. You don't have to be in the same state, same city, but I would prefer that, you know, because, you know, face-to-face is much, much, much better. You understand? But, you know, during the times of this corona and things have been, you know, advancing, we see that we could use certain networks such as the Zoom and stuff like these.
Okay.
So right now, I used to live in New York, in Brooklyn, you know, but I moved to Charlotte, North Carolina. So right now that's where I reside. So basically, you know, I could reach in the Charlotte area.
Right, yeah, of course.
Any 50-mile radius, like Concord, Matthews, you know, those places, Gastonia, you know, places like that I could reach, you know, even as far as Asheville, you know, where my Lord is, even Raleigh and places like that, you know. So definitely I can, you know, reach, you know, far and wide around my vicinity. Now, in terms of anyone wanting to, like, you know, see what I do, you know, physically and stuff like that, in my kitchen and stuff like that, definitely we could set up a Zoom meeting, you know, and, you know, pricing and stuff like that would be arranged, and timing. And, yeah, the dishes, whatever we're going to be preparing, you have that on your end, I have it on my end, and, you know, I show you how to put everything together. using your utensils. You may not have the Yaba pot that I have, but definitely you could, use your own utensil. But that is how we will do that, So you could contact me via my email.
Give us that now. We're gonna say it again too, but give it now for now and we continue.
It's Jakasha Heru, JAHKASHAHARU@gmail.com, or you could contact me 917-312-7658. That's basically my contact number, and I have my Instagram.
No, say that again though. Say the number again. Although it's
917-312-7658. That's my contact number.
We'll touch that before you go again for sure and keep that alive.
Yes, man.
And so okay. Yeah, you go ahead if you're saying so.
And my Instagram and Facebook page. Yeah, I have Instagram, Priest Jermain. You could contact me on Instagram, on Facebook at Jakasha Heru. So those are the two places that I'm at. Right now, Instagram, you will see more food, so contact me more there for the food vibes and so, because I have many different, aspects of myself, many different sides of me, but today, we just concentrated on the food vibes. Yeah.
All right. I'm just sharing something with you. We'll bring the word here. I'm just sharing something with you idea. See me licking off my finger. Had some kinip.
Surely.
Yeah. A lot of people not familiar with this fruit here. Certain parts of the Caribbean, they call it shenet. In Antigua, we call it kinip or guinip. Any one of the two, we use the two phrases. Very nice. Go ahead.
Skinip. In St. Kitts, it's skinip, and in St. Thomas, we say guinip,
Skinip.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like skinip. Yeah.
That's where the S came on, skinip. Because to be honest, the first I hear it like that. I know guinip and kinip, but you're saying skinip. And in Dominica and certain places, they call it shenet. And interesting, in St. Lucia, they call this thing Aki. In St. Lucia.
Aki,
they call this in St. Lucia. I never seen nothing like that.
Wow.
And they call Jamaican Aki, but they call this Aki. All over the country. Strange thing.
Oh, that's different.
But yes, my lord. So again, anyone in the North Carolina area, international audience, but people got to be listening for North Carolina because they're all over the world listening. And they need to get a closer interaction with you. And of course, even taste your cuisine and everything. They could contact you at the information you just gave, which we will give again. And at the same time, you're saying that anyone internationally, though, no matter where you are in the world, if they want to consult with you, if they want to come into the kitchen with you, they can contact you. Email, again, jakashaheru@gmail.com, JAHKASHAHERU@gmail.com, and of course the other links. And they will have a position to sit and be with you in the kitchen and get their consultation and whatever else it is that you have to offer. And I guess you'll be in a position to guide them if since you're not there as their personal chef, you can't be there for everyone. But they can, you could guide them, I believe, I'm not sure, in preparing certain things in the same way that you do it, obviously.
Truly, my lord.
Okay. And of course, if they're serious and they drop the serious money, they can fly you in. And yeah, ain't no joke thing, when people dine and so, and you don't have to wait till they dine. I shouldn't even say it like that. But I'm so accustomed to it, maybe that's why it came out first. But I shouldn't say it first like that. But if you're serious about your health, money shouldn't be no object. Yeah, man, flying the priest and pay them. Well, he has his price. So, respect his price. And go beyond his price. Make sure you're well set up and make sure accommodation is posh, and
everything will be professionally done.
Yeah, man, everything will be professionally done. Real now. You see, that's why it's mind your own business now. We not serious too much as I know. You know how it is. You know how I feel about that personally. You see, even the last conversation we had there with the honorable prophets there. You see how I feel about how I as black people celebrate and deal with each other. You understand? You know, ones can even I as Rastafari that have all little camps here and there, and can fly you in as a priest, you know what I mean, and still as a chef, an international chef, and you run a regiment, and uplift our standards, you know. Yeah, that's how we're supposed to deal with the thing. So what you have here, my lord, this everybody watching this have to be saying, what?
Well, this is now what you're seeing here is
in a coconut shell.
It's presented in a coconut shell, and it's lentil balls. It was a coconut cream sauce that I had made, and I used some seasoned rice. That's basmati rice, and made a salad there, and yeah, it was delightful, you know.
There's some sort of oily seasoning on this. This is olive oil or coconut oil or something.
Yeah, coconut oil, you know, basically with some agave, you know, to give it a little sweetness, and yeah, some spices. You don't know, you don't give away all of your
of course, yes.
Secret recipes.
Yes.
Spices and stuff like that, you know. Yeah.
And I say you're going into the baking. All of this is your.
Yes, my lord. Because what you're looking at right here is some mac and cheese made from cashew nuts. You know, so everything basically right here, what you're looking at is plant-based. So the cashew nuts, I actually blended the cashew nuts with some turmeric to give it that color, you know, with some other seasonings and stuff like that, and made a sauce out of the cashew nuts with some coconut milk, and blended it with the pasta and and put it in the oven, and I even crusted it with you know, some breadcrumbs that was organic and stuff like that, you know. Yeah.
All right, wonderful. I mean, definitely giving thanks. But this looked like this was, I don't know if this is you at an exhibition or something.
Yes, sir. Well, this right here now, what we're looking at right now is at that place I used to work, and you know, used to prepare, like I said, different, you know.
Okay.
Like that.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the Indian cuisine that I
noticed that.
And you have the samosas and stuff like that. You know, naan bread. You know, they have the biryani rice and tikka masala and stuff like that. Yes, sir.
Yes, Rastafari. Let me give that number too, you know, because I know anybody or anyone that's close by to the eye, you know, maybe even reaching out to you. 917-312-7658. Yeah, but even before we touch this, you know, let me guess here before we touch it, you know, that look like some breadfruit here. No?
Oh, no, that's some plantains.
Yeah, look, plantain now. Now I see the plantain. I was going to say breadfruit and a plantain on the pardon me. Sorry, say that again. I was talking. Pardon, talk over here.
That's some fried plantains, some seasoned black rice.
Black rice, yes.
That's some ackee I did with some what you call that, some mushrooms and stuff like that.
So you just you cook the ackee or?
No, well, I kind of sauteed it.
Okay,
so I don't really cook it too much to mash it away.
Well, right. But the black rice, you know, I have to do a little more research or go back in the research on it. There was some information I came across once where it was explaining about the black rice, and it was actually saying that although we call it black rice, technically it's not a rice. And I cannot remember what it was referred to as, but it's just me to find the time to just jump back into that research. You know, in a sense, like you call the silkworm, but the silkworm is really a caterpillar. Eh? It's not a worm.
Naturally.
It's a caterpillar. But you know, just how we speak and language and these things. So we call it black rice. I know it looks like rice, but they say technically it's a different level of a grain. outside of
It's a grain.
the aspect of rice. Yeah. All right, very good. Yeah, and the ackee, I like the ackee in its raw stage too. Yes, my lord, give us a little touch on this. I know a lot of people watching saying way.
Oh my,
The man want to have man mouth watering him.
That was probably dinner 2 nights ago, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, true. So that means when you send this, you just before somebody devour this then.
Yes, my lord.
Right.
You know, me and my empress, you know, we enjoyed in that.
Give thanks and
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was some.
That's some papaya there.
No, my lord, that's some fried peas, some lentil peas, the red lentil peas, and I had some.
Oh, these here.
My lord.
Okay.
Yeah, and I made a little sauce over it with some sauteed onions and peppers and stuff like that. And on the side, as you can see, I made some greens. Just some simple greens. And
oh, these are peppers. Okay. So this red part is peppers too?
No, those are tomatoes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like a papaya sauce and I mean, guy can say a thing or two, you know, but I just don't want to get in the way of your thunder at all, eh?
It's just how it look mystic, you know. Those are
yeah. Because you can make a nice papaya sauce, you know, when it just before, and touch it with a bit of that agave stuff, especially when it's coming out of the green state into that ripe state, but not ripe, right? But you get the touch of the sweetness. Yeah. You know, pineapple sauce, guava sauce.
Oh my.
Okay, all right, definitely. very, very beautiful. So like futuristically thinking now, what do you see, you know, in the future for Yabapat Ital cuisine? You know, expansion, growth, whatever it may be. You know, it's work within the realms of Rastafari. Because I know all of us that have our talent, somehow we want to I mean, we're here for the world, you know. We're here for the world. If you're a healer, it's not as if is Rasta come to heal. You know, when I first started the lecture and so, you know, and I would travel, everywhere I go, people would always say to me, especially if they don't really know me and what I have to give, they say, oh man, don't worry, plenty Rasta around here, they're gonna come. But that was never the case. I'm telling you, that up to now, that's not the case. You know, when man go on lectures, all sort of different people come out. You know, old, young, people that don't have, maybe seeking some vibes and maybe whatever it is that we're offering. You know, when you know, travel with Priest Kailash too. You know, same thing, people will say, well, yeah man, enough Rasta around here, they'll come around, and nobody, not them coming around, is the people from the bank or the officers, the police officers. These are the ones that are coming. So we really come for everyone, you know. But still, somewhere in our heart, we would really appreciate if those of our own would take advantage of what we have to offer. So when we do fly out and give lectures, we'd really, I mean, Rastas come out for sure, you know, don't get me wrong. I don't want to make it sound away or whatever. And Rastas come for the healing too, you know, but many ones would stay away. So now you have something of value. This is what I'm saying. You have something of value. You have a service of value as a Bobo Shanti. You understand that you are ready to extend out towards our community, obviously, because they're extending it out to the world. So even as I'm asking that question, you know, the future for, you know, the Ital pot cuisine, Yabapat Ital cuisine, the future for it, even as it relates to Rastafari and your contribution or what you wish to contribute, as I said, your growth and whatever it is for the future, just give us a little insight, if you may, my Lord.
My Lord, give thanks, you know, for such an introduction, you know. For Ital pot, Yaba cuisine, you know, I man see it going, as you say, worldwide, you know. I intend to definitely increase, like, in numbers in terms of staffing, you know, through tutorials and teaching ones how to prepare meals. You know, I'm hoping that to change the eating habits of the world, you know, world people that love, you know, red meat and stuff like that. And seeing that our people have been, you know, having complications from all type of different illnesses, you know, all type of different ailments, you know, you have to offer, you know, your medicine through your food as well, you know. So that is the future for Ital cuisine is bringing that awareness, you know, of health, well-being, vibrancy, even within elder age, you know, education upon food and what food does for you, what particular food we should eat, you know, and stuff like that, you know. So even within I family, you know, coming forward, they always used to be saying, oh, diabetes running my family and high blood pressure running your family.
It run away when we come.
Running your family, how that could be. You know what I mean? When I born with my own skin and flesh, like it's a habit that the slave master leave and I, you know. Yeah, that is a detrimental to I people, you know, to the mouth, you know, is where enough people suffer, you know, and they ain't realizing it through their own mouth is where they're suffering, you know. So that's why I come to say, like, let your medicine be your food and your food be your medicine, you know, because when you eat right, everything will just go right. You understand? The little pains and all of these things where you're feeling, it's just exercise. You could be eating right and feeling pains, but you're just probably not vibrant enough. So you just need to, you know, because you know everything go hand in hand.
Because you know what I'm saying, why I started to come in there like that, because you know a lot of our elders need these nutrients, and we can go straight to the point, man. I know the I spent some time on the hill. The time that the I spent, that was never the time that I was there, so me we never spent the time on Bull Bay. But I would assume that the I would have exercised your craft and would have provided, you know what I mean, a certain level of nutrition to I, which would have been very thankful for it. Because in general, like Rastafari in general, there was an elder conference just the other day. You could hear it on Bongo Flacco's YouTube station, and that's one of the concerns big in Rastafari in general. And people in general, you know, that don't make it sound like it's Rasta, people in general, our society in general, the vulnerable, the old and the young not taken care of. That's why we have the creed, humble be fed. Fed, yeah? That's your seed there. It includes sick, nourish, because nourish is still food again on that level, and you still have other levels of nourishment. Age protected and infants cared for. And that is what we're supposed to be fulfilling the creed. So it's also on that level I was saying, because I see, you know, you that's a serious, you know, energy in your hand as well, you know, that we should be taking up. And yeah, very serious about what I'm saying, man. Very, very serious. Okay, listen, man, I can't get this one wrong, Tal. This is okra.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, clap, clap, clap. 10 points to the priest. Yeah, everything's blessed, man. Let's see, I've got a little beverage here. Yes, my Lord. But basically, give thanks, you know, for their strength and their works. And that last statement I made, I think that's a very serious thing that we could leave this discussion on. You know, obviously, your talent is clear and has, you know, out front. Same thing we were talking about the other evening with Ija Star and Prophet Sheldon and Prophet Jadaniel. We're talking about Prophet Jadaniel as a painter. And I see you and him, you're sat with him, and I see y'all making chalice together. We
do work together.
In his right. So it's like it's international togetherness we're dealing with. and he designs posters and everything. We need to support each other, man. You know what I mean? And I supposed to call the guy after the show. After the show self and say, hey, my lord, I want to do one of them Zoom meeting with the guy and I learned how to knock up a few of them fritters or whatever I see you doing there and that you should not see. Yeah, and I supposed to call right away. Don't just say, boy, that was a nice program there. No, man, link the man. They tell me too expensive and I hear the man quote no price yet, you know. So you got no excuse. So just call, man. That's how we have to move. We to move.
Yeah, my lord,
you
put it like this, when it comes to pricing,
I know that too.
Very reasonable.
I know, man.
You understand me? I ain't the type of person that will nail nobody to the cross, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah. What I do is a 50% upfront booking, you know, so anything that we're going to prepare, you know, you just make sure, you know, we have 50% of the cost upfront. So basically, you know, I could also prepare myself and do whatever preparations in terms of what menu we're going to do and the pricing for that particular meal. Because every meal may carry a different pricing. You might want like a 1, 2, or 3 course meal. You understand me? You might want to learn how to do, you know, a little dessert with also, you know, main courses and stuff like that. You understand? And
but let me ask you, sorry to come in, but something just came and I don't want it to miss me and I couldn't make a note of it, but I just felt I wanted to just come in there. Sometimes, you know, when you watch the television, you see a lot of different companies, especially weight losing companies or weight loss companies, selling food that they deliver to you wherever you are in the US. I don't know exactly how that is set up. I would believe you would have looked into that because that's your lane.
Let me tell you, my lord, experience is the greatest teacher. And I'm an experience working for a company in New York doing similarly that. And I envision myself doing that same thing because we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we just have to do it on a different level. You understand? So this company, without naming it, I was working for this company and they actually box the meals. So you would get your frozen this, your frozen that. They would actually weigh it out for portion. They would actually send you the menu, the directions and everything, you know, with pictures and stuff, how your meal will come out and stuff like that. So whether it be fish, pork, or whatever, or chicken or whatever they have in the box, you know, they would have like the sauces, the seasonings, you know, everything in the box, and they would ship that box to you. You understand? And then you just put the meal together, so you don't even need somebody sitting down behind a camera, definitely showing you something. You know what I mean? You just order and they ship it to you. You know, so that's the level as well that I was meditating on just the other day. You know, basically, just the other day I was meditating on that, you know.
So investors now, all investors, 917-312-7658, because we can invest too, you know, we can invest. You know what I mean? We can invest. Man, I say, boy, I don't have enough money to invest. Well, most of us that have business that's serious, we have an investment plan. So even if we get 20 people to come and pool together, the serious investment and you get your returns, you know. Yeah, man. So this is something to invest in. Yeah, man, we have to leave a mark on this program here. Yes, my lord. Oh, pardon me, that's me. Yes, if you could just, you know, wrap a bow around it and give us a little sealing up in any way or form, you could take your time, you know, and express yourself in whatever form and fashion as it relates to your enterprise. My lord.
I just want to further add, you know, and give thanks to the man, you know, even hosting and having I speak about, you know, what it is I into and promoting I self as a, you know, a businessman, you know, and growing and stuff like that. And, you know, just want to let ones and ones know that, you know, the food, like, again, let it be your medicine, you know, don't let your mouth be your own detriment. You understand? And even within I family, you know, I try and reason to these ones, reason to my grandparents, my father, mother, you know, brother, sister, everyone, and, you know, show them the right way and, you know, these things, you know. So I just want to leave that on the world as well, too, you know, and, you know, even showing them this beautiful yellow pot right here, you know, my manners definitely use and cook out of, you know. Yeah,
that's from you get that from SKR. This
is Nevis clay looking at. Nevis is you know, full of clay. So this is yellow pot.
Nice.
Nevis there, you know.
Nice.
Just my darling. Yeah, well, I just want to bless up everyone in the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, you know. Bless all ones in St. Kitts as well, you know, and I use them. You know,
enough ones in St. Kitts. Check out the Tiger's Nest, eh?
Yeah.
Well, St. Thomas too, to be honest. I shouldn't jump over that, but for sure. So, yeah, man, your blessings is going to really reach great. So if you want to call a name, free up, man, I sure they're hearing you.
Well, you don't know Priest Janaya, Prophet Aisha Man, Prophet Dashan, Prophet Jungle Man, Predaton, in St. Thomas you have ones like Priest Prophet Speedy,
my Lord,
Man, Basali,
my Lord.
Even ones in St. Croix as well too, you know, Prophet Dennis, Prophet Aiba, Prophet Kumba in St. Thomas as well. You know, all ones, man. I don't know, many names to mention.
Yeah, my Lord. That's a love, man. That's what we come here to do. Spread the love, you know. Well, yes, my Lord, give thanks again for the blessings. Give thanks to the moment. And again, you know, is great joy. Of course, as you know, we have a chalice talk sometime in the future coming up. And all is well, continually give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life, the Black Christ in flesh, Holy Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Give thanks, my Lord. We will link again. Blessed Lord. All right. We definitely give thanks for the honorable, that is the honorable priest, pardon me, that's the honorable priest Jakasha, and definitely giving us enough strength in that meditation there, and even coming through with a high meditation as it relates to his practice and what he has to offer. So let me just say, as it relates to the whole vibration with the works he's doing, let me give you that email again. So we're talking about Jakasha Heru at gmail.com. Let me repeat that again. That's jakashaheru at gmail.com. And as he said as well, you could definitely contact him using his number, which is 917, again, 917-312-7658. So that's 917-312-7658. And as he said, he's in the North Carolina region. But at the same time, he is definitely able to reach out to you internationally. He can do webinars with you as it relates to food preparation. And as he's basically trained in the whole region of nutrition. So what happens now, he actually can deal with you on a level where, depending on maybe your ailment and your sickness and whatever may be wrong with you, he could prescribe exactly the right food and the right way and preparation that could be done. So we definitely give thanks for his presence with us. That's Honorable Priest Jermain, also known as Honorable Jakasha Heru, and you could definitely contact him for more information. And even before, oh yes, and we didn't even speak about this as it relates to the whole aspect of the benefits of coconut water itself, and just the coconut too, even before I go too far, you know, that whole thing about the science of the coconut, even as Rastafari, the whole science of the coconut is very, very important, you know, outside of the water. Yes, the water is great. In Jamaica, they have a saying, I think they say, nothing clean off your heart like coconut water, something of the sorts. But it has to do with the coconut itself. Coconut water is wonderful. And Rastafari is well known for creating meals using the coconut cream. So even in Antigua, we used to have a thing we call scatter. That's when you boil down the coconut with the rice. And scatter and sauce. That's all Rastaman used to eat, eh? Scatter and sauce. One jabber pot full of sauce with all sorts of things in there, dashing, edo, cassava, pumpkin, potato, all sorts of things in that there, beans, peas, you know, well done cook it, just throw the spinach on top and make it simmering, take the pot off the fire. You know, the jabber pot is a very unique thing to cook. You boil in the jabber pot, let's go back to the pot a second. You see that jabber pot there, that's different than any regular pot. You don't put food, you put the pot on the fire and make the fire supposed to make love to the pot and keep the pot warm. That's what I said. The fire supposed to engage with the pot. You heard the brethren say soap and putting this in the pot and washing it out. Even the calabash, some of these different tools, even outside of Rastafari leveling, ones that are professional chefs will tell you that the board that you cut on and these things are not to be washed. There's such a lot of these products are made from wooden, so you don't wash them really, because they can, you know, develop mildew. They have their own nature. Now, the jabber pot itself is made in such a way that you could just take the hushi from the coconut, because it's all natural, and clean it out. Because you see, the pot itself, a jabber pot that is used, or clay pot that is used, has been used for a while, is considered as a seasoned pot. What do you call it? A seasoned pot. Meaning that over the years or over the months and how many times you use it, the seasoning of the pot, including the coconut, the flavor of the chives, the flavor of the sage, the flavor of the dill, the flavor of the oregano, the flavor of the sage, the flavor of the onion, the flavor of whatever clove, garlic, whatever you use in that jabber pot, that flavor would be deposited in the walls of the pot. So the pot is considered highly seasoned. Don't get me wrong, you wash the pot out clean, it look like a clean pot. But yet still, when it's time to cook in the pot again, the same flavor from the old pots will come back alive. I'm not asking you, eh? I live it. The old flavor from the pots would come back alive. So if you just happen not to have any of them seasoning, which is, you know, kind of impossible. If you're just in a situation where you don't have those seasonings, you know what I mean, and you just have some peas that you want to stew down and the coconut cream, and you put it in a hot jabber pot, and that milk bubble up and get creamy, and that peas cook in that, my Lord and Empress. When you eat that, you will taste the thyme, you will taste the chive, you will taste the French thyme, you will taste the oregano, you will taste the sage, you will taste all of that stuff, because the pot is well seasoned, and the coconut cream and the heat will bring it back out and flavor the pot. That's real. That's how real a jabber pot is. It's a high science. You take the pot off. You don't take jabber pot off when you're done cooking. You know, like you're cooking on the stove. Okay, the pot is done. You lock the fire off. No, man. When you take that pot off and you put it on one of these stones or another stone far away, that is gonna bubble for minutes going on, at least a good 10 minutes, that bubbling, the jabber pot, you know what I mean, with understanding that fire. Sometimes one takes the hushi that you had from the coconut and throw it in the same fire there and create an incense. So the whole science of Rastafari in the anciency is an African tradition. All of this is African tradition, you know what I mean, barefoot around the fire. And still, me personally, because jabber pot go with chalice, still go and take a a coal and put that on the pipe, and next pipe light before the pot start bubble. Because you know food bubbling now. So let's light the next pipe and take the coal from that same tree stone and lick up the next one. So it's a real high science. Give thanks for the Jabba pot, the Yabba pot. Give thanks for Yabba pot, Ital cuisine. And as I said now, the coconut itself, the coconut is what goes with the pot. Every Rastaman food is coconut. Everything in that Yabba pot is coconut, life-giving. So it's antibacterial, the coconut. It helps to fight viruses. The coconut speeds up the metabolism. The coconut, not just the coconut water, but the coconut, the jelly, and you use it continually. Yeah. So give thanks. Even the what you call it, the shell of the coconut, full of oil. You throw that in the same fire, you see the shell start to go buck wild. All the fuel coming out of it. You see it like a Bunsen burner. Because it's filled with fuel, you know. I've cooked many pots with coconut shell alone, yeah. Because when we do the coconut, so we save the shells in some big crocus bag or something. Yeah, somehow maybe rain on you and you can't go and get the wood, and you know you have to cook the pot. And maybe no wood was saved. Yeah, just go for those old shells, get the shell lighted or lit. And trust me, the whole pot can cook if you have enough coconut shell. Yeah, man. So give thanks. And you don't need no whole heap, especially if it's thick shells, pot bubbling, Jabba pot. But the Jabba pot take a time to warm up. All right. Yes, give thanks, Honorable Priest Jermain, for such strength. Tokyo, best restaurant in Tokyo. You think we're playing around? So as I said, we're the ones that are supposed to definitely utilize our own and definitely carry this thing to another level. All right, this is what I'm looking for. Just reminding you, Saturday evening, the 24th day of July, 2021, our online international lecture talking about Tutankhamun and Akhenaten, the living gods of Kemet. This is the first part. Looking forward to see you there. So that means you got to put on your notification so that when we come live, you know that we are there. Also at the same time, when it comes to that, if you're not a subscriber, that means you have to subscribe first. And then you get the notification bell in order. This was a wonderful presentation of Mind Your Own Business. And I encourage everyone, if you have a business to promote, if you have a company, whatever the case is, you could definitely contact us and we could even do an interview. And even my brethren, Brother Tony, Ras Prophet Tony, yes, I have your information to share with the people. And next time around, I'll bring it up. You know, I got it definitely by the email, your logo and everything. I'm sure you all remember Ras Tony, the DJ that sat with us. But we have to do a chalice talking, okay? We have to do a chalice talk, man. You have to come and sit in and, you know, chalice talk is for everyone to hold their vibes and step up. So yeah, do give thanks. Life giver and the keeper of life. Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, blessed Lord. Blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence with us. We definitely give thanks for the life giver and the keeper of life in all good doings and sayings. It is a joy again for us to be here, of course, in the Tiger's Nest. And, you know, in the webinar zone, we're thankful for all those who have stepped in early. And we are looking to definitely elevate this evening for those who may be coming into this zone for the very first time. I am very thankful for your presence with us. And of course, you know, tonight we will be directly dealing with the lecture entitled Chalice in Wonderland. And let me just say that for sure, I could definitely promise you that we will be taking this to a different level. What I want to do this evening, we will be covering the subject on different aspects. For sure, we will be highlighting more so than anything
the science of the psychedelics and the parallel worlds and the different dimensions that has been expressed specifically in the Walt Disney's version, the movie, animated movie of Alice in Wonderland. That is basically where we are going to be sealing up this evening. But even prior to that, we have to take a look at the origin of this story. We want to somewhat look into the author of the original story. We want to see exactly what steps it took before Walt Disney took it up, and of course the levels that he took it to. So just giving you a good idea, and let me just say I see Brother Jimmy Lights is in the house. Brother Jimmy Lights, please check your email. And if not, I am asking you to at least recontact me again. Very important. I am trying to get a few information from you, my good brother. Please check that email there. Now, as I said, my family again, of course, I know some of you already have your chalice there ready to go. I don't have to ask. And those who may not have ordered their chalice as well as yet, you definitely, all you have to do if you are, as I said, a new individual to our scope here, yes, by the time we're done tonight, you'll see the heights of the chalice and why it's important. Those who have ordered their chalices and have not received them as yet, more than likely, they're very close. I'm sure maybe this strong, you will be receiving them. Now, many of us would have, read or at least heard of the story Alice's Adventure Underground. We're not specifically speaking at this time of Disney's Alice in Wonderland. We have to make this clear distinction here. There is Walt Disney's version of Alice in Wonderland. Now, prior to that, you have Alice in Wonderland, and even after that, they have so many different movies that have been made about Alice in Wonderland. Okay, but then you have Alice Adventures in Wonderland. And then as you could see here, we have Alice's Adventures Underground. That is something different. And even after that, you Alice's Adventures Underground, you have Alice Through the Looking Glass. So somewhere between 1860 and 1865, we had the creation specifically of Alice's Adventures Underground, and then Alice Through the Looking Glass. And then eventually that author eventually came forward with the world-renowned Alice in Wonderland. Now, really, where we are going here, we need to somewhat highlight not just the origin of the story, but the individual which is said, who is said to have created this. How did he come, by this idea, and who is he, by the way? So you would always hear the famous Lewis Carroll. From my understanding, outside of Shakespeare and the Bible, I think Lewis Carroll is the most quoted author in history. So you'd always hear people speak of, well, Shakespeare said something and the Bible said. Well, outside of the Bible and Shakespeare, it's Lewis Carroll that will come up next. Okay, so who is Mr. Carroll here? He is a mathematician. He's also known as Reverend. His real name is Charles Dodson. But his author, his writer's name is Lewis Carroll. He was considered to be very mystic in his writing. In fact, he himself says that within his stories, his characters are layered. That is his statement, meaning that his characters has different identities. So in other words, in his writing styles, he would use a lot of symbolism, undertones, and esoteric messages. That is for sure, without a doubt, pardon me, to the point when even he himself would admit this. So as far as the Alice now, vibration, who is Alice? Where did he get this idea? Now, this is more than just an idea. This is a reality, because Mr. Lewis Carroll, as I said, he was a mathematician, and he also was a teacher at the Christ Church, Oxford University. Hear me good. And young Alice Liddell, that's her here, that's young Alice Liddell, she herself, she was the daughter of the dean of the university at the time. So follow this story good, eh? So Mr. Lewis Carroll, the world-renowned famous author, when he met young Alice Liddell, he was 24 and she was 4 years old. So in other words, he would have been her senior approximately 20 years. He met her along with her two older sisters, but they were of similar age. So according to the story now, Mr. Carroll, Mr. Lewis Carroll, one day with his friend, Mr. Duckworth, they took the three little girls for a boat ride up the Thames River, going to a specific place where they had a picnic. The place is called Godstow. I mean, everything I'm saying is so important. Now, she was about 6 or so at that time. And according to the accounts given by biographers, etc., she pressed hard upon Mr. Carroll to tell them, the girls, a story. So they wanted a story from Mr. Carroll, because Mr. Carroll now, Mr. Lewis Carroll, if you're being introduced to him, in fact, he is an individual that there's a lot of conspiracy over him. The debate continues over him. In fact, many people plainly says that he was a pedophile. In fact, some of his own biographers says that he had more than a friend-like relationship with the young Alice. That's just the reality of it. And of course, we're not trying to state no one's name. We're just looking at history in its realistic perspective. Now, the reason why I have to highlight these things, and I'm not staying too long on this, but there's a reason why you have to highlight these little things. It's very, very important, because the writers of a lot of our stories, a lot of our nursery rhymes, a lot of the things that we, take in at a young age, when you check the state of mind, their mentality, their concepts of things, you got to wonder. So what about the fella that wrote Rockabye Baby on the Treetop? If you take your time and you go into history and you understand the mind frame of a lunatic that would tell you to put a little baby on the top of a tree, so when the wind blows, it will blow it off and kill everyone. It's just, that's why you have to take your time and break down the psychology of the writers of some of these stories. Now, Alice in Wonderland, I am telling you, that is a puzzle. So you have to take your time to at least understand the mind frame of the brain child, the individual that brought this to light. You want to see at least what he or her, what they were thinking of at the time, he or she. Now, Mr. Carroll here, Mr. Lewis Carroll, you'll see in a picture of him with the young Alice on his lap. This is another very controversial picture as well, which appears to be Mr. Lewis kissing Alice. This is serious. In fact, within his memoirs, his diary really, a few pages are missing. And biographers clearly state that some of these pages that were missing indicated that he even proposed to her, even at such a young age. Also, this photo is very controversial. This is of the young Alice Liddell as well, because Mr. Lewis Carroll, he was an artist, he was a magician, he was a photographer, he was a mathematician, and he was also a reverend. So he was practicing celibacy also, supposedly, at the time. So when you put all of this together now, what stands out about this picture that he took of her is that usually the young, Alice is seen well covered and well dressed. She's the daughter of the dean of the Oxford University. Follow me good. But for whatever reason, Mr. Lewis Carroll, world-renowned author, somewhat, put her together and took this, what became very famous picture. In fact, if you really examine the picture close enough, her left nipple is being showed as well. So, I mean, it's obvious, there'll be those that would want to defend that. As I said, we're just here to highlight the truth, and we want to bring everything in perspective. Now, specifically, the Martin N. Cohan, I'm just going to read a statement here. And this is the author of Lewis Carroll biography. And he states that Lewis Carroll was emotionally involved with the young Alice. There was no question about it. Now, that is his statement. Now, what I'm saying is that going up the river, she asked him, according to the story, to tell her a story, and it is said that just out of his head, Mr. Lewis Carroll began to speak of this white rabbit going down this hole, the rabbit hole. And the young Alice, because he put her in the story right away, went down following the rabbit. And then the story went on and went on and went on. So he eventually, this is Mr. Lewis Carroll, he eventually penned the book in his own handwriting. He was considered to be a perfectionist. Anyone who has studied him, especially if you are a student of literature, more than likely you would have studied Lewis Carroll, you would know that he was, again, a perfectionist when it came to his work. Now, as I said, he wrote the book. What you are seeing is actually his writing and his drawing. He wrote it and he drew it, the original copy of Alice's adventure underground. And within the story, obviously, you found the mystics that appeared. You have the dodo bird. Now, the dodo bird is him, because the different characters in Alice in Wonderland, whether it's Alice's adventure underground, or Alice looking through the mirror, or Alice through the looking mirror, I should say, the point is that these characters are real people. So the dodo bird was said to be Mr. Lewis Carroll himself, who originally his name was Charles Dodson, which really it is said that he stammered. So when he pronounced his name, he always said Dod, and then his name. So it is said that he was the dodo bird within the story. The white rabbit, according to the science, was considered to be the doctor of the little family, not little family, Liddell. So we're getting now to a kind of understanding of the origins of this. We haven't gone anywhere yet. We're just kind of, you know what I mean, cleaning it up for you so you kind of see where it all began, you know, the reason for this. So as I said, he put that together. He created these different characters. You don't know who the characters are within Alice in Wonderland, Alice Adventures Underground, and again, Alice Through the Looking Glass, which came into what we know now as Alice itself in Wonderland. All right. Of course, we could go deeper into that origin. You know, just keep in mind that they went into a rowboat and they were going up the Thames River. That's very important. They were going to Godstow, you know, and that is where the story was told. And it began with the white rabbit going in the hole, and Alice, the young Alice, about 6 years old, following the rabbit. And as you could see, Alice now, she was not blonde like the character that we know. She had black hair, or what they would call brunette, but somehow she became blonde, not only in the Walt Disney story, but in the story in general. All right. Now, what I would like to highlight now in this next stage of this expression is the importance of understanding the ancient philosophy of the goddess going into the underworld to redeem herself. And you see it in many different ways, in many different philosophies and different cultures. Now, many psychologists, when they try to break down Alice in Wonderland, you know, they look at Alice, of course, with the mind of a child and how a child would look at the adult. So all of the weird characters that she would have met in Wonderland, Tweedledee and Tweedledum and the Cheshire Cat, and of course the caterpillar with the hookah, the Mad Hatter and the hair, and all of these different folks, they are considered the queen. They're considered to be adults through the eye of a child. And this is how some psychologists would, you know, portray or explain the story, the movie, the book. Now, they may be correct, again, on that level, because it's different levels, and this is extremely layered. So this is another level now. You have many stories of the goddess going into the underworld. You have many stories of the goddess going into the Amenta and redeeming herself. Now, let me read this for you. This is about the goddess known as Ainana. You seeing this here? You seeing this here on the screen? It has healing stars. Okay. Now, let me just read this. This is coming from out of the Sumerian region, Babylonian region. Now, listen to this, my family. Ainana's descent into the underworld. She's the queen of heaven. There are many myths about the descent of the goddess. Do you get that? There are many myths about the descent of the goddess. This is the story of Ainana, the ancient myth that predates the male gods such as Zeus. This is when the goddess ruled the heavens, the earth, and the underworld. The oldest known myth is Babylonian and was written on clay tablets in the 3rd millennia BC. Now, of course, they're talking of the Sumerian, but that's not necessarily true that it's the oldest, you know, but that's another kind of discussion there. It is usually known as the descent of Ainana, the Sumerian queen of heaven and earth. This myth is about the meeting of the queen of heaven with her sister, queen of the underworld. It is a story about meeting the dark shadow side, of one's self. And believe it, that is how some people, this is how some psychologists even interpret the Alice in Wonderland story of an individual meeting the dark or the shadow side of their self. This is a story of the original duality, the Gemini story of our other half. Okay, now listen to this. This is some heavy stuff here. Ayana is queen of heaven, having received her spiritual heritage from her father in the form of qualities needed to fulfill her role. She has to stand firm against him as he tries to take back his gifts. So she has to stand firm against her own father as he tries to take back the gifts. Sounds like Yenenga, and how the name seems very similar. Ainana, Yenenga, which is the African princess. Good. So Ainana marries a humble young shepherd called Dumuzi, who becomes a god king. They have an ecstatic union, but after the honeymoon, Dumuzi exhorts Ainana, let me go, sister, let me go. Ainana decides to visit her sister in the underworld whose husband has just died. However, she isn't on good terms with her. So as a precaution, she instructs Nin Shuber, her trusted female servant, go get help if she does not return within 3 days. Now, it's interesting, you know, because really the whole science of the chakra now is going to come in. And I just want to highlight all of this here for the people. Now here it says here, at the first gate of the underworld, Ainana is stopped and asked to declare herself. This is very important. At the first gate of the underworld, Ainana is stopped and asked to declare herself. The gatekeeper informs Iresk Kigal, queen of the great below, that Ainana, queen of heaven, of the place where the sun rises, ask for admission to the land of no return to witness the funeral of Gugalana, husband of Iresh Kigal. Now, what is interesting there is that she's asked to declare herself at the first gate. Now, of course, we know even in the movie Alice in Wonderland, she comes to the door that is giving her a little problem to get in, and she had to get big and get small and get a key to get in. We'll get into all of that soon. But if you can remember, when she came across the caterpillar asked her continually, who are you? Now, according to the story of the goddess going into the underworld, one of the first things that she must do when she reached to the first gate is declare herself. And declaration of self is something that is well known in the ancient world. And this is why on the temples of Kemet, you would see it written, man, know thyself. Is the same thing. It's the answer to the question. Man, know who you are. Know thyself. The same concept of God within. Declare yourself. Who are you? So this science now of even the white rabbit, and this is what proves that we're dealing with sheer Masonic philosophy here, because even in this 1604 painting, you could see the white rabbit, and the white rabbit represents the guide into salvation. So the white rabbit will go through the rabbit hole, and you follow this white rabbit to your destiny, to your salvation. It's a Masonic understanding from such time. So listen to me good, eh? So you'll find this tradition in many different folklores, even in Europe. So you have different forms of the rabbit, the same rabbit that you must follow. So you have puka. Here you see puka now sitting in the tree. This is the Irish version of the rabbit that you must follow. Puka is seen as a goat sometimes, and sometimes seen as a rabbit, or seen as a mixture of both. So we have puka here, also known as puck or pook. The Irish and the English refer to this rabbit as puck or pook. Now, interesting, eh? In the Shakespearean story, the Midsummer's Night Dream, it speaks about a puck. I want you to follow me good. Puck is the rabbit, also known as puka, also known as pook. And this rabbit, just like the Freemasonic understanding, this rabbit will run into the hole here. You see it here. This look like the sugar mill of Brasserie, man. This rabbit will run into the hole, and the initiate will follow the rabbit. That's a part of it. It's not me making this up, eh? That's how it goes. So again, this is seen in many different aspects as it relates to the European tradition. Now I'm showing you Shakespeare wrote about Puck. And Puck now, this is a little Puck here. Puck looks very similar to Pan. You see, they're related and interrelated with the little Tinkerbells around him. So Puck, the little goat man, as I said, sometimes Puck is seen as a goat, and sometimes Puck is seen, not a hockey puck now, Puck is seen as the rabbit, as you obviously see here. And just to show you how crafty they are in their masonry, that when you look at the Edwin's, before we get to you, Coyote dear, when you look at Edwin's Landshare's artistry of the Midsummer Night Dream, this is it here. If you look good, follow me, eh? Hope we're not going too fast for you. If you look good, this is the Midsummer's Night Dream painting by Edwin Landshare. If you look over here, this is Shakespeare's Puck. You see him here? And you also have the White Rabbit, specifically, what you call this, diagonally, perfectly arranged in order to align with the Puck, because the rabbit is Puck. So you see the White Rabbit here, even the little hole here, the same hole you have to follow the rabbit through, because you'll always see it in their artistry, because it's Masonic artistry for sure. All right, so the White Rabbit now is understood. Nothing here is done by mistake, and Mr. Lewis Carroll for sure was obviously some sort of initiate within this science. Remember, this is what we have been speaking about for a while. If you have not seen the lecture that we did, Fairy Tale Folly Days and Nursery Crimes, you should definitely take a look at that. When we took the time to show you how they took, what's his name there, Chippendale fella there. Chippendale, what was his? Thomas Chippendale from Utley in England in about 1810. I think that's when he was born. And he himself was a Mason. But what he did, he would craft the Masonic science using wood. So he's one of those woodsmen, like the carpenter. That's why I said in the Bible, Christ is seen as a carpenter, which may seem like the opposite of a mason. Mason deal with stones, carpenter deals with, woods and hammers and nails, etc., etc., etc. So Pinocchio's father, Geppetto, he's seen as what? As a woodsman, because he cut the woods and he made the puppets and brought them to life. This is not just Walt Disney's version of Pinocchio. I mean the Pinocchio story in general. So the science of the woods man is very, very important, extremely, extremely important, especially in a case like this. As we said, we're dealing with the carpenter. You understand? So this understanding now of going into the different dimensions was something that Mr. Carroll clearly understood. Now, when we did the Stargate program, we were speaking of sites like this where the native people of South America will speak of, sites where you could go and ancient legendary heroes would have gone and would have touched the stone or touched the door, and they would have gone into a different world, something like a wormhole, and would appear in another dimension, or would appear in a parallel world, or appear somewhere else on some other plane, some other world, some other planet, some other galaxy, somewhere else. And the planet is littered with this sort of understanding. So this is what you see highlighted here in the Roadrunner cartoon. This is the tunnel that Mr. Coyote is always painting. He's a painter too. Always does a good job. He does so good of a job that after painting this tunnel with the road and the line in the middle of the road and the end of the tunnel and the sun and the shadow, he's a serious artist. Mr. Roadrunner would come and just run right through the wall. He would run through the tunnel. And then Mr. Coyote now, when he tries to run through the tunnel, he would hit his head, he would fall on his back. I'm sure he would get a headache, but he'll be up again trying some other trick to catch the Roadrunner. Now the science here, and interesting, listen to this. All of this is taking place in the Grand Canyon. And it is said that the Grand Canyon has several stargates. I've never visited the Grand Canyon, but again, it is said that the Grand Canyon has several stargates. So when Hanna and Barbara, the creators and those who brought Roadrunner to the world, when they brought this idea of making portals in the Grand Canyon, it was something that the native people have been speaking about for a long time. But it was now placed in a little cartoon, and we laugh, he's gonna run into the wall. Sometimes the coyote gets through the Stargate, the tunnel, but then there's a train coming on the other side. So it never really works out for him. But that's the idea that they're pitching to you in this cartoon. The science of the Stargate, the science of the portals, the science of going into another world, the science of traveling to a different dimension, because the ancient ones always believed in that. Now, of course, the debate will come up, and we did address it. So, do you believe that someone actually went and touched the rock and disappeared? Everything went, clothes, shoes, socks, everything went into this parallel world, into this other dimension. They say they have 11 dimensions, parallel worlds. These are real things. This is nothing to scoff at. Different dimensions exist. This is reality. They say there are at least 11 dimensions. Parallel worlds for sure definitely exist. This is scientifically proven. When you understand the science of what is known as you have matter and antimatter. Antimatter specifically exists in the parallel world. But yet still now, and we have proven, and when I say we, the scientific world has proven now that there is a parallel world, because antimatter is used in specific brain scans. PET scans and CAT scans and these different scans, antimatter is utilized. But according to them, before that age, antimatter only exists in a parallel world, you know. So the parallel world idea and concept is not too far off. It's just a reality. So there are means and ways of connecting to this parallel world. Most of us here, we are not directly connected to the parallel world. Maybe when we go to sleep and we're dreaming, we somehow get a little window into the astral world. But because we're not consciously aware of what's going on, we do not, purposely enter into this zone with confidence, knowing that I'm going to another world. In the same way that you board a plane and say, well, I'm going to New York, I'm going to London, I'm going down to South Africa, and I'm going to be there in an hour, and I'm going to meet you by I don't know, wherever I'm going to meet you, because you have, purposely, consciously planned your movement. And that's how we move. We purposely plan that we go into a next dimension. It doesn't just happen by chance. We don't trip and fall down the rabbit hole. We know what we're doing as ancient people, and that is why we have so many evidence within our literature, on the walls, our writings, our artwork, showing us, going to different dimensions and encountering different vibrations. So now they're going to put it on TV and tell you about ancient aliens and somebody coming from space and take away all the credit from you, where it's all within it. It's all within. It is all within. There is a reality there where you purposely, as I said before, what's his name? Fingerprints of the God, John Hancock, where he clearly says, and I agree with him, that the movements that was done in ancient time from one dimension to the next dimension was a purpose conscious decision to alter your psychological state of mind. Real thing, alter the frame of thought as such to take you to a different dimension. And to do this, they would have utilized specific psychedelic material. You have plants, specifically more than likely it would be plants. But at the same time now, and when we say plants now, this is another idea of the movements to another dimension. When we say plants now, you have several plants. You have the blue lotus that is highlighted many times in ancient scriptures. You have the different levels of the acacia plant that is highlighted in ancient medical papyri. Of course, you have the cannabis sativa, of course, the granddaddy and the giant. And there are other plants that individuals utilize to, if you want to say, take them on a spiritual journey. So now we use all sorts of phrases for this sort of movement. We say they have altered their state of thinking. They're on a psychedelic trip. They're high, they're red. What else they say? They're stoned. All sorts of things we apply to this action. But what is really happening here? You're not red, you're not stoned, you're not high, you're none of these things. What is happening is that you are naturally, as a human being, and it happens to animals too, you are naturally engaging with another dimension. That's what's happening, You're here, but you're there. When you partake of these mind-altering substances, what they do, and different substances do different things, carry you different places, because there are many places to go. Listen to me good. There are many places to go. You see the movie we're going to go into now, Alice in Wonderland? It's talking about different levels of the psychedelic. That's why it's called chalice in Wonderland, because it is talking about the chalice and it's talking about the tree of life too. But it's talking about mushrooms, and I'm telling you, that movie is also talking about drugs. You see? So LSD takes you somewhere else when compared to, let's just say, cannabis sativa. And of course, the different levels of the cannabis also takes you to different levels of that that Zion-like place that cannabis in general takes you. So cannabis in general takes you to a specific place. And the different levels of the cannabis that you're dealing with will take you to different sections of that different place. LSD, speed, crack and cocaine, that takes you somewhere else. Totally different. A real dark zone. But it takes you somewhere. Because all of these things, alcohol, whether it's beer, rum, whiskey, wine, champagne, they all take you somewhere. Because they're spirits. That's why you call them spirits. All of these things have some level of effect on your psychoactive experience. It's just reality. So obviously some are better than some. Some are more natural than some. Some definitely have been, concocted just to examine or test and see where and how far you can go. So that is why even as Rastafari, we deal with the cannabis sativa, the tree of life. It is obvious that the tree of life was prepared for that. Now, me personally, people would tell you, well, I don't need no substance to take me to another level. I don't need this and I don't need that. No, I'm not here to tell nobody what they need. But personally, I consider that statement to be a very pathetic cop-out type of statement. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the Most High created this physical form, and the Most High created everything around us, from the sea, from the lakes, the rivers, the stone, the minerals, the vitamins, and all the plants. Now, you as a human being, you eat. You get nourishment from the plants. If you break your leg, there are plants that can help you. The seawater can assist you. If you have a problem sleeping, there's a plant that can assist you in resting. If you have a problem staying awake, there's a plant that can assist you in staying awake. So in all the different functions of life, the Most High has created plants and other organisms to assist us to reach that goal in every aspect of our life. So for you now to have an experience where you're connecting to the astral world and the etheric world, there's nothing wrong with that. It's natural. We do these things, and there are plants that exist to help you do that. So this weird thinking now that because we feel that, we are so 21st century, and I'm on a natural high, nothing goes so. You lie, you make that up. You're just too afraid to face reality, because that is what it is. All the ancients, the first constellation is a man smoking a chalice. The first constellation is Arcturus, the Bootes, the shepherd with his pipe, because it is a natural thing. The DMT, again, within the plant. It is the DMT. You have the THC as well, but the DMT is in many plants, and that assists us in that whole movement from one dimension to the other. It's a natural thing. You see, the problem is a lot of us, those of us who so-called smoke, we're not too sure, what is going on. That is why sometimes we are afraid to be alone. Yeah, you could sit down and listen to me speaking to you, But if you were to smoke or burn or whatever you call it, and you were to do it, maybe not you, but some people in the dark by yourself, a lot of people become afraid. Why? Because now they're encountering themselves. That's what happens, eh? You are encountering yourself. The looking glass is in front of you. The God within you is coming out. Just like when you rub the genie comes out and says, hey, what's going on? 3 wishes? Wishes. And listen, if you don't have nothing to tell the genie, don't trouble the genie. The genie would break your neck. If you call a genie, you never watch the movies, man. If you summon a genie and you have nothing to say, the genie would deal with you. It will not be nice. So you better have something sensible to put to the genie. So in the same way, like the chalice is like the genie lamp. And when you rub the lamp, the genie comes out. It's referred to as the genie. The genie is an ancient word for the God, eh? The genie comes out. And your wish is the genie's command. But a lot of us, we're not aware of that. We don't even make no wishes. We just get scared and run away and we need to eat something quick and try to go to sleep. All sorts of things we do when we summon the genie because we're not aware of what we're doing. That's why we have to talk to somebody or, get on the phone or watch something because we are afraid to be by ourselves. So when you go into that zone, when you meditate, when you partake of the cannabis, when you start to ascend, you are bringing the God out. So it's like you and God there. So this is why now knowledge and information and all of this stuff is so important. So when God appears, you can talk to God and have a sensible conversation with God. But when there's nothing there to say, the genie will get upset. This is real. DMT, THC, it's just a natural thing. And the reason why I'm staying here for a moment is because too many of us, somehow, we've fallen for the trap. So it's about, well, if you want to smoke, it's okay. And everybody don't have to and try to make it look like some sort of choice and this little thing. Don't make it look so. That's an ancient tradition prescribed by the Most High. Just like eating food, drinking water, jogging, going to the gym. Yeah, if you want to connect to the different levels, I'm telling you. Yeah, you can do yoga all you want. You can Tai Chi all you want. That works too. That works too, but we don't have to get pathetic. There are trees and plants and brews and drinks and all sorts of stuff that has been prepared to take you to another dimension and give thanks that the Rastafari has highlighted the tree of life, So the ayahuasca, of course, many people speak so highly of the ayahuasca and they consider that itself takes them into a different dimension altogether. Now, of course, the tree of life. Remember the concept of the tree of life. Follow me good, eh? Remember the concept of the tree of life is the concept of the Christ man. The tree of life is not just a tree. The tree of life is a meditational system, and the tree of life again represents the Messiah. So that is why biblically, again, even in Isaiah, when describing the Messiah, he's seen as the root of David and the branch that shall come out of Jesse and the stem of Jacob and these different things, the seed and stem and seed and branch and roots. It sounds like a tree to me, because the tree now itself, the tree of life, again, is an ancient system. It's used in alchemy. It's used in the Kabbalistic system. But of course, it is originally from ancient Africa. So now this is why, although the tree of life is not necessarily a tree, but of course, we definitely, the fact that it's called tree, there must be a tree that represents the tree of life. And that tree is the cannabis sativa. Now, the anciency of the tree of life, again, as the Christ figure, we've highlighted this. The god Asa, you see Asa, he is green. You see the Osiris figure, he is green. The reason why you see him green is because he represents the tree. You know, he represents the tree of life. He represents the Christ element. I definitely know that the students are clicking 100% with me tonight. So when we look at the molecular structure, for example, of the blood and the chlorophyll of the plant, you could see that it is exactly the same. So the human blood, the molecular structure of its makeup, when compared to that of the plant's chlorophyll, you could see that the only difference is that the plant has magnesium, where the human blood would have iron. You know, again, this is subject areas that we have touched before, but we're bringing it up again as we are delving into this new subject here. Now, the only difference is the iron and the magnesium, and this is why now you could refer to the chlorophyll in the plant as what? The blood of the plant. The chlorophyll in the plant is referred to as the blood of the plant. Very, very important, because it's actually made up like our blood. Good. So the Christ figure now, which is the tree of life. So the Christ is seen like a tree. When we did the chalice lecture, we clearly showed that the marijuana, which is the tree of life, is placed in the chalice just like the sacrifice. And when you burn the chalice and the smoke goes in the water, because that's what happens when you take a drop. The smoke plunges in the water and comes back out, and then you take it in and it goes to the pineal and the full works thereof. That's a process that is taking place there. That's the creation of life. And when you complete burning the chalice, you will notice that the water will be green. Why? Because the water now has turned to the blood of the plant. Remember, the blood of the plant is not human's blood. The blood of the plant is chlorophyll, because chlorophyll is the blood of the plant. That's why the chlorophyll molecule and the human molecule of blood is exactly the same, except for iron and magnesium. That's why when your blood touches oxygen, it turns red. It's not red all the time because it's rusting in a sense, you know, because it's touching the oxygen. So the plant's chlorophyll is symbolic of the blood of the tree of life, or the green man, which is Asa, which is the Messiah that is sacrificed. That's why we showed you in the Holy Grail lecture that the sacrifice is the tree of life. So when the water turns green, it's very symbolic of the water turning to wine, the water turning red, or the water turning to blood. Now, as heavy as that may sound to some, it should be very light, because we've done whole lectures on this specific subject area here. And of course, those that have set this in motion as far as what we watch on television and what we read in the storybooks, they know exactly what I am talking about here. Because again, this is something we've highlighted several times, but I think before we go deeper, I should highlight again, it's obvious that the Mickey Mouse symbol that has become extremely famous is a replica of the molecular structure of water. Now, this is not just by chance. It would be a very interesting coincidence, you know, if it was that. But no, it's not a coincidence. when you have the power over water, you have a lot of power. And I'm telling you, when you observe the films that were created by Walter Disney, for example, Pinocchio, the science again is very key. Remember in the old Pinocchio story, yes, Pinocchio was swallowed by a fish. Walter Disney came and made Pinocchio to be swallowed by a whale. I'm telling you, even in Christianity, you hear people say Jonah was swallowed by a whale. When the Bible says Jonah was swallowed by a fish, I am telling you, it's the influence that Walt Disney had on that theory, changing the fish to a whale, that even in religion, the science turned from a fish to a whale. That's how strong his influence is, but we've missed that. So although a lot of what I'm saying may sound like, wow, this is a lot of stuff, and wow, I thought we were going to talk about Alice in Wonderland. Well, hey, listen, we didn't come here to play. We came to unravel the mysteries. And with no disrespect to anyone, we're not giving you a secondhand story here. So when we take these different pieces, it's a must, so we can clearly express what is taking place in Wonderland. All right. Disney's Alice in Wonderland. Now, I think we have said enough, so we can just now flow smoothly through the movie. But before we hit the movie here, and I will be sharing the video, and I hope you will be able to pick up the audio, but my engineers will tell me, because this app that we're using here, this software that we're using here, there was an upgrade done which would allow us to use the audio, sound, and sharing the video. So you will tell us when that time comes, if you can. We don't want none of that, man. You tell us when the time comes if you are hearing the audio properly. Okay, good. So this is the opening song in the Walt Disney's movie. I'm sure you've seen everything. You've seen everything there. Okay. Alice in Wonderland. How do you get to Wonderland? You may know the song. It says over the hill and or under land or just behind a tree. And interesting, remember that's the original name as such, Alice Adventures Underground. You know what I mean? So how do you get to Wonderland? No, let's just think of Wonderland. Wonderland is obviously an interesting place. You know, it's obviously a place of where things do not really seem to be how they really are. Now, a lot of people say when people use drugs, and whether legal or illegal, and substances, substance abuse as they call it, people would say that they're trying to get away from reality. Well, let me tell you, I've never used drugs in my life, but maybe I have. Maybe I have, because I have taken some painkillers already. So I would have used drugs. Oh yeah, and I've drunk soda. What else? Oh yeah, I have used drugs. But what they may call drugs, I've never even smoked a cigarette. But apparently, drugs somehow take you away from reality. So if you have a problem and the problems of the world is on you, you just smoke some drugs. Oh yeah, okay now. I don't look at the pink elephant flying. Because remember, in Alice in Wonderland, she saw a rocking horse fly. Now, my experience with the tree of life, I don't know about you, but when I meditate and I partake of the tree of life, my so-called problems don't go nowhere. In fact, that which I may have been trying to hide from will come straight in front of me and say, my Lord, you better deal with this and deal with it now. So I don't know what you're talking about, not you directly. I'm talking about my own experience, and I'm talking about decades of experience. This here, the tree of life, has never taken away nothing from my mind and hidden it from me. It bring up that which I may have even been neglecting and say, yo, deal with it. So I don't know what they're talking about. But anyway, the question is, how do you get to Wonderland? Over the hill or on the land? And listen to this, or just behind a tree. So it's telling you how to get to this place. It's telling you how to get to this world, the different dimension, the etheric world, the astral world specifically. The parallel zone. It's just behind a tree. It's a metaphor, my family. I mean, we've been doing this long enough now. I don't think after, this is not kindergarten. This is at least the college stage we're at here, just behind the tree. Then it goes on to say, when clouds go rolling by, they roll away and leave the sky, with the land behind, with the land behind, where is the land behind the eye? Pardon me, people cannot see. You understand? So, I mean, behind the eye, man, it's the mind. It's the mind. Where is the land behind the eye that people cannot see? It's the mind that it's talking about. You know, and I could go on and on with this, but, you know, I so want to break it down probably before the time goes away. So, just for overstanding clear, you want to know how to get to Wonderland? It's behind the tree. And clouds have to go rolling by too. This is serious. Now, even before we go into that, let me just give you a good idea of what was said in the song, In a World of My Own. Here is what she says in A World of My Own. Cats and rabbits would reside in a fancy little houses, or in fancy little houses, and be dressed in shoes and hats and trousers. That's pants, for those who don't know. In a world of my own. Okay. All the flowers would have very extra special powers. Now, as I said, even outside of the tree of life, there are several plants, and specifically flowers, that do have very extra special powers. And hear this, they would sit and talk to me for hours. When I am alone in a world of my own. This is what I'm saying. A lot of people cannot sit down and by themselves. Some people can't, you know, communicate with the plant by themselves. And the plant would talk to you. Trust me. The plants have spoken to me for hours. Hours. When I'm alone in a world of my own, and I know most of you that are listening to me can definitely attest to what I am saying here. Okay. Now tell me something. Can you hear what I'm pushing here? You actually hear it? Okay. So you should be hearing this, family. This is the song I was just reading here. Alice in Wonderland. How do you get to Wonderland? You hearing me talk to? You hear the music? See what's going on here. If they can't hear, it's all right. I'll know what to do. All right. No worry. I'm just checking. You see, pardon me. Agreed to meet, and it says here, this is what she's saying here, was reading from a specific book known as A Short Course of History by Haviland Chapnells. And it says here, but you can still hear me talking, right? Okay, good. And it says here, this is what she's saying here. And even Sting, the Archbishop of Canterbury, even the Archbishop of Canterbury, pardon me, agreed to meet with William and offer him the crown. Right. That's just a little piece of the movie. Now it may just like, okay, but that came out of an actual book. And the book really was speaking of the rise and fall of the House of Normandy. And at that time, there were a lot of noble women and princesses that had the name Alice. So a little simple thing like that, you know, if it could just slip you and you miss it. But anyway, so here comes the white rabbit. And of course, he's running down the rabbit, going down the rabbit hole. No time to say goodbye. Hello, I'm late. So she goes in the hole and she's falling down. Now, as you can see, she obviously has on her apron. I think anyone that understands masonry knows that the apron is very important to all of this. Now, while falling down the stairs here or coming down, as you see, she picks up a book. These flowers pass as well. You see, these flowers are very important. Picks up the book, flowers pass. Now, you will notice that when she enters into the rocking chair, that is when the chalice appears. When she gets comfortable. At the moment she gets comfortable, that is when the chalice pipes appear. Now listen, nobody can tell me. You can say all you want. Oh, but please, it looks like a teacup. It looks like a teapot. Yeah, well, at least realistically, that is what they're trying to make it look like. But it's obvious. And we know this is a smoking movie. Let's not pretend. Come on. But the moment she gets comfortable is when the chalice appears. You see, look at it. As she gets comfortable. But then she falls out when the chalice disappears. All right. Now, let's observe this. Of course, if you know the movie good, after falling down now, she reached to the doorknob. And the doorknob now is telling her that she cannot pass through. Now look at the walls. This is the hall that she's in. Obviously, the floor is checkered. We know checkered floor is a high sign of masonry. But look at the walls. One side of the wall is blue. The other side of the wall is red. And it's blue blood, red blood, it's blue masonry and red masonry. In politics, it's blue and red. That's why in some of these flags, it's red, white, and blue. You know, as the white being the neutral color, the Democrat, the Republican, all of that stuff. There's always a division. You say?
It's on mute.
Yes, I purposely put it on mute so there would be no distraction since they cannot hear at all. You know, so the point is now, so in this room, of course, you know, this is where she first came across the psychedelics. This one said, "Drink me." And after drinking it, she became large or small. No, she became small. And then the doorknob told her that, hey, well, I mean, that's nice that you came small, but, you know, you forgot the key. And the key is up there. So then she drank a bit more and then she became bigger. All right. And then after getting big, she started to cry. And her tears that she was dropping down became like a flood. You know, she ate some more of the little treat and she became small again and fell into the bottle that she was drinking from. And she went through the first door. And now she is in her own tears, which has become an ocean. And she's in the little bottle. Then the dodo appears. Now, interestingly, remember the dodo is Mr. Lewis Carroll. And the dodo's name is mentioned twice in this movie. Somebody says Dodo. And every time his name is mentioned, Alice would say, Dodo. Every time his name is mentioned, she would say, Dodo. Now remember, you know, in reality, Mr. Alice Carroll has a special, Lewis Carroll has a special relationship with young little Alice Liddell. And from the books to the movie screen, those who know the hidden mysteries would pick it up. But those who don't know it, it will just pass by them. So she calls out to him first for help. When she sees the dodo, she says, help me, Mr. Dodo, help me. Now, as you can see, Mr. Dodo is another smoker, or a smoker, I should say. He definitely is smoking a pipe. And he is just one of the many individuals in this movie that definitely is a smoker. And these smokes always seem to be saying something. This look like EB. Look at it here, EB, because there's always a message in these movies here. Now, after encountering the Mr. Dodo, she came across Tweedledee and Tweedledum. And Tweedledee and Tweedledum started to tell her a story about the walrus and the carpenter. Now, me personally, I'm not going to miss the science that the carpenter has been brought into the picture. Because remember, Christ is a carpenter. Now, the walrus also, as you can see here, another smoker. So there's a lot of smoking for sure taking place in this movie here. It's already highlighted from the time she's coming down the rabbit hole. And even before we came to the rabbit hole, we already explained for sure the science of going into the different dimensions were already understood by the individual that put this book together. I'm talking of Freemasonry. Now watch this now. If you notice, the walrus is going under the water smoking. Now, I'm not talking about how impossible it is to have a cigar underwater. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the science of smoking and the water. Because keep in mind, everything here is water. She began to cry. And her tears became a sea. And when she met Mr. Dodo, he was smoking and he also was on the sea. Very important. Now that she came across Tweedledee and Tweedledum, and they're telling her of the Walrus, and Mr. Walrus himself, another smoker, and as we see here, we are following him going under the water. Now, as he speaks to the oysters, I want to highlight this here. This is very important. Look at the calendar on the wall. The month is March. Now, for some reason, the makers of the movie found it important to highlight the letter R. The letter R is highlighted in the month of March. Now, you may say, no, you ain't saying nothing because I don't even tell you nothing yet. But R is a very important symbol to Bobo Shanti, King Emmanuel Order. Now, you may be saying, oh, come on, priest, you're taking this a little too far. Have you ever watched the review we did on the Black Panther movie? If you didn't see that, I would advise that you go and watch it. We would do it again, but the movie out the style now. But, you should watch it. Bobo Shanti was made clear in that movie. It's not me making it up. I know what I see. And this is just the beginning of the R story here. Now, look at it. It's in the month of March. The month of March. Everyone knows that March is Bobo Shanti month. March, the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of Salvation was started on the 1st of March. The celebration goes to the 21st, the day of March. The Battle of Adawa is the 1st of March. The spring equinox is the 21st of March. And within the month, we celebrate the Women's Freedom Liberation League, and in some concepts, Empress Menen Earth Day, and some call March the Women's Month. So the March thing is very, very close to the heart of us known as Bobo Shanti. And for whatever reason, the R in this movie is highlighted. Watch it. Look how they highlight the R. Bam. For whatever reason, the R is highlighted. All right. So the what's his name, and the carpenter, the walrus and the carpenter also represents Christ. Remember, we in Wonderland here. All right, now follow this good. After speaking to Mr. Tweedledee and Tweedledum, oh man, I'm sorry that they can't hear this here, but she now comes to the house of the rabbit. Now the rabbit is inside. This house is obviously a mushroom, another psychedelic plant, well, fungus or fungi. Now the rabbit, this is where the rabbit lives. Look at the screen here. It's two. You see two Alice? Look good. You see it? Yeah. I'm sure that the audience see it. Look at two Alice here. One standing up here and one walking. This is some deep stuff. So inside of the house now, the mushroom house, this is the rabbit's house. And the rabbit now is saying, Mary Ann. He's calling somebody named Mary Ann. Mary Ann. Where's that girl? Hear him. So he's calling Mary Ann. Mary Ann. Now look at this, look at this. Now he's referring to Alice as Mary Ann. What's wrong with this rabbit? He crazy, man. Who is Mary Ann, by the way? How is it that he's mixing up Alice with Mary Ann? And he's telling Alice, Mary Ann, to go and get his gloves. What you doing out here? Go and get my gloves. I'm late. My glove. So Mary Ann, look at this wall here. Look at all these people on the wall. These are his family, rabbit multiplies. So anyway, Mary Ann goes into the house. And, oh, that's a wonderful idea, Princess. Yeah, put on the caption, yes. Good. Now she ate something and she's getting bigger again. So what this is saying here, let me explain this now. This is very important. Okay, good. Now, listen to me, family. What this represents, and now you see it becomes night. I want you to listen to me good. Within all the fun and frolic of the cartoon movie, Alice is symbolizing the Christ figure. Pinocchio, Christ figure. Red Riding Hood, Christ figure. Remember when we decoded the movie Hoodwink? And we show you Red Riding Hood, Christ figure, the Big Bad Wolf, Christ figure. Who else in that movie was a Christ figure? Even the goat was the Christ figure, Grandma was a Christ figure, and even the lumberjack was a Christ figure. And it had to do with the cycle of the sun. I'm sure you could recall that. It's the same thing that is taking place here now. Alice represents the tree of life. That's why I had to go into all that stuff with Osiris and everything, even though we didn't go too deep. In fact, we just ran through that quickly, hoping that you would have retained the previous lectures that we would have done. So Alice in this setting here represents the Christ figure. She represents the tree of life. Because remember, the tree of life, although it's a tree, is more than a tree. It represents a human being, the savior, you know, the sustainer, the he or she that comes to show you the way. That's the idea of it. You don't have to turn it into religion. Just let us stick on this level. So now what she has done here, she has embodied the mushroom. She has embodied the mushroom. After this, she's going to embody the tree. Follow me good. He referred to her as Mary Ann. Marijuana is Mary Jane. Again, going back to other lectures that we've done. Mary, the Mariam, that has to go through the water, is the marijuana, as they would say, the prostitute from Mexico. But you understand the science, because we broke that whole prostitute thing down too. It's deep. So now she has grown into the mushroom. You had to put it in a cartoon form, so please excuse my language, so the kids could laugh and you know, but there's a real message being expressed here, and it has become night too when she came big, you know. And you know, this may sound a bit vulgar, but please do not take it vulgar. And that's where the word vulgar comes from, the vulva. If you notice, the artistry has provided a little hole right here, which would represent exactly where the opening of the vaginal canal would be. Just reality. Don't tell me the artist didn't realize that. And I don't think it's just, you know, to be vulgar, but it has a deeper meaning within it, you know, the life-giving source of the mother. Remember, we began by showing you Ainana, you know, Ainana, and going into the underworld, you know, to redeem herself and all of that kind of stuff. This is what's taking place here, or this is what's being expressed here. Even the birdhouse is a mushroom. Now he's going for help. And he's going to get the dodo bird is going to come and help. And when she says, here, he's going to say, dodo. And when he says dodo, she says, dodo. Is this caption reading right? Sometimes these captions are. But anyway, I can't read the caption and talk. It's okay. So here comes the dodo again. Smoking. Again. You know, look at these leaves here. Interesting looking leaves, eh? These leaves over here on the side, on the bushes. Interesting looking leaves. Yeah. So obviously, when he sees the monster, and look how he does his eyebrows. And she opens, and you may be saying, what you saying there? You mean what I'm saying? Remember who the dodo is, eh? Remember the dodo is Mr. Charles Carroll. And remember Alice is Alice. So when you understand who the dodo is and who Alice is, when you watch Alice in Wonderland and you observe how the dodo deals with Alice, you have to pay attention. As I said, every time his name is called, yes, Dodo, she always says, Dodo. Every time. She says it at the beginning. She said it there when she was in the house as the mushroom. And when he realized that, hey, well, when he sees what he sees, maybe the artist would have to explain why is it his eyebrows went up 3 times when he saw that large monster there in the form of Alice in the mushroom house. And there she is gleaming through the window. I mean, I can't answer everything. I don't know what's behind the mind of these sick people. So, what you like, Charlie well is. Do something, Dodo. Yes. You have to be careful. But anyway, let's move on. So what is going to happen now? The lizard is going to come and all of that. She's going to sneeze a lizard out the chimney. Watch this. Yes, the lizard gone out the chimney. And so they're going to come to the conclusion now that they will have to smoke her out. We're going to smoke the monster out. You hear what they're going to do? We're going to smoke the monster out. Somebody said they like to hear me sing it. Smoke the monster out. Anyway, all right. Hey, what time we have there, by the way? Wow. 8:29. Okay. All right. Let me see here. So, what is happening here now? Oh, what's going on here? All right. Now, follow me good. So, see, he's smoking her out. Yeah, we'll smoke the monster out. So, see what they're going to do? They're going to smoke it out. So anyway, she became small again. And she left Mr. Dodo there trying to burn down the house by himself. So he was left to do the smoking on his own. This is some serious stuff, eh? And she went still running down Puka. Puka sounds very close to hookah, eh? Right. Puka is the white rabbit. Masonry, down the hole, to carry it to another world. All right, so she's small again now. And she's trying to find the white rabbit. So she comes across a garden of flowers. And the flowers, you have all type of flowers there. You have daffodils, dandelions, bellflowers, roses, all kind of things here. And they gave her a nice song. This song, okay, this one is nice. Listen to this. She says in the song, listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this, eh? Now you may not hear it, but she says, you can learn a lot of things from the flowers, especially in the month of June. That's harvest time. So you can learn a lot of things from the flowers. Now, what is interesting here is that after singing her this nice song, the flowers, now, what is interesting here is that after singing her this nice song, they kind of got a little upset with her. They were trying to find out, now, who are you? You know, where are you from? Listen to this. Do you suppose she's a wildflower? Oh, no, I'm not a wildflower. Shall we say, genus are you? What genus are you, my dear? And she said something about she's from the genus human, something or the other. Did you notice her petals? Look at those stems. Rather scrawny, I see. Now hear this, she's nothing but a overlay vulgaris. What is that? Listen to this. Listen to what she says. To put it bluntly. Bluntly, she said it, blunt. She said it. To put it bluntly, you are a weed. Weed in a man. So Alice is a mushroom. Alice is weed. To put it bluntly, and that is very, very clear. She just said it. You could learn a lot of things from the flowers. This is a flower show. She said it at the beginning. Was it at the beginning? Well, I read it at the beginning in another song, where she said in her world, you know, she would sit and talk, the flowers would talk to her for hours. And these flowers have special powers. How do you get to Wonderland? You gotta go behind the tree. She's a weed. Marianne, come on, it's clear. It's clear. Anyway, so after coming out of the flower patch now, she's saying she's not a weed, and she upset. And watch this. She gets pushed away with a gush of water again. So the weed and the water, and she's on a leaf, because Chalice we're dealing with it. And after that experience now, she's gonna be the granddaddy. Watch this. When last have you watched this movie? You should have watched it before we gathered here tonight. Trust me. So she meets now the caterpillar sitting on the mushroom. A-E-I-O-U. And she's definitely taken in. Wow. And she's leaning on the mushroom. And then he's going to obviously notice that she's there. Cool. Now you see the R coming to the play again. Now, well, no, it's more than that. So now he's asking her, who are you? This is what the ancient Babylonian theology of Ainana says, that when she went into the underworld, she had to declare who she was. She had to declare herself. And this is the same thing with Alice here. She's been asked now by the top smoker. Now, if you notice, when the walrus was smoking his little roach, he went underwater smoking it. Man, these people know the theology, man. A lot of ones used to say that a lot of things that I talk is I make it up in. Because I've been speaking this kind of stuff for years, but with time, I continually bring it from different angles. So now over the years, when you really look back on everything we have been saying and you put it together from different angles, you yourself have to say, well, boy, priest, straight up. Yeah, you know what you're saying. Because we've been sent to unravel these things. All what we're talking about here tonight, this ain't no second story, or we getting it from somebody else. We sit and watch it good. Yes, the things we're putting to you that maybe others have seen and you can see. But to break it down to another level, the R, King Emmanuel order. And I'm going to prove that right now. So Big Man is asking her now, who are you? Declare yourself, and she don't know. She hardly know. Watch this. I do not see. Now you smoke the smoking now. She born in the chalice. That's why you have the spiral in the leaves. See the leaves have the spiral? This is the symbol. Which leaf? Leaf have spiral? Give me a leaf. Leaf have the ribs, the mid-rib and the stuff, the veins. Watch them spirals there in these leaves. Because the spiral represents the spiral of the smoke. You know, naturally, the spiral represents the spiral of the smoke. So when you observe that now, she says she's not herself. You, who? Watch the R. Now, if you notice, the R broke up into many R's. So that's highlighting the R. Who are by, watch those R's. Who are you? Now she's coughing. Now she's coughing. Man, she take a draw, man. She take a draw. 1951, eh? Enough smoking in this movie here. Take it easy. Ooh, see? She's smoking. She's partaking. If you notice, she's on her mushroom and he's on his mushroom. So that's the symbol. And the leaves have the spiral. So this is just showing you now she's at the initiation spot. She is declaring herself. Who are you? Remember, she done go down the rabbit hole, you know. Don't lose it. She done go down the rabbit hole to find herself, find salvation. Chalice, man, in Wonderland. Even coming down the hall, they don't show you the chalice. Everyone she buck up and just burning away. And the science of the water from her own tears was clear. Everything so confusing. Now watch this. Now he's going to tell a story about the crocodile. I don't want to hear all of that. I want to show you this. More smoking. See? Watch it. Watch this drop. Watch this drop. Watch this drop she take. That's the drop she take from the chalice. So you just lick off the top end. All right. Now, as I said here, come on, movie, don't try to play with me. Okay. That's showing so like that on your thing?
I was thinking of it.
All right, I don't know what's going on here. Don't try to do me that. All right, hold on. All right, sorry about that, people. Don't feel on. All right, now, what is going to happen here? As you know, he becomes a caterpillar, turning into a butterfly. And after turning into the butterfly, he told Alice to eat the mushroom, the both sides. Now remember, mushroom is like a circling. So just to figure out which is one side and which is the other side. And one will make her get big and one will make her get small. Now, when she gets big, remember she got big before, and what did she become? She was in the mushroom house, a psychedelic plant, or a fungi. Now she becomes a tree. And there's a bird on top of her head. Now, I know you cannot hear, but the bird just referred to her as a serpent. Now the bird is crying. Serpent. But I'm not a serpent. Now, if you notice, she has to be declaring that she is not this and she is not that. She has to tell him that she is not a weed. But she's a weed. Now she's telling the bird that she's not a serpent. Now, if you can recall that in our vibration, we have highlighted the feathered snake as it relates again to the whole Christ figure. This is the feathered snake here in the Mass of Lord Pakal. We can't break down all of that right now, but I'm sure, I am almost 100% positive that everyone that is listening tonight has some idea of the science of the feathered snake as told, by ourselves. But just to run through it quickly, the science of the feathered snake is the science of the sun. And of course, the sun is the symbol of God, really, the symbol of God. So when you understand the rotation of the sun, the electromagnetic field line of the equator, which rotates once every 26 days, and the electromagnetic field line of the poles, which rotates once every 37 days, because of that specific difference in rotation. Every 87.5 days, they continually collide with each other. I mean, the field line, the electromagnetic field line of the sun just continue to smash into each other. So they become so encoiled and entangled that they burst from underneath the surface of the sun, creating what is known as a sunspots. Now, the sunspots now, they can be measured. Pardon me, you see them on a computer graph in a formation that is similar to how we used to carve out the feathered snakes in ancient time. In fact, they have carvings of feathered snakes that have shown themselves to be perfectly aligned with electromagnetic, the 11-year sunspot cycle seen on a computer graph at specific times. Now that's amazing. Eh? I don't know if you pick up what I just said. When you look at the 11-year sunspot cycle on a computer graph, you know, just like how this snake with the feathers look, it's the same thing. The snake with feathers that have been seen on glyphs, different parts of the world, that when you align them with specific graphs of the 11-year sunspot cycle, they're perfect even down to the feathers. That is just to show you the heights of meditation that we were carrying thousands of years ago. So my point is that we had the understanding, that's my point, we had the understanding or the comprehension, the understanding that the science of the sun was related to the snake with wings. So this is why throughout mythology, science, history, you always see this concept with the bird and the snake. We highlight Tutankhamun with the bird and the snake on his mitre or on his crown. We highlight the Christ saying that just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so shall I, the Christ, be lifted up. We highlight the medical symbol when you see the two snakes wrapped together and the wings flapping out. That symbolizes the feathered snake or the snake with wings. So the snake with wings, Quetzalcoatl, the ancient Mayan tradition, it's nothing funny or spooky, it's reality and can be seen in science. And that is one of the things we highlighted when we decoded the movie Hoodwink. Remember in the beginning of Hoodwink, the police was telling the badger, as the police was telling the reporters, hey, you with the feathers, get behind the snake. You remember that? You with the feathers, get behind the snake. And the very first time I saw that movie, that was the line that hooked me. It's right at the beginning. And I said, hey, I remember where I was when I saw that movie. I wasn't even in my house. I was in St. Lucia by a brethren. And he wasn't there. And I went by him to look at something, a specific program that I did there in St. Lucia. And it would air on Sundays. So after the program was over, they brought on that movie. And I was just about to get up. And when I heard that, you with the feathers, get behind the snake, I said, what? And I sat down and I watched that movie and I just saw it all. I said, oh, wow, this is some serious stuff. So these little cartoons, they're filled with the high science. The feathered snake. So, oh, wow, this is some serious stuff. So these little cartoons, they're filled with the high science. The feathered snake. So, I am telling you that Alice represents a God figure in this cartoon. So the bird represents the feather, and she, as the bird, is referring to Alice as a serpent. That's the feathered snake right there. And Alice is big again, and she's now a tree. She's represented now as the tree of life in her full form, in the same way that she was the mushroom, because she represents the plant. She represents the psychedelic material that will carry you through that rabbit hole, that will carry you through the different dimensions. That's why everybody is smoking. Serpent, Marianne, that's what the rabbit called her, the same rabbit she trying to run down. He referred to her as Marianne. What time are we?
8:46.
8:46. So this smile here comes from the Cheshire cat. He's not seen smoking anything, but he's definitely on something. He definitely stands out as one of the outstanding figures in this movie here. Can you stand on your head? Okay. Now, obviously, he would have really had Mrs. Alice or Miss Alice going around in circles. Our time is coming to a conclusion. I'm just taking a deep breath as I'm meditating how to run through all of this. Now, the Cheshire Cat is seen on the St. Wilfrid Cathedral. This is in Cheshire also. And St. Wilfrid Cathedral. This is in Cheshire also. And you can see statues of this cat here. Look at here. On the church building. So this grinning cat ain't no makeup thing, eh? This is a real philosophy.
Blessed love to each and every one. Give thanks for your presence. Give thanks for the Sabbath upcoming. What a joy. Glorify Emperor Haile Selassie I. Give thanks to Prophet, Priest, and King, Father, Son, and Holy One. Yet it is a joy. Another edition of Chalice Talk is here with you. And I'm just putting my chalwat together with some high grade, definitely. Going to blaze up one of our chalices from the man Medi. You know, Medi, our brethren right here in Antigua. And in fact, interesting, we're going to have a wonderful chalice talk today. We have three mighty brethren that should be coming in. We have the Honorable Prophet Daniel with us, who is also a master chalice builder as well. In fact, some of the chalices that you would get from us come straight from the manja Daniel himself. And of course, he is the owner and producer of R7 Productions, for sure. What's the right name of the R7 Designs? Yes, R7 Designs. So he'll be here with us. We have the man Ija Star as well, man Prophet Jeff from Ija Star Mindset, and all the way from Trinidad we'll be having Prophet Sheldon with us, and we will be speaking all things Bobo Shanti and the future. That is definitely our reasoning this evening going into the Sabbath. So it's going to be a joy. This is Chalice Talk. Get your chalwa together. As we said already, if you do not have your chalice, what you need to do is definitely order your chalwa. You can contact iPrecise27@gmail.com and you could definitely set your order. In fact, all of these chalices you're gazing at here, these were produced by the said Honorable Prophet Daniel as well, talking about R7 Designs. And let me just give you a quick word. You can contact the Honorable Prophet Daniel directly too. He's also on Facebook as Daniel as well, so you could definitely link him up there. And as I said, you could also contact we have chalices that are made here in Antigua. The good brethren is in the USA. So wherever you are internationally and you need a chalwa, you shouldn't be running and trying to figure it out. You could definitely contact us right here on Chalice Talk and you will get your chalice. So the next time we come and sit with you, you should be blazing your cup because it is Chalice Talk. And definitely we're going to be having a wonderful sit down this evening. In fact, I'm just going to look and see if the good brothers are already in the room. Or before I go there, let's not forget that we're going into a brand new lecture series that will be beginning next Saturday evening, the 24th of July, 2021. This one is entitled The Living Gods of Kemet. What did I say? The Living Gods of Kemet. A three-part lecture. The first part will be dealing with Tutankhamun and Akhenaten. This is a free online lecture. Part 1 and Part 2, free online lecture. You can see it live on the YouTube. As I said, that's Saturday the 24th. We will start at 7 p.m. sharp. You understand? And it is something you should be looking forward to, something I know you will full joy. Make sure you link us on the Instagram, talking about Institute of Holistic Knowledge, and of course on Facebook, Priest Isaac, Institute of Holistic Knowledge. Wonderful. All right. So as I said, we'll be looking to go into what is known as the Chalice Talk, or let me just remind you, of course, get your young ones enrolled into the International Homeschool Cosmic classes today. For sure, you know we offer astronomy and African heritage. For sure, you know our classes are set out every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. Remember, the classes are in video form, so they appear in your inbox. This is something that your young ones will definitely delight in. All right. So as I said, looking forward for the brethren them to come in the house and dwell with us and hold a little meditation as we go into Chalice Talk. Just give me a moment, nothing more than 5 seconds, and let me make sure that the brethren are here with us as we go into another realms. Black Christ, Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Yes, family, blessed love once again as promised. We definitely have the warriors them in the house. I'm still awaiting the Honorable Prophet Sheldon. Let us pray the Most High guide and protect him safely coming in. I know it is sometime with the Sabbath preparation. But let me give thanks for sure. We definitely have with us the Honorable Prophet Jah Daniel, definitely in the US, and we have the Honorable Prophet Jeff Igestar, if I'm not mistaken, with us here in the UK. Definitely all Africans in the house. It's a joy, you know, I must say, to be sitting with them, two brethren here together in one forum. And this is what it's all about. It's a mindset, you know. It's an African Liberation Network vibes. That's what we are promoting here. And it is Chalice Talk. And as I said, this evening, we are going to be talking about Bobo Shanti and the future. All things Bobo Shanti, all things futuristic. Here we are going. But because it's Chalice Talk, we're not going to really begin the talk yet until we light up and do the sacrifice properly. So while I get our meditation together, let me just give the brethren them a moment, you know, declare it and bless up the international community before we begin. So let me just go over to the African Liberation Network. As I said earlier, this is the founder and the founder of R7 Designs. Even the great poster you're looking at here is the Honorable Jah Daniel, who produced this for the Chalice Talk specifically. And again, as I said earlier, even the array of chalices you're looking at in the background, foreground, and even the painting, all done by Jah Daniel. Give thanks to the mighty warrior with us. Blessed love, Jah Daniel.
Blessed love, my Lord. Blessed love to all of you. Just give thanks for life, above all things. Rastafari. Glad to be.
True, my Lord. Give thanks. Give thanks. Give thanks. It done no short and sweet because we have enough to talk about. And let me just cross over again now to not cross over, but go over to the one. Prophet Jeff, of course, everyone know Prophet Jeff, definitely talking about daily knowledge coming up. I just start mindset from all different angles. If you want to know what's going on in the world, for sure, you got to tune into I just start mindset. Definitely on the YouTube and other networks. And I know before we go to bed, you will give you all the details. Honorable Prophet Jeff, blessed love to the eye.
Blessed love, my Lord. Do give thanks, you know, for life, health, and strength, and give thanks to the art of Sabbath, you know what I mean? And yeah, give thanks I and I who there upon the platform, my Lord. It's a great honor and a privilege still, you know?
True,
so, yes, sir. Peace and love to the world.
True, my Lord. Well, as I say, we're not even going to hold up right now. We're going to look at, for those who may not know, we're going to take a look at, you know, the Honorable King Emmanuel in flesh, who's really the founder, leader, and president of this Congress here. And as customary in Chalice Talk, you know, we definitely light up our chalices. Well, at least another host going to do that. and we take a few moments just to grow. That's really the rules of Chalice Talk for everyone. So it's not just a start the program and we talk. We take a moment to elevate and meditate and grow in the elements, pardon me, and respect the tree of life itself, and of course the chalwa. So I'm just gonna bless my chalice, blaze it up. We take in a little of the black rice, and then we go into the reasoning. Holy Emmanuel Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks to the Sabbath day upcoming. Give thanks to the blessings. Give thanks for how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in one unity. We pray the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be acceptable in the sight of the living eye. King Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Blessed love and
You describe to me what your religion is about that you have here.
Oh, my religion is freedom, redemption, repatriation, through our one violent victory, that Ethiopia, that Africa, that Jerusalem, that Sababa, Africa, our unit, there are contact, it's in Ethiopia, Crownhead, that Crownhead, and we are also defending Africa, well kingdom, well government, and we show why, and we Crownhead, that Crownhead, Zion, and the children, Israelites, the house of Israelites, of Ethiopia, royal sons and daughters. New Jerusalem shall rise up to them in this last day by our Lord Negosai, Selassie, Rastafari, Holy. We are here also defending one pure modesty and poor Selassie in the moment at this time in spiritual blood. There we are, and also the word of the Honorable Messiah Garvey. There is the Africa, for the Africans, for those at home and those abroad, or where we are international field, where we are setting up. The Republic in this time, the house of Israel, in this time, you're not going to have no government, as we see at the same moment. The man we are shall arrive before we have a government. We are waiting now for the our man, the Queen Elizabeth, to bring up here to all nations, our people, to prove this man in the country of Jamaica. We are man in the country, individual, no one to give no trouble, and no one to trouble him because that individual, which is Lord of our Lord, has been said, the honor, the red, black and green, the red, yellow and green, purple and star.
Could you explain that to us? What does that mean?
I really said, when Queen Elizabeth, they come here, 1966, I think said, honey, a red, yellow and green stars, a red, yellow and green, red, black and green star also, a black star also, a black star represents the house of Israelites, Africa, royal sons and daughters, or in the Western world, in Jamaica and the whole world, at home. That's the meaning when I say so, because these are King's house, and it's about to all these are King's house, before this man was there, Bedan was there at the time for Bedan dead, and he said, when Bedan come out and said, what you done at King's house, in the middle of Majesty, the Queen, and the helper, Philip, all of them bow to the emblem, and the emblem under his fourth pole of flag, the red, white and blue, and the red, yellow and green, red, black and green, and black and sugar and a pole, and so and other English, more time.
Can you describe to us the beliefs, some of your beliefs of Bobo Shanti?
Oh, I describe you and tell Bobo Shanti. I couldn't say them more than you tell Bobo Shanti God, more time, It's surprised to me when say so, because the poor world was them, and them, So I could say so.
For instance, one of the things you believe in is like the Sabbath. You keep the Sabbath.
Oh, true. That is clear.
Explain that to me.
Well, the Sabbath day now, we keep it holy, Exodus 20 and Exodus 31st. Means that no man to produce such day, do no selling, and no shopping, and no fire making up, and no cut a tool, or do no tools in such day. And the one who such day, you put it there, and produce today, and you put it there. That I used to be working upon the Sabbath, or that that's in the hand of the world of people. Because you did commandment undone, and travel somewhere that you know the travel will. So that is the principle of the commandment when we go to the food this year, or if it's through the volume, the food this year about Father, you know, about right.
Holy Emmanuel, that's yeah. That's the brethren them could unmute your mic. Give thanks, family. Just listening to the voice of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards there. There's a little bingy rocking in the background. And I think them is the fingers of the Honorable Priest Daniel. Talk about chief musician, Priest Daniel. Hear them hits here, man. Sound like a piano. Yeah, man, real musician. Yeah, family, give thanks to the life, give the keeper of life. Yeah, man, all blessings. Welcome everyone to the Tiger's Nest, you know. What a joy. Again, yeah, we just got a bit of the Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards there, you know, speaking. That's an interview in 1982 for those who do not know. Ones would, from time to time, ones would tell me that somebody needs to translate, you know, what the man is saying there, because, you know, either they can't understand or, you know, I always that kind of vibe, because for sure in the very early days it was a little struggle there for myself too, as you know, the expression, you know, of the man. You know, I find the Honorable Priest Shimran very, very clean in you know, clarifying, because I still don't understand every word. I might have a good idea what the king is saying, but sometimes a few words kind of escape, you know. Some people align that with prophecy and history of him with the voice of many waters, the voice on many waters, you know, the rolling thunder voice. And they say when you hear Jah talk in flesh, is different than them cassette things, and so that man be watching. But give thanks still, but I know for sure, you know, in the beginning, the man asked him, what the question was? What was your religion? What is your religion about? And the man said, my religion is freedom, redemption, and international repatriation. What is that? All man go under their own violent victory. Just them levels he go on for a good while. He never really quote no scripture. I don't even think he quote the scripture in that part of the reasoning for the whole reasoning. Anything, and you know, he just like on a level where man dealing with man rights, man dealing with man justice, equal justice, and all of these different things. So hence the reasoning, my brethren. This is Charlie's talk, and we freeing it up. I'm really gonna go around the table. I hope the other brethren do come in. I'm really gonna go around the table, but as we still go around, you know, feel free to come in at any time, whatever the case is, because it's reasoning, we're reasoning. And I wanted to be on that level there. But now I'm saying now, the Congress going forward, we know the standard that the Black Christ has left for us. And I think, I mean, as far as a blueprint, and him said, and even as scripture would say, that greater works than these shall he do. And we must, in all honesty, admit that as a body still or a goodie, we haven't reached to that standard yet as it relates to the greater works. So there are many different aspects, Rastafari, but Bobo Shanti I want to concentrate on. There are many different aspects of Bobo Shanti, you know, that stand out. We are a government, we are governmental, we are parliamental, we are churchical, and we are sabbatical. Them is different construct of one government. Even churchical is still a bit different than sabbatical. Because churchical is a daily thing in the Congress. Many of us as Congress members, we don't live the churchical. You know, way number one, we are away from a Congress, from an establishment. But then how many of us take up our Bibles and do our Psalms readings in the morning to the best of our ability? You know, to the best. You may not be able to hit the drum and blow the horn and do the fullness 3 times a day. I don't know. But what do you do that you can do? Because it's churchical, statical. Statical come to me. And statical sounds like governmental, but it could be still different. You know what I mean? Because I still, yes, is a government. I is a government itself. And yet still we deal with a lot of statical affairs. So these are the you know, the aspects I wanted to look at it at, you know, and again, sabbatical, that's a next level all by itself, you know, because Sabbath has so many realms to it, you know, even as Bobo Shanti, you know, the clothes the clothesline that you hang your clothes on the Sabbath is supposed to have all that take down before 12 o'clock. I think the Sabbath is the first thing that the Father talked about on the Constitution. In the Constitution, he said, Friday shall be designated the Sabbath day, but Saturday is the Sabbath. But he just show you how important the Sabbath be. As Empress Maisie said, you know, you start to prepare for the Sabbath as soon as the Sabbath done, you know. Yeah, Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Rastafari. So I gonna start with Prophet Jeffrey, you know, as I say, not too much a question and answer, you know, because I know all man, you know, I just fueling the reasoning. But as far as Bobo Shanti and the future, where we are, where we're going, how is your outlook on it, I should ask? You know, in any which way. It doesn't even have to be in the ways that I just came with. How do you see us as a goodie? As I just drop it on all the aspects so you could see, well, for real, it's a broad thing. And moving forward, and we know what King Emmanuel set down. You know, how you gauge it, my Lord? Yes.
My Lord, Honorable, give thanks again for the platform, my Lord, and you know, give thanks again for and Father and Mother of creation. Give thanks to the Black Prophet, Marcus Messiah. Give thanks to the Black Christ in flesh. Holy Emmanuel, Haile Selassie, Jah.
Rastafari.
Is a great question, if it's a question still. Which part from where we are come from to which part we there now? I don't even know. I know it's a freedom still, but if I ever start to really talk some of the things that we really want to talk, it probably have a cause you have to take down this when you put it up. But we're forward a long way, a far way, and I think that, you know, we could do much better than which part with the writer now still. See, I don't think we're anywhere great at this point in time when we know some of the internal issues that we have as a Congress. You know what I mean? Some of the things them we probably not going to be able to reason upon the platform, yes, sir. See, but I and I know where we stand as a Congress, you know what I mean? And we should be doing much better, far better, see, than what we are doing now. The man said the lease is precious still, you see. So we give thanks to the little, and we give thanks to everyone where do what they can, see, because that is imperative. Is when you're not doing nothing, it become, it come away. But give thanks to the little still. But as a Congress officer, we can do much better. There is enough brothers and sisters within the Congress that are, very intellectual on different levels, where, we could progress as a Congress. I don't think we're progressing. I don't think we're progressing. You know what I mean? And we should be, because we have all the we have the blueprint then, or the black print then.
Yeah,
see,
I like that black print. Yeah, that's all.
We have the black print of what Marcus Garvey laid down in the beginning, because we say black supremacy in righteousness of salvation, and Marcus Garvey was that black Pan-Africanist where, walk black, talk black, eat black, dress black, you know what I mean? So we have that self-reliance that Marcus shows as a people, see? And then when we came to Dada now, Dada shows another level of self-reliance. Even if Marcus did speak on a theoretical level, then Dada come with the practical side of it by building the broom, building the mat, the slanders, and all these things. We should say, yeah, we not have to depend on anyone. We can be self-sufficient and progress as any other organization then. Let's put it as that. But we as on a collective level, I not see the Congress progressing. I don't see the Congress progressing. You know what I mean? And we should be progressing. You know what I mean? We should be progressing because
but you agree
globally.
But you agree that it's all of us still, yeah?
Yeah, man, it's all I and I, man. That's why I refer as the Congress. So it's all I and I who, is a part of the Congress, whether you're crown or you're not crown. Marcus Garvey said born and unborn. So, you know what I mean? Right across the board, my lord.
Because, even something, my lord, glorified. Because, they rightfully say, this is not a forum for anything to be said as such, but even just the idea of three bubble man sitting together on a worldwide network saying something, that alone is going to cause a vibe. It's just natural. No matter what, just believe me, especially speaking of Congress issues, but really what it is just a forum that we're creating for the discussion. This is not as if it's like, calling 462 and 5555 and anybody jump in and chat anything. We are adults here, and we know exactly what we have to mitigate out to the people and what is for behind the curtains. And there's nothing at all wrong with us gathering together, to speak to the nation, especially a lot of youths, citing this order here and seeking for a better understanding and reality. To be honest, we don't want to bring them into the soap opera at all. It's just about the work and, the mission, as I say, the black print, you know, as far as it goes, you know. But if I could ask Honorable Prophet Jah Daniel still to even, you know, step in with a word as what one would refer to as a youth. And even my Lord, even there is stepping on my platform, you know. I don't know why every time I come on my platform, it is some sort of row over the eye presence and whatever it is that the eye has to say. But yeah, the word has come to me, and you know, I would advise ones to careful what they say. You know, things that's come to, you know, recording and so, you know, recording, you know, of ones who don't know whoever in the room with them recording them live. I can clearly tell you. So the thing dread on a level too. But I'm just saying now, as a youth, you are actually like you're like the chief engineer and many other things as it relates to the last 6 seminars that went out from the Africa Rastafari and new faculty of overstanding in this time. Well put together, my Lord. And I know you are a big part of gathering all the guests that came and speak about Rastafari issues across the board. And many things were covered, nothing even close to what we're talking about here, all the different aspects on 6 different occasions. So it's obvious that you are a soldier on the battlefield. So that is why I know you would have something to say. As I said, we're not, as I said, we know that King Emmanuel is the Christ. Let me put it that way. And he said that greater works than him we shall do. We have some great works to do. Marcus Messiah Garvey called how many people without Facebook, without internet and no views and all of these different things. So this is why I'm saying here now, as a youth, what I would put forward as I going forward as Bobo Shanti, from your perspective, and not just a youth, you know, I well seasoned in it and have touched base with many different aspects that one's never touched base with in this Congress. What you would say as us going forward to the future?
Well, I would say we have to really like identify what is the EABIC. You know, what is a Bobo Shanti? What are we doing? You know, is Nyabingi order the fullness of our liberty? Is it wearing the clothes? Is it the titles? Is it, you know, like it's a lot, you know what I mean? It's principles, it's an order, it's a church. Like you said, it's 5 different things: a church, state, parliament, Congress, and Sabbath, you know? So all of us should be functioning in every, you know, area. And we have enough technology that even during COVID, it's like there's so much that we could do remotely that we don't even have to travel. Like before, there was no priest unless they were crowned and made a priest in Jamaica. You know what I mean? But nowadays you can be crowned a priest in a lot of different places. And, you know, there's information that's available that we could be, like, say they used to put together a lot of pamphlets back in the day. Nowadays, I mean, you don't even have to print the stuff. You could just even make e-pamphlets or something like that. But so the level of capacity that we have to do all the things that we need to do to move our people forward and our Congress from lowland to highland, it's like we can do it, but there seems to be an element of stagnation, which, you know, I don't want to point fingers, yeah, because that usually gets me in trouble. But, you know, when I reason with ones and ones from different areas, different ages, it usually is about the same kind of answer and the same response, that, you know, our government is not functioning fully, you know, for various reasons. But I think if the government aspect, say if the parliament can fulfill the 32 members and the committee can have its 14 members, and they actually function efficiently and effectively with new faces, you know, not the same people that have like all of these histories with each other, and like those kind of vibes block up, you know what I mean? Because certain ones is like anything they do is not going to get the support that it needs, or they just, you know, people have stigmas about themselves because of their history. And so some of those people is just like, I mean, as long as these people are in a position of like power, so to speak, then certain things won't happen. Like things can't grow when, like, say, like, all right, for instance, the people that were made parliament members, they were made parliament members when they were in their 30s, in their prime, probably, you know, 30s, maybe 40s. Right. Now they're elders, a lot of them. So it's like, without using tapping into the youth, it's not gonna do, you're gonna do the same things that you've been doing and expect a different result. And that's where we like are failing right now, because we're like hitting a wall and we try these different things. And I mean, you hear the different stories. There's been different WhatsApp groups. There's been attempts to revive the Congress, to get it going again, you know, to where it should be or could be. I don't really love the word should, but it doesn't happen. And, you know, some people lose faith and they're like, it ain't even no point, because people been trying for years, for 30 years almost, and still at the same place. So it's like, I mean, that tells you that it's something there, some ones, some things, some mentalities, some behaviors that are stopping it from growing. And even to look at it as a priesthood now, which is founded on, you know, the Black Christ who's teaching, when the Empress asked him, if Bobo Shanti could give one message to the world, the most important message, what would it be? He said, love. You know what I mean? So we supposed to, like, love is supposed to be our governing principle, you know what I mean? But the lack of love is what keeps us from you know, being tight. And like the word gum, we're not gummy, you know what I mean? And we could be, even though we're in different parts of the earth, we could be very gummy. We could meet each other, like, just like we're here right now. There could be different Zoom platforms, like, regularly. I mean, even like morning devotion, Psalms reading is like, we could do these things. I mean, of course, it's not going to be the same as being in the tabernacle, but you make do. I mean, you know, or else you just, especially with COVID, you can't really travel as freely and stuff like that. So it's like, are you going to let that stop you? Or are you going to adapt like the rest of the world and use new methods to do things that you've been doing, but you got to upgrade with the time? I mean, that's natural, you know, without losing your integrity and your principles and your tradition and things like that. You do have to progress, or else you become archaic and you become like a museum exhibit only. And it's something that doesn't even like function. It's not live anymore. It's a dead thing. And it's only for like, for show or something like that, you know? So, yeah, I would just say, in my opinion, what needs to happen is that the young ones, and when I say young, I don't mean like 20s. I mean people that's adults that have some experience, that have technical skills, to be coordinated in a way that we could govern the Congress even from different parts of the world. I mean, of course, we know the foundation is Jamaica, but the reality is that, one, there's not enough, it doesn't seem like there's enough strength on the hill for the parliament to come solely from there. So we have to look outside of Jamaica, and I mean, you know, Jamaica would never lose its position as the foundation. It never could, you know what I mean? But yeah, we have ones and ones in different parts of the earth, and, you know, the technical and technological ability that you would have in other places you might not have in Jamaica. And that's, you know, just, that's the reality. I mean, in more quote unquote developed countries, you have certain technologies that you don't have in other ones. But even in the, like, say in Jamaica, I'm sure there's internet cafes and things like that where people can meet and make certain things happen. But I'm just saying, like, for the sake of progress, don't let it be like a holdback that, say, like, the foundation isn't really together as it used to be. Because, I mean, yeah, Bobo Shanti is bigger than that right now. It's international, you know, as it has been for some time. But now it's like, I mean, just about every country where there's black people, you have some form of Bobo Shanti or some Rastafari who wear a turban or something like that. So I mean, we just, yeah, keep it moving. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, keep updating, keep trying new things, be innovative, think outside the box, use the youth. Because without the youth, I mean, where does it go? Like how many Bobo Shanti do you know whose children grow up and continue the traditions? Not very many. There's very few.
Yes,
so that
is very important.
Take note of.
Yeah, that's very important. We're coming up on an intermission there in a moment. But a few things that you said that really stood out, you know, even in your expression there that really, when you speak about how the morning devotion and these things could be carried out using the technology that even is, you know, available to us right now. That is something for even all of I and I to look into. You know, because we use technology and do different things as well. That's why I said this is a forum that we could use even. Just this is a step that we are sitting in. As I said, the work that you have been doing, you know, sitting in and also expressing that. And even to the credit of the parliament, you know, there is an international parliament. And from my understanding, they're even already dealing with an educational committee work. But as I said, we're going to take an intermission right now. And when we return, I want to talk about Rastafari, Bobo Shanti, the Bible, and going forward with that. Blessed love. Once again, blessed love. Give thanks, as I said, you're definitely with us right here in the Tiger's Nest, and definitely gone into the reasoning of Bobo Shanti, moving forward to the future. Bobo Shanti, moving forward to the future. Bobo Shanti and the future. Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. We have the Honorable Prophet Jadaniel and the Honorable Prophet Jajef. I just our mindset in the house with us. And of course, we are continuing the reasoning that we began even in such a subject area. And I was telling the Honorable Prophet and the Honorable Prophet as well, that whole idea of using the technology that we have right now, that was a very important point. And, you know, actually the morning devotion, and I commended the Honorable Prophet Moembe, who was with me Friday past, because I don't know if I didn't follow him up or anything, but he's the one that seems to be very stiff on his Psalms reading himself and his family, that he would post up daily, you know, the Psalms that was read and everything, you know, in this full order, and white on the Sunday, Monday and Wednesday, and black over white on the Friday, and these different things. So I'm just saying, you know, because even I, you know, went through a bit of tug of war once with a specific, not even one, a specific set of ones. You know, in the early days, ones used to keep, you know, the same way morning devotion and pull out the little table and put the book on the table and so and so. And yeah, man, that thing was a serious thing. Some man say, man, no, that's not jotting. You have to come to the Congress if you want to do it, and do it this way. I'm telling you straight, you know, straight. And it was like, what? It's like a word came to I and I know. Myself and Priest Kailash, he can stand witness for that. He know exactly who I talking about and when I talking about. You know what I mean? The ones even came straight to us, find themselves to us, you know, leave where they were. You know, they were in Trinidad. I just not calling no name. You know what I mean? Came to us, tell us clearly, hey, no, you're not supposed to be doing that. I said, wait, it's so far you come to tell man not supposed to be keeping service in house. I'm not lying to you. You think I'm going to come here and tell the lady, I can call his name, eh? I can call his name. He can't feel no way, you know exactly what's going on. Okay. I don't call a witness. So the witness can go on this program and say, no, man, I don't know what the man talking about. Yeah, that's how we talk. We straight. We have nothing to hide. So I just showing you how real the thing be. You know what I mean? Yeah, well, okay. In all respect, maybe he had one or two of the business to pass through in a sense, but I know he made it clear that he was on a mission to straighten out certain things. Because apparently when I got crowned priest, this is the vibes, when I got crowned priest, apparently that was the next thing altogether. You know, like other ones were saying, you know what I mean, Priest Akil moved too fast. Priest Akil consult nobody. Priest Akil, Priest Akil, you know, how you get this Priest Akil? What's wrong with him, man? But anyway, you know, so it was a thing, and apparently whatever man was doing, it was like a confusion. And so when they hear one's keeping up a little service and maybe ones would come over, say, no man, that's not the thing. I'll send them man on the hill, and maybe they think man was trying to crown people or whatever the case is, but that wasn't the case at all. You know. So I understand the vibes sometimes that, you know, ones have to check for, and I see the Honorable Priest, Honorable Prophet Sheldon Roberts has come into the fold, you know, but that story is a reality, eh? And I'm saying it to make nobody feel no way. Anything, I know ones will say, boy, hey, the man, they're telling people them things. No, I just showing you how the thing go. It's reality. We deal with flesh. You understand? As Ras Igestar say, Prophet Igestar, he has something in his back. I just hear him letting go on his little own platform. So still I give thanks for you know, the humility around here. I know he has some things that he can show in the fire. Honorable Prophet Sheldon, blessed love my Lord. You're not hearing the yet. You there? All right, this is Honorable Prophet Sheldon coming in there from Trinidad. Still, I would like to hear him coming still and chiming on the subject, but we can't. That's how it is with the whole internet sometime and the Zoom thing and that to do its own thing, you know. But yes, Honorable Igestar, once the king trying to get in. I don't know if you have anything to say on that subject area. But even before, you there, my Lord?
My Lord, yes, I.
No, Prophet Sheldon, you come in there? I see his thing. Sound like he's there. You don't come in as yet? Okay, whenever you come in, just heal us up, let me see. Okay. Yes, my Lord.
Bless the love, Honorable.
True, my Lord. Prophet, I just started, just give me a second. True, my Lord, give thanks to the coming in. Yeah, the reason it was going through, you know, we were talking about the Congress moving on. Bobo Shanti and the future, you know. And basically what we touched upon, you know, was well, the Honorable Prophet Daniel just spoke a moment ago, and he was speaking about, well, all of us were speaking about unity going forward, all of us saying that according to the blueprint that the Black Christ has left, you know, it's not to say we're looking on ourselves anyway, or we're looking to the world away, but we actually bigging up the Black Christ. The man leave a blueprint and a standard that, you know, we ourselves still kind of have not reached back to that standard. So as young ones amongst the Congress, we say we're just having a little platform amongst I to see what ideas we have, whatever it may be, as it relates to the Congress moving forward into the future. Let me just put it in that nutshell, and I can just continue from there.
Yeah, my Lord, bless the love, Honorable. Give thanks for the moment, give thanks to the program, my Lord.
True, my Lord.
Give thanks to the President, Daniel and Honorable Igestar, my Lord.
True, God and King.
Bless my Lord.
Give thanks to Monta Judah, you know. Give thanks for the blessed Earth Strong of the King. Yeah, well, concerning going forward now, Bobo Shanti, future going forward, my Lord. Well, King Emmanuel himself now, the Black Christ now, set up a parliament for the man to carry on the works. So, how the parliament is really active right now, you find nothing really taking place. You know, as Marcus says, if no one want to do it, someone will do it. You understand? So, going forward there right now, them elder man, them have to revive back the parliament flow on, you know. And from there now, things will manifest. But I pick up like that plenty little small thing between man and man, things we could really deal with still. But I know why the man I'm holding down the flow, my Lord. You know, guys? Going forward concerning Bobo Shanti in the future right now, we don't know the time is at hand. And as Bobo, we have to redeem the time. And if you want to share, you got to redeem the time. So just show we now, as what we're doing right now, we bring up the testimony, and we come and seal up the law among the disciples. So man could know well how we're going forward under the unity vibes, the Congress vibe, but you see how it rests really terrible. You know, so we end up in a way now where man now had to prepare for the maker. As Josh said, Gentile prepare for war, and Israel prepare for the maker. You know, as the prophecy go, I sure the Black Christ coming again in Egypt, Jamaica, in the Valley of Joshua. So once Christ coming again, you know, it does naturally, man, them gonna fix up Emmanuel Palace. I mean, prepare physically, spiritually, everything then, clean and spirit. You understand? Because it's about going forward right now, you understand? You know, my Lord.
Yeah, man. No, got you. I thought they did seal up. Pardon, got you.
No, well, you can go through the Honorable. You can go through them.
Yeah, you don't know, give thanks. Anyone can jump in if the designer. But yeah, give thanks. Well, they bring it on a different platform, but still, as I said, even before I came in, you know, I was saying, well, at least from my overstanding, you know, because I already broke down earlier that, I built up earlier that the Congress is government, statical, churchical, parliamental, sabbatical, figure, right? Yeah. Different, you know, aspects of it. You touch upon the parliamental a moment ago, and I was saying that my perspective, from my understanding, because the Honorable Prophet Daniel said that, you know, we should have an international parliament, but as I was saying, from my understanding, there is a international parliament working committee right now.
The point I was making is that it needs to have the full 32 members, not just, I know it's international, but it needs to be the full parliament and the full committee, the full government, you know? Yeah. It's not so much about the international part.
Okay, right. So the brethren saying, right. Okay, right. But I don't know what I say about that. Well, there is a parliament to some degree. In fact, I think they've just setting up some different committees and ministries from my understanding. So I don't know if you know of that.
Well, no, my lord. Well, concerning the parliament now, it's from the foundation itself, them foundation man, them, or man come together and
well, you know, even for the audience sake, what it is, you know, that the Honorable King Emmanuel would have set down a parliament, and you know, after time, one would have moved on, passed on, different little things would have happened. So obviously there would be a gap. So I would believe that it would be the ancient ones that are still with us and still in the faith, plus new ones that would fill those gaps. I would expect that's what it would be.
Not sure, minor.
But the point there I make is very key, and that again touch all aspects, you know, of it. But even again for the audience understanding, this is a government that was set down by the Honorable King Emmanuel, Charles Edwards, and a churchical order that was set down by the Honorable Emmanuel Charles Edwards. The idea is something interesting there, though. When you say the Black Christ shall return to Egypt, Jamaica, you say, right?
That's my lord.
You can clarify that prophecy for me. Just give me a clear. You mean like give me a clarity. You don't have to be too long, and then I move on. Just want a little clarity on that one.
Natural, my lord. Well, on the YouTube itself, right? It have a program named Words of the Black Christ.
Yes.
Words of the Black Christ. Yeah, my lord. When you listen to that full program now, with King Man himself speaking.
Yes.
King Man himself say, don't make them move at this time. The Black Christ himself speaking, right? Hear what words he use. He say, don't make them move at this time until the king come back and sit on the throne. Until Marcus come back into the world, and until Christ himself come again. Words of the Black Christ. That we can get that information from. Christ himself speaking and saying, coming back into the world then. It have a prophecy. I might can't quote chapter and verse right now exactly, but the Valley of Joshua, they're going to come down, all heads of government are going to come down there, even the heads of governments, and Emmanuel say, you please the people down in the Valley of Joshua. You please for them down there. And no government will get naked and thing because people will come and see the shame of the world then. For years, they're brainwashing the people, them and have them believing in this white supremacy then. It was. So when it comes in value now, and Joshua Fat now, and the heads of state, even the Queen of England, the Honorable Queen Elizabeth II, she will have to come down there too. You was prophecy and history. And yeah, if you was for people.
Yeah, man, I overs for real.
Yeah, man.
All right, Rastafari, positive. Yes, my Lord, give thanks and praises. Yes.
Honorable.
In general, Rastafari, even at this time, many ones will take a critical look at the Bible, and I wanted to see around the table one's consideration even of the book. I could go first, but I prefer not in this state here. I prefer that my explanation might really get too complicated, But Honorable Elijah Star, Honorable Prophet Jeff,
Majesty.
Bible itself now, let me just give a little rundown still, it's a book that I want to say the Emperor speak very highly of. The Emperor speak, I glory is in the Bible, etc., etc. But the ones now that will tell you, well, it's a good book, but, it's not a holy book. All right, you have some vibes in it, but it well corrupt and too much man play up in that. And you have a next set of man will tell you, no, man, that's a white man book. But at the same time, most ones that have cited the king, especially from maybe my generation at least, is Revelation 5, verse 5. Me for sure is Revelation 5, verse 5. Eh? That is that no matter whatever I may think of the Bible, I can't disappear. So I'm just putting it on the table in reasoning what ones would consider of the book, the Bible, as far as I and I going forward. Blessed Lord.
Yes, my Lord, as I say, some no see it as a holy book, and some would say, boy, it full of hole. You know what I mean? Some would say it full of a hole. So, but from which part I stand still, you have to look on it very important that King Emmanuel, who is the founder of this organization, is the Bible in use. So you probably can question it, then, but that would be the man that you'd have to question then why you use the Bible, why it wasn't any other book, because there was so much books out there. But that I prefer to use the Bible. So within that respect, then you have to give the book some respect, right? And when His Majesty said, boy, him glorifying the Bible, you have to put another respect on it. That's what again. See? And when Marcus, as a man who themselves was a preacher, also, see, and probably was a Roman Catholic themselves in some books that we read, you know what I mean? So, them virgin they use them glorifying it.
All three of them.
All three of them. See, and all three of them, man, there is you'd have said the head cornerstone of Rastafari, what we have now as Rastafari, as right across the board with different houses, not just I and I as Bobo Shanti. See, because even a lot of houses burn the Bible, but you still hear them quote the Bible. And you'd say, boy, what kind of conflict this is? Because if you burn something, then you should have used something else now to justify whatever means then you have to quote the Bible. So within that, we see, boy, the book, you have to give it some, you have to give it some respect. But when you really look into it now, when you read it for yourself, you know what I mean, not just someone who hear mostly pastors speak or quote, you know what I mean, scriptures from the Bible. When you yourself read the book, then and yeah, I said, but all right, Jacob, for instance, Jacob was the son of Isaac, my Lord.
Yeah, natural, my Lord, my Lord.
Yeah, Jacob was the son of Isaac, and Jacob got out there and have 13 youth. See, 13 youth Jacob have, you know, and when you look how Jacob get all these 13 youths, today, in today's world, pardon me, in a today's, well, in the Western world, I'm gonna say, boy, older man, they have so much woman forget 13 youths. You understand? When you look on it like, when you look on it on that, because the 12th tribe of Israel is what this Israel now today where we have on this level come through a lineage of what you call it? Polygamy then. See? Okay. See? If that is what we can call it. So when you look,
but not
like
just that, it never comment. Well, not me comment, but not just that, but even to go deeper into that lineage, King Solomon's mother is the woman that David was spying on when she was washing her skin and telling man, hey, send her husband in the front line to die. That's King Solomon, and you know the importance of Solomon's lineage. I just put in that forward, but they can go through. Since you join them kind of reference there.
And even Solomon again now. Them say Solomon was a man who have how much wife and how much concubine. Then and is the next man where you hear people glorify Solomon in the Bible.
Right,
and probably why them glorify him, and not because I'm wisdom or him knowledge. Not for them glorify because, oh, what? Solomon did have a hole for woman, so you know what, I can't get a hole for woman too. See, that is how some ones may perceive this thing if them not overstand or really are God. This are the Bible of all of them something like, you know. See? All of these things. You know what I mean? It got early out in it and I show you, say, all right, watch here. You have certain people where the Bible they not tolerate, none at all. And when you look at these certain people now, and you would want to align them geographically, then you would look on Africa or the Far East of these people who do not accept or do not tolerate certain things that the Bible said, boy, is abomination. When you align, when you align it geographically, you can say, boy, all right, you know, it's these people over here, so the Bible really talk about. Because when you look in Africa, Africa do not accept certain principles or certain practices, right? And when the Bible, when Abraham, Zane, was questioned by God, can you find 50 righteous men over that place, the boss? And the man said, boy, John, we know, say, me not see 50 still there. And the man said, why you not see 30 neither? And the man said, John, you know, say, me not see 30. So the man said, you not see 20 of them? You not see 20 righteous men over there, sir? The man said, John, oh my Lord, me not see that. The man said, you can't find 10 of them. The man said, John, oh, that is a serious one, because not even 10. The man said, so what? You can't find 5? If you find 5, me would have spear them. You know what I mean? He would spear them, and it's how you look at spear too. You know what I mean? Because fear.
Yeah, but if I can come in there and even during the interest of time, as they with that reasoning there, you know, and even Prophet Sheldon hold this part even when he come around to the eye, but Jordan, I don't want to just touch a piece there.
Natural, my lord.
Yeah, but just hold that this meditation I gonna show now, just hold it too hard for when it come around to the eye. But Prophet I just I was showing a video with King Emmanuel about 3 Sabbaths ago when he was talking on the flag Lego. I don't know if they had check that one there. But that same video there, later down in the video, he's sitting down and he talking and he giving you that same story with Abraham. But you know, it's very hard to understand, eh? And the audio very low. Trust me, but I know he's saying it's years man clocking that video there. Years. Yeah, I can tell you some special things about the video. I don't even want to go into them things here. But anyway, attempted to tell you about it. Yeah. Yeah, so in the video, the king talking now, so he giving you the story of Abraham. He's showing you one day, Abraham and Sarah was in the field, and they look up and they say, 3 man. And Abraham something, and he tell the story, you know, and he give a little joke in it, you know, how he talking. Anyway, after a time, he started to say, Abraham, he to the part where God carry Abraham and show him how you deal with Sodom and Gomorrah. And he started to count down, but he started to count down from 10. He didn't start from 100 or he say, and God say, Abraham say, so if you find 10, my Lord, what you going to do? And God say, Abraham, I'm going to destroy them if you find something like that. And say, Abraham, God, if you find 9, and say, Abraham, and King Emmanuel talking and giving some jokes in the vibes, you know, saying, like, man, Abraham, you're too disgusting, you know. And you know, then he come and, but my Lord, one more time, don't be upset with me. If you find 5, Abraham, you're terrible, you know. Okay, if I find 5. Okay, my Lord, if you find 4, and he come all the way till 1. If you watch that video and listen, it's good. And then King Emmanuel started to laugh. He even take out his rag and wipe his eye. He crying, laughing. And, you know, I don't know if everyone around you get the vibes. Hear what he say. I myself missed that part. He said something, the one. Because he saved it. And he destroyed, and he was the one. Abraham was the one. This is what he's saying. Now, if you read the Bible, Lot was the one that was saved. According to King Emmanuel, in that reasoning, I know I hear what I understand. It clearly says, he reached down to 1. And when he reached to 1, he said, Abraham was the one. And he said it with such joy, and he laughing till he pull out his rag and wipe his eye. I say, yeah. So what I say now, remember King Emmanuel tell us the Bible is symbolic, you know, and I check out nothing about the man and even the way he expressed it, that not exactly the same as even the Bible. It's not riddle, and so the man having the baker hide the Bible. I learned that from Priest Akil too. And that's what I mean. So Jah teach us that the baker hide the Bible. So you have to sit down and try to figure out what kind of Bible they say, boy, the baker hide the Bible. But yes, Jah Daniel, give thanks. Anything you want to him.
Yeah, I would say the Bible is right, wrong, culture. You know, we know that. I'm pretty sure the Black Supremacy book says that. The Black Supremacy book also says Christianity is Satanism. So it's not the Bible. Because, I mean, if you look at it, there wouldn't be no Rastafari movement without the Bible. You know what I mean? Like, those ones, even from Ethiopianism, long before there was a Rastafari movement. You know what I mean? Over 100 years, there was, over 100 years before Rastafari movement, there was Ethiopianism, and Black people in the West were identifying with Ethiopia specifically. You know what I mean? So I don't think there's any talk of a Rastafari without the Bible. Now, where the problem comes in where people would even have a conversation about, is the Bible relevant or is it good, is because of religion. You know what I mean? People's minds taking things too literally, people being stuck and not being able to think outside of a certain, you know, paradigm, I guess. And, you know, stagnation, you know what I mean? Like, so there's nothing wrong with the Bible. You know, our chorus says,
and interesting, I stick there a little bit. Interesting that is not that he stick, but he stick on our chorus thing. So that's the next thing. Because even I myself, ones would come up to and I clearly with the you know, the hymn books man does use. You know, the Sankey hymn book and the different ones and these different things. But it's all a level of elevation, because even the same Bible, you know, the man don't tell us, and I have to write our own Bible still again, you know, because elders will teach you that the same Bible, the Father said that man shall throw that in the river when we go up the Nile. Yes, my Lord, you're in again.
Yes, Honorable. Bless the love, Honorable. All right.
No, before I make Prophet Daniel just seal up his point and then come to the end. Sorry. He back in. You there, Prophet Daniel? Or like he freeze again. Go to them, my Lord. Go to. When he come in, we just have back to him.
Yeah, man, give thanks for Honorable John Daniel, man.
Yeah, man.
Concerning, you know, well, the Holy Bible, my Lord, the Bible, my Lord, that's the only book I know from small to now is the only book of Holy.
Aye.
No, man. King Emmanuel, so we know. The Black Christ show where the Bible is symbolic and literal. It was take the good for itself and leave the rest. You understand? So, Bobo Shanti order a foundation from on the Holy Bible. The foundation of Bobo Shanti is keeping itself holy. Exodus 20 and Exodus 31. It have no other books could show them Exodus 20 and 31. You know, so King Emmanuel, the Black Christ now, Selassie embrace the Bible. Without the Bible, a man have no hope for salvation.
Aye. Yes.
No hope.
No hope. That's the words the king say.
No hope, my. So, just by that word, you know you need the Bible. That's natural.
I hear that.
Natural, my Lord. So that's why glorify part in the Holy Bible, the Trinity in the Bible. It was. Don't matter the white will try to tamper the Bible, they couldn't change the truth, my Lord. They couldn't change the truth. And we as man know what the eyes to see now and know the right from the wrong. And
right from the wrong.
That ordained we, my Lord, to see that too. That ordained we. So do a portion of man who that's natural, with the power of Rastafari, will know the Bible, that's natural. And you know, it's enough man read the Bible now and interpreting them own way. Churches, religions, all these churches out there. People coming to go in churches, and it's just white supremacy this guy is teaching. Strictly white supremacy because they're under the WCC, which is the World Council of Churches. They have to teach what they get ordered, what they get handed down to teach. They can't teach their own thing. So these guys teaching the whole world now the same doctrine. When they're dead, they have to go, only when they're dead, they can see God. The gift of God is eternal life. All these chapters and verses don't really teach people them at all. Worldwide, they don't teach people about life. And so people now, they don't really check the Bible serious level because everything is still amended. But that the book now we know we can hold on to and gain life. But due to the brainwash teaching and you don't know, my Lord, Rome, the conquerors from since them time to then. We live in modern Rome right now. The Trinity come on earth. Everything Bobo Shanti linking with it in the Holy Bible. All the great kings of Africa, all them man Mochu, Father Abraham, all them man them in the Bible. So last say never Emmanuel Marker, they never come and fight these things. That's the we know. The white will the white will tamper with it because the original Bible have, as we know, 82 books.
Yes, I.
And they only give me 66. Emmanuel himself say we have mastered the 66 books of the Bible too, no my Lord. Yeah, the Black Christ himself said that we must master the 66 books of the Bible.
Of course, I hear the eye. I totally in agreement. I can just come in here and put something to the eye. My thing now, just quickly, is that as the Black Christ says, you know, symbolic right and wrong and all of that. But I think the symbolic is more than just right and wrong, you know. It's a very deep book, the book highly coded. I know the eye does hear I talk, and so the book deep and highly coded. Now, as man is intelligent being, reasoning right now, it look like the prophet coming good, you know. As man is intelligent being, reasoning right now, I just ask in the eye now, as far as the interpretation of it, like, let me put out some clear things. Jonah gets swallowed by the fish. Give me the next one. Joshua stopped the sun.
The Red Sea?
Moses part the Red Sea, yeah. And my princess said at the same time as the I said, and yeah, wow, bless him. Just no, but it's reasoning, you know. It's reasoning. It is reasoning. Somehow we feel, we need to talk about that. No, it's reasoning. It has to do with your psychology, you know, because man could put a good argument that all of them things highly symbolic. You want to say, Prophet Daniel, let me make the prophet come in this. I'm over that.
That's my Lord.
Through my Lord, give thanks. Yes, I was, you know, I was saying, eventually, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good now. You're good now.
Am I being heard? Okay, good. So I was saying eventually we would be, you know, as I know the culture, that once we cross the river, we dash away the Bible, you know what I mean? So it serves its purpose. It showed us prophecy and history and things like that, but it's not we can exist without it. We did exist without it because
it freezes me there, just to let you know, because you'll be talking. It freezing, eh? It freezing, Prophet Daniel. Not you freezing, it freezing. It didn't look like he hear me neither. I know how it is, and it freezing, my Lord. Try to go out and come out and come in again, eh? Sorry about that, because he may have missed some of what we were saying before. You know, that's what the collaboration was all about. But okay, my Lord, let's just go on it now. Prophet Jeff will come to you, right? Oh, he's still talking to you. My Lord, it's freezing now. It real slow. The pull is slow. Yeah, it's not there. But you know me, Prophet Sheldon. Christ was born from the Virgin, and so coming to you, Prophet Jeff. We're going, you know, no, just freedom.
When to become one, when two become one, you come like a virgin again, you know, one same break your wedlock. So
it's an interpretation.
That's right.
Okay, fair enough. But the king, like, yeah, okay, fair enough. No, just overstanding, because it's just reasoning too, you know, because it is important, because, you know, the interpretation, you know, and we teaching young ones coming in, and trust me, ones coming with questions too. So some of us are like to pretend, well, we didn't have a good day, and that's not important right now, and just deal with what the man says. So yeah, but the man says to study to show yourself approved. You're good, Honorable Prophet Daniel? The king like in the woods, they're getting some. But anyway, that's how it is in the woods. Give thanks for being in the woods. All right, my Lord, give thanks still. We're going to have to take maybe one more intermission before we go in. But, you know, I really want to touch upon a bit of economical unity amongst I as Bobo Shanti in this growth. Even before the I came in, we were talking about something on that level, but I think it was more in general as far as, you know, the Congress and its outlook, but still as strong ones in this, and even I and our economical future, because there's nothing really moving on without economics. That is something that I would want to touch upon. I really wish I could get Prophet Daniel to just get that, so he could just even say a last word here before we change that subject area. You understand? But my Lord Prophet Jeff, you have anything to say maybe in a minute before we take that one more intermission? Minute and a half.
Yes, Bobo. I hear the I say some couple of times now that we can't leave generational poverty.
Yeah, man.
See?
Oh.
And we have to have generational wealth. See? So that is imperative, you know what I mean? Because at some point we are gonna make such move, and what is gonna be there for the next generation coming. You know what I mean? We have to see that them have a platform, or them have something to support them. You know what I mean? Because the Bible also said that a good father leave an inheritance for his children. So when you look on it on that level there, you see say the economics is imperative.
King, I got to jump in here. When we come again, we can just make Prophet Daniel say the words he wants on the Bible, and we go straight into that economic reasoning. Yes, family, just give us a moment. Yes, family, we are here once again. Blessed love. And give thanks for all sponsors of the Chalice Talk. And we are just awaiting the Honorable Prophet Sheldon to come in with us again. And we have the Honorable Prophet Daniel here as well. You know what I will do, Honorable Prophet Daniel? Yes, you can seal up now. I see you have set yourself in a little more better position. So what I would like you to do, you could seal up that point you were making on the whole biblical aspect. It's still good for that. And then I would just like to reintroduce the whole subject now, which would be basically our last touch for the Chalice Talk as it relates to our economics. Again, something that you have touched upon on a forum that you prepared. In fact, myself and I was on that very same forum too, as we were dealing with economics. But as I said, if you could give your sealing of words on that biblical aspect, my Lord.
All right, yeah. I don't know what the last thing I was saying. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, where were you now? Wow. Well, you were showing of the importance of it, but you did highlight that you got to get dashed in the river, and I actually was bringing up a point still to kind of give a little fuel there of, because it's an altar book and the whole thing of the hymn books, because we were told that we have to even write our own hymns too. We actually told that, because in reality, to be honest, I mean, every hymn I just pull by, I tell you the truth. But the point is that even these things, so to me, the end result is just I and I. But go through.
All right, my Lord. Yes, the point I was getting to is that I was reading something. It was something I saw on Facebook. I don't remember. I don't know if it was from I don't think it was from the Black Supremacy book, but maybe from a pamphlet or something like that. Definitely, from the office, the royal office of His Majesty King Emmanuel. So it was saying that our ancestors, our foreparents, were taken out of salvation and brought into slavery. So whatever they were doing before they left Africa was salvation, according to the way this was written.
Right.
So they weren't reading the Bible. You know what I mean? They weren't brought here from Ethiopia. So chances are they weren't biblical people necessarily, in the sense of like that's what they read and they live based off of that, like their religion and all of that. They had their culture, like the Archon people have their connection to biblical history and prophecy, for sure. So there's no doubt that they're the biblical people. But what I'm saying is that their culture was not coming out of a book. You know what I mean? It was coming out of their experience and their tradition, which is the book. You know what I mean? Like that's what gives the book its story, is our foreparents' experience. So it's like we are the people of we're the remnants of those same people. So there's no separating us from that aspect of, you know, I don't know, culture, history, tradition, whatever, but it's more for us to elevate beyond thinking in a box because of the Bible, but, you know, to be free still and use the Bible, you know, Psalms reading. What would we do for Psalms reading if we didn't have the Bible? And I mean, even like some of the hymns, I mean, even though it's like, yeah, we need to write new ones, it's like some of the hymns are really beautiful songs, you know? They really touch the heart, you know? So, I mean, all of it, it's good, but we can do more, you know? So it's like, we're not limited, but it's our, you know, we couldn't ignore it. We do have to give it the respect that is due, you know? Like you said, His Majesty glories in the Bible.
Yeah, man.
And yeah, his whole lineage, I mean, half of his lineage at least is from that tradition. You know, it serves its purpose.
Yeah, it's the speech, give thanks. It's the speech where he says, today man sees his hopes and aspirations crumbling before him. He is lost and perplexed and knows not where to turn. He must recognize that the Bible is his refuge. And as the Virgin did quote earlier, without it, there is no hope for salvation. I found that line very profound. Without it, there is no hope for salvation. My reasoning is that it has been interpreted very literally, even amongst I gone way off board. But as I said, give thanks. We will see that reasoning there for the time. I think I want to get into the economic. I see my Lord showing us a scripture there in the Bible. Is showing us, King? That is Prophet Sheldon. They will pardon me for this, yeah? Oh my, yes. Okay, I don't think, I'm not hearing you, if you're talking to I. All right, but anyway, what I was showing you, yeah, it looks like, from my end, it looks like he's getting his audio together. Yes, family, so as I said at the beginning of the program, this design was done by R7 Designs. This is the Honorable Prophet Jah Daniel, who's right here with us. He prepared this here for the chalice talk, very beautiful with the stars in the background, the foreground, obviously the ganja leaf, you know, as well. And as an artist, I mean, just to recognize that the stars are there, I know he'd appreciate at least, man, pick up the vibes. And of course, these chalices are specifically his work. And so you know, everything in one here, just showing you the fullness of what they call entrepreneurship as such. I think that's a French word or something that means businessman. But I is busy man said way, because busy is in business, busy. And that is one thing that we promote. Us getting, this is me personally, us getting a mind frame of you know, massive activity. The mindset of serious growth, real serious growth too, not just everything all right. The mindset of serious growth, especially as a unit. So, you know, to the future, as I said, the African Rastafari new faculty had a series of seminars, and one of these seminars or conferences, whatever the right term is, my brother, dealt with our economical state of mind or our economical growth going into the future. In fact, the Honorable Priest Dougie, who was with us previously, said that a report is coming out and ones will be able to get a glimpse at it, or look at it, I should say, and see exactly what came out of even that reasoning directly dealing with economy. But yes, family, there are individuals that full of idea as far as our economics. Before we go in, I know for sure we say, well, we need to pool resources together, and you know, because number one, we're not a unit really. We just scattered people all around the place, you know. It's not to say we're a unit, even if we are a member of the Congress too, you know, we just there. You you know. But that doesn't mean that there can't be some level of unity, some level of like-mindedness, some level of growth. Number one, as I said, one should be producing, one should be creating, one should be promoting, one should be marketing, one should make people know what they have, and then the rest of us supposed to support. To me, that's a big step. I mean, if we can't come together yet, because that seems to be a problem, I mean, all over. It's just this problem coming together and sticking together. Okay. But at least as individuals, trying to get above food, clothing, and shelter, and trying to maximize that. Maximize as much as you can. And whatever you have to promote it to the best of your ability. Make everybody see it. Because if they don't know you, they can't get nothing from you. You know, you could have the best thing to serve. But if nobody know you, never hear about you. You know me, you're supposed to feel bad when people don't know you. You don't know me? Who you? Who? Never hear about you. What? I got to step up my game because people supposed to know you. Because when they know you, that means they know what you have. A lot of people want what you have that they don't know you. You know how much people want them chalice here? Plenty people looking for chalice in it. But then they know you. Then they know me. I mean, we just here in this little corner. Yeah, straight. You know, we supposed to be seen by countless of millions into the billions. We playing around. And then we can't have enough chalice to send out over the world. Straight up, I just telling you how it goes. You know, and that's how we're supposed to think. You know what I mean? At least think so till you reach there. Nothing wrong with thinking, you know. It's not a sin to think. Just think, and really think from your heart and from your mind. You know? So that's how I look at it. And then have to put away that old Willie Lynch thing. We need to support one another. We need to support one another. Trust me, we not into that supporting one another. You don't want me to talk now. You know? When I talk, people say, oh, you shouldn't say so. I'm going to talk it, you know. No, no vexing, man. White people support you more. I ain't asking you. Yeah, let's go around this. I just mindset. Start again now. And I'll put a little touch to it.
That's stuff, all right.
Bless it.
Yeah, tell her. A real talk, my lad. That
they are selling the juice and they are thing they are pushing, they are watching the vibes, man. But go to.
Yeah,
they can even put up a thing, you know. If you can share it too, you know, if you have it in the background and they can pull it up. And I can give you permission to share. But go ahead, talk. Let me take you off your track.
True. The cohesion, Bobo, it is not there amongst us. You know, that togetherness, that Daniel did say earlier, we can be more gummier. You know what I mean? And we're not even gummy right now, but you know, we can be. You see? So these things are lacking still. Zin, and
share when you're ready to, right? Anytime ready, you can share it too. But go to.
Pan economically, Zin, we are struggle. As I say, we might get the support from outsiders than ourselves. You know what I mean? And that shouldn't be so. You know what I mean? That shouldn't be so. It look very poor. So we need to come together. You know what I mean? We need to, you know, come together. That is the only solution. Coming together and making something work, you know, actually do something that it work to, you know, the benefit I and I, you know, and not just on an individual level or between the four I and I were there, so but on a level where it spread out. You know what I mean? That is what we need for create finance. You know what I mean? Because, you know, is one thing a man can say, boy, all right, man now support you because nobody don't know you. You see me I say? But who know who amongst who? You know what I mean? Because, all right, I know Jadaniel. Jadaniel have some nice chalice. We're supposed to link Jadaniel and say, yo, Bobo, or we can get somebody, well, we know we can get somebody chalice, but on a monetary, how it go? You know what I mean? Can we do something? What can we do? You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what I mean? Those are the type of conversation that, you know, we should be having with each other, because as the Virgin said, you know, we don't have to be in the same space to make things happen. You know what I mean? We're making this thing happen right now. The eyes in Antigua, Jadaniel in America, Josh Sheldon in Trinidad, Ida in Alanda. And it'll happen. So how much more things we can make happen without even having to see ourselves on a physical level, my Lord. You see it? So on the physical now, you know, like, you know, when we look on the Congress, Zin, the Congress, there is so much things that the Congress could be doing that generate an income where I want now for you know, I make some snide comment as a boy, you know, me send some money and boy, I'm not, you know what I mean, and this and that and all type of thing. You know, where the Congress would be generating all their income, you know what I mean, without no farmer. And I know that I go on, you know, but it could be bigger than what we see now, because it is, you know, it's not just a Congress, it's also a college. Now, when I'm there in England and I see how college operate, I see how college run, see, is a schoolroom. So that make it the college now, because a college is a schoolroom. You're coming to learn. Zine, you're coming to learn about the order of Melchizedek, right? So, but within the order of Melchizedek, it have different part as the I did outline in the beginning. It is churchical, it is sabbatical, it is theatical, it's governmental. You know what I mean? So these are the things that you are going to come and learn at the college. Now, the college, when we look on the college, the college no look like a college. And listen, a modern time now, Virgin, I see His Majesty drive in some things and have some things and things. So we're supposed to be up there. We're supposed to be up there when people want to come to this college. And when you come to the college, there are proper facilities at the college. You understand? I want to come overseas. They're not used to certain type of condition. The Congress, the foundation, the headquarters, the way it is set up. I want when him come, I want, a college him really come. You know what I mean? Because they are proper facilities. Yeah. Now, if we not have that, Zine, and we should have that, because this Congress is from 52. See? From 54. 54, pardon me. See? Probably before 54. 58.
Well, yeah, for sure, the man said that.
You know what I mean? So,
it's 58, true?
1958, 54 B Spanish.
Yeah, 54 B Spanish.
Oh, what do you mean? When you say, I thought he meant 50, the address. I didn't know he meant the date.
Not the address. But,
pardon me, you're right, 58, yes. Pardon me.
So, we are forward from a far way, my lord. So some of these things should really be in place. You understand? So just like how I said, I giving certificate for the youth them who are passed out through the learning institution, my lord. That is how the Congress should be operating, where ones are coming, you know, you have freshmen and you have juniors and you have till you reach you're a priest. You know what I mean? You come to the college, you come to probably a 6th year. You know, you're training. When you go to university, you're probably going to have to sit a course for 3 years. You're probably going to have to stay on the university grounds. You know what I mean? For those 3 years. You know, when you break up, right? So we're supposed to have the Congress itself or the foundation running as a college, but is only finance. It's only when we're on the level of finance where we can put that together, and we should have that, because the amount of virgins that come overseas to Jamaica just to come to Bobo Hill, that is when you calculate that money over a period of time, is a lot of money that is going towards Jamaica, because I know Jamaica must eat a food out of them plane ticket that we are flying every so often. You know what I mean? So I and I could be, you know, capitalizing on that. And we are not. You see what I'm saying? We're not, my lord.
Give thanks, but you don't know. Let me move to Prophet Sheldon and this one. Eh? My lord, you don't hear the king. You're on mute, though. You're on mute. So yeah, man, our economy, you're on mute. Unmute yourself. Mute, you unmute, and I think the king. Right, go through.
Yes, my lord. After the intercession, I wasn't hearing properly now.
Okay. Well, is the but whatever you heard the king say, because it's really the economy we're talking about, and I as ones, you know, rising our standard in general. All
right, my lord. Well, the Black Rights Layer Foundation, you know, we might have built up on it. You know, boys? After one, we know it's two, so we have to increase. The man give me talents, and we have increased some with talents. You understand? As a good servant, we have to increase. But considering, when they say Black Christ himself come and deal with economics, and even certain one with a mail to know, the man says sell a few brooms.
Yes, sir.
Man with a mail to see sell a few brooms. But what King Manuel plan for I and I, my lord, is to really do with business in Africa, in Ethiopia, Africa. Why is he out in the West? It's just natural. We have to survive. We have to eat, we have to drink, bills to pay. But the main focus is to really do business in Ethiopia, Africa. You understand? But why is he out here right now? We have to do something to survive. You understand? So the main focus is still towards the East. You know, guys? And even now, when we set any foundation now for the future who come into the younger ones, even when them time reach, like you say, they reach 21 years as Lord and Empress and these things, we will be there too, bringing our sheaves with us. You know, I ain't see myself out of that picture at all. It's still like regeneration gone and them come and nah, we will be still here. You know, in this economic vibes right now, as I say, we have to build on the foundation what the man said and increase upon it. So strength unto strength as you know, bring for perfection. So if every man bring a nickel and the thing authentic way, the man will receive on the receiving end, we're looking to establish works in God in that way. And everything can manifest because with gods and goddesses and not no we can do. And not no we can do. But most likely, if we do certain things that Marcus say, you don't know the penalty is death. You know, so we had to Charlie we here as man and man and to see how we work among ourselves, you know. How man among the self working. But the love now, your friend, the economy go run that's natural. So the love is the main thing still too, no, my lord. Within the economy to run. You know, because with love now, you find out every man go play the part. You will not no hold down, no separation, no division. Because we not people who are divided, we're one people. You know, so from a man is Bobo Shanti, it's a heart of love. You don't know, we must strengthen God thing from a love God. From a love God. You must strengthen God thing, that's natural.
Yeah, man.
You know, so that the manifestation, if someone don't want to send the money, they can move through and drop the money. They can sell materials and straighten up anything. As you recently are, they considering
tithes and offerings.
Like concrete structure for the empress and them. And when they get it, like when they go to I said the real mighty, my Lord, I went to the real mighty reasoning. These are the things man they increase on. And how we empress and them comfortable, princess and them. That's not true. We are love we self, you know, my Lord.
My Lord.
No one come to love we. No one come to love we, you know, my Lord. We are love we self, you know, my Lord. And I know, my Lord. Right? And once the love come in, my Lord, you find everything go around smooth, my Lord. Because love is the key. If the key missing, my Lord. If the key was missing, my Lord. Right? Yeah, man. The key missing, you know, because the foundation and set, we have to come and blow up on it now. The eyes of the Lord are upon the righteous.
Yeah, man.
You know, right? And you try the righteous too. So, as Christ said, every time it tears up, go together still. But it has certain thing, my Lord, we have focused on the mission and the works. Because if you see, if a man have a fault, when a correct a man consider himself, that's natural. Then we keep the love in the thing, Jen. It's not about condemning no man and these things. Christ don't deal with these things, my Lord. You know, so under the economical vibes now, we need, that's natural, my Lord. If a man in work, he shouldn't eat. If a man in work, he shouldn't eat. These things are facts. By sweat eyebrow shall eat bread. Emmanuel even teach we 6 days work, 7 day rest. So from man and man, because this economical vibes, that's natural for all man. For all man had to maintain the home and concerning tight strength, we still strengthen up the church. Yeah. Well, for you to go forward, that's natural, my Lord. You know, and works has to be done, and this is the time when things going to manifest. But even though certain things manifest, my Lord, you know, they come like, Jah know, the eyes are upon the righteous, he try the righteous, Jah know every man. So it come like, Jah work still will go on, my Lord. If man fulfill them works,
Jah works will still.
Yeah, my Lord.
I like the flavor that I put into it still, you know. You know, can carry a little, as I say, the tithe and offerings. That's very important. You know, I think you said earlier something about every nickel count.
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah. That's one of the ideas. Ones that's kind of I and I just throw out sometimes that whole concept of $1 a day amongst.
Marcus Garvey, my Lord.
Not $1 a day, pardon me. $1 a week. Pardon me, $1 a week. Go ahead. You're saying? Go ahead.
Man, 35 cents when you are form for one man, I bring 35 cents.
Yes, my Lord.
And from 35 cents, my Lord, you see how far.
True, my Lord.
Which, my Lord, from 35 cents.
35 cents.
Strength to strength, bring forth perfection, my Lord.
True.
Yeah, my Lord. But the hardest strength now, the love how they be there, my Lord.
True, my Lord. Honorable Prophet Daniel. Daniel. You know what this is.
So, all right. So where do you start? It's all right. Government.
I know you have plenty of things to say.
This is where the government comes in because, all right, as a craftsman, I can speak. All right, like all right, to make a chalice, it's like if you have like very basic tools, you can make a chalice. But if you have better tools, more advanced tools, you can make like 10 chalices in the time it would have taken you to make that one with the basic tools, right? Now, Bobo Shanti International, we have lawyers, we have doctors, all types of healers, we have food experts, you know, whether it be chefs, nutritionists, like
you officially have an Ario astronomer right now, eh? Officially.
Yes, I mean, we got everything within the Black world of people, you know. So when you have a body, a governing body that can orchestrate and use these different tools, you know, efficiently, then you can do a lot more in the time that you could have done. Like, say, if I want to go work and all my tools, I got some tools in one shop, and then some tools are at home, and then some are in my car. Like when I go to work, it's like I'm gonna be trying to make things work with tools that ain't really for that job. You know what I mean? So it's like if you if you can organize, that's where the organization comes in. If you can have the tools and proper, like you know where everything is, and everything is in a proper place, and you can use it when you're ready for it, then it's much easier to do what you need to do, right? So there's the organized. Now centralized, that's the other thing His Majesty, you know, the directive that he gave to the Rastafari brethren when he visited in 1966, is that it's organized and centralized. So the Parliament group they do have a database of, you know, information. The members, you know, we're supposed to fill out a form so that they can know who is who and what we do and where we are and things like that. So that's a good thing. And I wanted to clarify too, because kind of the way it sounded maybe was that I was critical of the Parliament's works. No, I'm aware that they have an education program. They have a writing program, some other different things, and those are good. But my point was more so that there needs to be the full Parliament so that they can do more. You know, the Parliament is a very important aspect of our.
Oh, coming on so nice day, but yeah. Okay, but yeah, the brother was giving
That's
some
true. But we know the difference. You know, when the president's there and he can, there's structure and there's order.
You made a key point there. Sorry, my lord. Really, pardon me. I really don't want to interrupt, but you did stick for a moment. It wasn't that long, so I was just going to make you slide. But I heard you say president, so I think you should go back to whatever you were saying there. Just give it a few minutes back. We didn't hear the president thing properly.
Okay, true. Yeah, I was just saying, you know, being that we have a parliament and the 33rd member is supposed to be the president, but our president, you know, is no longer in his fleshy temple. So that member, when King Emmanuel was living on the hill in that structure, there was hierarchy. So when he gave an order, it was done. Nowadays, if without the full strength of the parliament and without the full participation of the members of the Congress, it's harder for anything to happen. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not just the parliament, it's us, the members. We have to comply and do what they're asking us to do. So even like the database thing, like we need to go fill it out. We need to actually step up and do, because like, all right, we say we want progress and we want this and we want that. But when people, whether it be the parliament or these different WhatsApp groups in general, when ones step up to say, let's do this and, you know, let's volunteer, you get cricket. You don't hear anybody stepping up. I mean, you hear a lot of talk about we should do this and we should do that, but then when it's time to do, the people don't do. And so it's like all these ideas and stuff is really, it's just like, it doesn't even matter. You could have the best idea, but if the people don't support it, then it doesn't go anywhere. So it's, you know, there's a lot to it. But I also wanted to say this. Equality and justice, right? That's what we stand for. That's what our government is supposed to produce. That's what we are supposed to produce. Equality and justice as a people. That's what we need, right? Now, in order for us to be able to do so, right, you have to have resources. You can't just say equality and justice, but you can't do anything to really enforce it or supply. Like, some people have more and some people have less, right? We have poor and not. Even within Bobo Shanti, you have ones who have more access to different opportunities and stuff like that. But there's a way you can level the playing field to where everybody is still coordinated and everybody is important. But now it's like, there's no real, like, without the structure, you don't have like a real place. When you come into this, it's like you say you're a prophet, but what is your function in the Congress other than say maybe, like if you don't live on the campground, like you don't, for the most of my life is like, as a Bobo Shanti, I didn't really have like a place where I felt like I fit in. I mean, I did some different things, but it wasn't like, I knew I had an office that was mine and I had a responsibility, you know what I mean? So the government provides these offices and these responsibilities to its members, and the members then have to do their part to make sure that the thing functions. So that's, I mean, we could talk about ideas for days, you know, and I wouldn't be the first one to come up with most of the ideas that I would say, but without the participation of the people and without the structure of the government, all the ideas are, they don't really add up to much. So, that's economy, anything that we want to talk about, whether it be the Sabbath, the Parliament, the Congress, any of that is like, if the people don't comply and do, and there's no structure, there's no organized and centralized, then we could talk until our face turn blue, but nothing's going to come out of it, So, yeah, I mean, and even with like, say, tithes and offerings, I've seen people and heard people reason about that a lot, but without a government, I'm not sending my money to anyone unless I'm like strengthening someone, like I personally am giving you strength. I'm not just going to send in tithes because how do I know that my money's for something constructive? They could use that money to, do whatever they want to do with it. And that to me, you don't have the confidence of the people if you don't have the proper infrastructure to where when I send in a tithe, an offering or a tithe, whatever you want to call it, a donation, it's like, if you don't give me a receipt, I don't know what happens with the money. There's no receipts that I can look at. And maybe these things exist. I don't think they do. I don't think there's a bank account or anything like that. So tithes and offering, it's a good idea, but without the proper structure, it's just going to make the people trust the government less and less, which would be to our detriment. So before we talk about sending money or anything like that, let's do the foundation part first, and then we go into the other parts where we actually put things in motion. But yeah, the structural work is very important. The government, without the 32 members of parliament, I'm like, the people don't respect it. You know what I mean? Not to say I personally don't respect it, but the way people talk about the parliament is like, without the 32 members, it's not a real parliament, and they don't have the power that they should have. And that's not a disrespect to the parliament members at all. You know what I mean? Give thanks to them that they're trying to do something. But it needs, like I say, before we go any further, it's like that needs to happen. Like we have a parliament reasoning every Sunday. Like one Sunday, it just is like, all right, we pick this person and this person and this person. And, just like make it happen. Like, let's stop. Like the time is sensitive. We don't have forever to get it together. Our people need a government. We Bobo Shanti, when we look on the videos of the Hill, when King Emmanuel was there and how orderly it was and how everything looked neat and everything was taken care of and people had jobs and, not jobs, but they had work to do and a sense of belonging, a sense of responsibility, and a sense of being needed and all of that stuff. It's like, you don't really have that no more. The love isn't really there. So, it's a lot of levels, but at the end of the day, I would say the government, like right now, we need the parliament, we need the committee. People need to have, this thing needs to have structure and infrastructure and all of those good things, you know what I mean? Otherwise, to call ourselves a government is like, yeah, it's an idea, an ideal, but without actually like doing it, it's just like you look kind of silly almost. Yeah.
True, my Lord. Give thanks. That was supposed to be the last go around, but what we have to do, that was supposed to be the last go around, but the way that you put down your information there a moment ago, my brother, I think maybe one may want to say something on what you say before we close it off, because very, very to the point. And once you don't mind, we mention again, coming from the voice of what you call the youth then, in a sense, in many ways, even fresh to the Congress to a degree. And as age goes in compared to maybe some of us and those above I. And it's obvious that my Lord was speaking from the heart there a moment ago. Whether you agree with maybe how he set it forth, this is what the forum is for, really. It's a freedom forum, it's chalice talking. So, and as a chalice master there, as far as the building of it, so he talking and the expression is clear. And You know, there's a saying that the elders know the way, but the youths have the strength. And that is really the connection. That is really how everything would come together. So some very key points, and I fully understand, even the understanding that there is the importance of that structure for us to look upon, which is important. You mentioned about the president, but I'm not sure why. Well, that's something on a different level also as well. But what I'm gathering from, especially, well, from all the INM, you know, to be honest, what I'm gathering from all the IA, as far as an economic growth, it's as if one should even think about it if it is not, like, not only in the unity with the Congress, but under the Congress as a government. Because remember how I started, you know, about man building themselves and promoting that, but everyone coming to a level like, hey, you have to check for this government and the structure. One, Prophet Daniel, the structure have to be correct. Prophet Sheldon, man have to penetrate doing this thing in Africa. So there's many different points came in there. We're gonna take one more intermission and we're gonna come and seal up the program here. Blessed Lord. All right, once again, give thanks, blessed love, and of course, you know, we're just going to seal up now. Very hopeful and energetic reasoning, I must say. Give thanks to the brethren for coming through, and I know even on my end, the summit is just looking to step in. So, I just done in the Sabbath long time too. But give thanks for the reasonment. We touched many different things, you know. We talked about just the general, I would say the general position of our Congress. We heard many different views, obviously. We spoke of our biblical texts and different levels of it, and we also went into our economical state, which within itself, I found that branched off into our, which really where it belongs, our governmental and statical and parliamental state. So it was a very unique conversation that we had here this evening, something that I look forward to again. So, you know, basically we can go around in a what I would call a sealing up reasoning, meaning that you don't have the rush and seal it up. You could just make an evaluation on anything you heard, even if it take a while, you know, it's up to the eye, you know, but it will be like the last word in a sense, and we just come around still, and one's still free to ask a question if something is said that they want a clarity. Because if I hear something, I might jump into it. So even coming around, I would start with the Honorable Prophet Ijah. Anything that I want to say, even seal it up. Yeah, Mike, yeah, Joe.
Honorable my Lord and my Lord, blessed love. Yes, Baba. Jano.
Freedom.
The term government and parliament, you know, me understand how them entity they operate, and we, you know, as a Congress, we don't have that, you know. No disrespect to anyone still, but as a Congress, we do not have that, and we have to be honest and true to ourselves, you know what I mean? Because if we did have a parliament, and if we did have a government, it would be operating. It would be. You see me I say? At present.
Just quickly, sorry, another one. But just to add going forward, and anyone can go on it. But wouldn't we admit that there's an attempt then? If we don't see it as, man, that's not the full thing. Wouldn't we say, and when you come, if you want to add to it when you're sealing up, brethren, okay, it's an attempt. 7 priests supposed to be on the altar, but we're not going to Sabbath service and it's just 4 by night. It's not even 7 priests in the land here. Man, they say, boy, you can't do this now. It's 7 priests now, this 5-man priest now. We say, no, man, we go ahead and build. We're going to build pretty soon. New prophets coming around. I just put in that here. You're going to go through.
Yeah, man. We can try, of course, because the black print is there. The black print is there for us to go by. So we know what to do. But why we're not doing what we're supposed to do, what we know supposed to be done. That is what we have to deal with, because we have the black print, it's there, the guidance is there, we know what to do, but we're not doing it. And for me, for Iman, if you have a parliament, if you have a government, these things should be operating. And thus of recent, see, we say the police in Jamaica went up to the headquarters. Zane and the Honorable Priest Shimron was there and taking questions from the authorities.
He handled it very mightifully.
Yeah, very well.
That's for that.
Yes, I. So when we look on that, Zane is like what we really are going with, because at present we see ourselves in the newspaper in Jamaica against our one another. You know what I mean? These people see they are police, they are the law. They go to the court. These people see, and the government of Jamaica know that we are in a sense kind of at each other's throat with the type of vibration that they see come to the court. Now, we shouldn't be in that position. If we're a government within a government, that the government within a government, we have to go to the government that we are in within a government. It no make no sense. You know what I mean? That it not working. There's nothing there working, because we cannot deal with, all right, that I make a move out, I'm physical. See? No, what happened after that? What happened after that now? It's still going around, or it's not going around, or you know what I mean? So I don't see anything running. Yes, we can attempt to fix it, but we have to fix it. We have to actually fix it. You know what I mean? There's so much attempt, and if you're just attempting, then you're thinking like, boy, I'm gonna feel then. You know what I mean? It's just do it and do what is to be done.
Right. True, my Lord. True God and King, well, give thanks. Such a clarion call to do what has to be done. But I think I would add still, again, that God bless the youth, man. Praise Emmanuel, Haile Selassie. I don't even know which kind they're coming from, but give thanks. But, saying this, to add again, we would say, because I would say for sure, okay, and the prophets, we're speaking on that level there, that, okay, King Emmanuel, set up certain dignitaries and certain people in certain positions. Now, time is moving on and generations will pass, naturally. Okay, so obviously that can't be forever. You don't have to necessarily wait for the demise of someone. We must understand, okay, as I was saying earlier, I would expect that the fact that ones would have gone on, passed on to the different realms, and there's some even still here, but not really with us anymore, just reality. So obviously there's space to fill. I am saying, I say, aren't we as responsible as who we believe are responsible, just as responsible as they are responsible for doing everything that we say that, let's say, the hierarchy is supposed to be doing. You know, you can come back on it if you want, Prophet Jeff, but I just say that, adding it and moving the conversation around. You want to say a quick thing on that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
it's all about accountability, my lord.
Sure. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I get that point. I'm gonna make it continue, but you see, as you say that, is as if you open a whole new window, because there is a hierarchy, which I don't think I'm in it for sure. But as you just said, I just see accountability. So it's not accountability from me. It's accountability, at least not for that. We all are accountable enough for different things. So I definitely am accountable for different things, but for the discussion that we're having, I get what you're saying there. But continue now.
Yes, my lord. Should I continue?
Oh, well, no, well, if that's it, then I can make the point clear.
Yeah, man, accountable, my
Clear
lord.
Clear point. Yes, sir, Prophet Sheldon. Clear point, man. One word point, eh?
Yes, my lord. Give thanks, man. Yeah, naturally, right. You feel like the wheel stop spin now. Since Emmanuel make move, the wheel stop spin, my lord. Yeah, the wheel stop spin. So revive and restore. These things are started. You will have to spin because look how long in Trinidad there are not only papers towards agitating for certain rights and these things. Emancipation they're coming up. 20th July coming up. You guys, not all out there, but the parliament, the government within the realms there are the topic of the reasoning that man need to revive back. But as I say to my lord, it need replacements and it had enough man they are ready done to replace the thing. Because the foundation and lay already, nothing can stop that foundation. The man don't want to do it, just Almighty will send man to do it. So you don't know who you want. So when you're representing this kind of reason now, and the aim you don't know, is to revive back what the Black Christ and said. You know, guys, enough elder man now who was there already, you come and see in this prophecy what Christ written is nothing the Black Christ say. He even said the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. So all these things are looking to. So if the elder man them doing certain things now, and the youths could come and do it now, and even revive back them man them too, spark them back up too. Well, so I know all this platform here, it is sparking and reviving. So I give thanks for every year for enough strength here, my Lord. Because going forward concerning parliament, the government, my Lord, the wheel stop spin years now, my Lord. It was under an international flow. It's like, and if it was keep spinning now, you find everything that manifests as natural still, but Java way you do works to my Lord. Java way you do things to her. And him say you go do a new thing too. So in these last days, my Lord, just Jed, going forward, Jed, future Bobo Shanti, my Lord, just to really prepare for the man and he coming, Jed.
Oh, yeah, my Lord. I see it on a very prophetic level, eh?
Yeah, my Lord. You see, man who now coming now and thing now. Man who now coming and thing now. Man who now coming now and the teachings now. Within, a clean and a pure heart now. Because every man get a calling different timing then, and this thing that's spiritual calling. So at the last trump, even though enough man will come to them, at the last trump. So even though a man might get full teachings, it's the heart still, So Jah gonna know all his soldiers then. So even though certain things that's in place for man to really build on the teachings, my Lord. When Jah ready, as Emmanuel say, he will call them, my Lord. And not natural, Jah works have to go on, but knowing it, a man done certain thing already and done there already and thing, you know, and Jah leading in place for man to build upon. Man done lay the foundation, just to build upon it now, and you come and see no works and really go on to a level then. But it's enough man I see will still carry on the works, because you know, or just be, it's enough man still upholding the flow. But under a universal strength now, the elder man, them, enough parliament man, them, and my himself know nothing them brethren, them, not nothing them brothers and them, but you know, but what Baba is saying, then, like enough man get cold then, but you know, the time and everything, you know, but give thanks for the reason, my love.
True, my love, but I must say though, you on the ground now in a day, but I must say, I mean, the little moment I spend in Trinidad, I find, you know what I mean, I find the Wharf Trees branch whole of strength, even on them same celebration that 1st of August and them African Liberation Day, and so, you know, man, show up quite heavy in the street, you know, and get that kind of recognition from Prime Minister and different little things. I just talking about what I see, you know.
Yes, my love. Yeah, well, enough man more through, yeah, man, only square and thing. And
that was a while back still too, about that. 10 years or so. Let's say 10 years.
Yeah, my love. Yeah, my love.
True.
My love. But it's a while now, certain thing right take place still, you know? Yeah, man.
Well, as I said, pre-Shanti and with thanks to King Kichi said way as well.
But Kichi, yeah, my lord. Yeah,
man. Give thanks for such strength, you know. Yes, Prophet Daniel, as we look to seal up, give thanks to the high presence, you know.
Yes, so to close, you know, for my part, I would just say, yeah, give thanks for the Black Christ, you know. It's like things that he did and he make it look easy. It's like all of us scrambling trying to do and can't do it yet. 30 years, you know, just about 30 years and we still ain't pull it together, you know. So, but it doesn't mean we can't do it. You know what I mean? We can do it. We just have to have a level of trust for each other. And we have to have a high level of love for Christ, you know, for the Black Christ, to keep, to still be committed even when we try things and we fail. Or we try things and, you know, it doesn't bear fruit or whatever. It's like we still got to keep trying, because what's our option, you know? We don't have any option. You just keep trying and trying and trying, and every time it doesn't work, you just go back to the drawing board and, you know, learn your lesson and do it a little bit different. So, you know, at the end of the day, I would say give thanks for everybody who's doing something. Hopefully we can bring it all together more. You know, I would say, like, you know, as far as like choosing a parliament, which I mean is like paramount before mostly anything. I say that the reinstating the parliament is like #1 on the list, because the parliament is supposed to give out the orders, you know. So it's like there could be a meeting scheduled, whether it be everybody or just the priests, just the leading priests, I don't know, whoever, you know what I mean, we deem to be responsible enough and intelligent enough to choose the rest of the parliament, or even just choose a whole new parliament in general, because I mean, maybe some of the ones that's on there might stay, but maybe some need to not. I don't know. You know, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying in general, assess the whole thing, analyze it, and find 32 people or 33, whatever, and fill the thing up, and let's start having some real like protocol. And you know, I mean, I give thanks, like I said before, they have the Wednesday meeting and the Sunday meeting, but you know, a government is every day, all day, is a full-time responsibility, you know. It's people's lives that's at stake, you know, so it's not a part-time thing. So now, even in order for ones to be full-time committed to working for the parliament, if they don't live on the campground, then they have rent or mortgage or something that they have to pay, and they have bills. So these people need strength. So it's like all the more the structure is needed, because, all right, the way a government, like now, America, for instance, everybody pays taxes, and those taxes go to paying the government officials, the teachers, you know, construction workers, all of that type of stuff, the people that keep the country running. So I ain't saying we need to necessarily tax, but as far as I know, the order of, you know, this Congress is like, even in the Broomfield, when you go out and sell brooms, you're supposed to come back and give a strength at the gatehouse. So that's a form of like taxation. I mean, if the offering still is not like you have to give a certain percent. You can give more, you can give less, but everybody should be giving. And those donations should be going towards paying the people who we put in place to govern the Congress, and we have to trust them and comply with the programs that they try to set. And you know what I mean? Like, we can't get mad at the government if we don't comply. You know what I mean? If they get all these great ideas and ask people to sign up or volunteer and nobody, you hear crickets when it's time for people to do something, it's like, I mean, you can't be mad at the government, be mad at yourself. So everybody has to have accountability, you know? It's not just the parliament. There's also the need for the committee, you know what I mean? Because the reasoning with the elders is like, the committee used to have a certain level of authority and respect in the camp. You know what I mean? Like the way it was expressed to me, when the committee members walk by, you check in your shirt to make sure it's in your pants. You know what I mean? You're checking yourself to make sure that you're principled up and you're good. You know what I mean? You're representing fully. So without those type of things, it's like anything kind of goes and people can do whatever, and not much progress is going to be made. You know what I mean? So I don't want to talk too long. I could go on.
My Lord.
You know what I mean? But it's just like the government aspect is like, I mean, sabbatically, the order is there. You know what I mean? Churchically, the order is there. Whether or not one's partake, I mean, the morning devotion and stuff, you don't have to be a leading priest to have morning devotion in your house. If you can hear the service or participate once or twice and get the flow for how it goes, it's written down, you can do it. You know what I mean? So we can all do that. And I mean, what I was saying before, because you mentioned Prophet Mwambe and his morning devotion and Psalms reading, and I give thanks for that. But what I was talking about more was like an interactive kind of where, you know what I mean, a leading priest would sign up, and they don't have to be in any particular place, and they're going to carry it up for like, you know, it would be like for the week, you know, everybody fill in when they're going to lead the service and stuff like that. Like certain things you can do. It wouldn't be like in the tabernacle, but it's better than nothing, you know what I mean? And when you were saying that the priest corrected you for having a service, it's like, how could praise and Jah be wrong? Like, I don't care how you're doing it. If you're a Bobo Shanti member and you know how to praise Jah, when is it ever wrong to do it? What format is wrong? Unless if you're following the order, when is it wrong? How you know what I mean? If you're not wrong, you're right. So I would say that's right. I would say any type of thing that we're doing that's good and you know, with the Black Christ as our foundation and our center, you know what I mean, our nucleus, you can't go wrong. You know, you follow Christ, you can't go wrong. So yeah, I'll leave it at that still. Give thanks, my Lord. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, they say the father keep his first Sabbath under Aki tree, you know? So, I mean, how does she get that? If man have a nice little house and man can do things, yeah, everything is blessed. Yes, Honorable. Let me see. Yes, my Lord, Prophet Sheldon, you can unmute yourself there still, you know. Just heard the little one giving praises for the hour coming up. So, my Lord and my Lord, give thanks for the item presence, give thanks for the love. You know, I got the item could take it itself out. If not, I go see if I can remove it. But you know, heart of Sabbath and love to each and every one. In the name of the Black Christ, Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, yeah, Rastafari.
My Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Let's see, so I definitely give thanks for being in the presence of the mighty prophets at that moment there. That was a wonderful rendition for sure. That was Chalice Talk, myself, the Honorable Prophet Sheldon, and the Honorable Prophet Jeff, Honorable Prophet Daniel. That was nice, very informative. I could imagine the reviews that it will get. But of course, give thanks, the brethren them definitely expressed themselves and shared they definitely shared what they had on their mind, for sure. And that's really what it was all about. You know, that's what it is. It's Chalice Talk. And definitely give thanks again for such. All right, it was a joy, it was a meditation, and definitely was a strength. And give thanks to all those who came through and the meditation that was held. and joy in Mount Zion. We touched upon the economic aspect of it. It was interesting. I still do say economically that at the same time, as individuals, well, you have to. There's no choice. Whether there's a parliament or not, you have to. As an individual, step up your economic game as much as you can. And this is really from the heart, honestly. This is why we even like the Mind Your Business program. And let me just tell the one Honorable Priest Jakasha, the one Priest Jermain, I will be getting to the eye, my Lord. As it relates to the Mind Your Business program, that was the whole idea of it, as it comes to us promoting each other on the platforms that we have, no charge or anything. That's like at least one level of contribution towards the establishment and of one's business. You have a business, you have a business idea, you have a steady business. Come in and we do an interview right here in the Tiger's Nest and express your business and bring your ad, and we run your ad and everything go through and everything nice. We're looking to expand that too, and run these ads outside of the Mind Your Business program, still of no charge, because that's what it's about. So I do see, personally, I do see that we can expand ourselves individually and our standards individually. And that's why when we come together and pool our sources together individually, we have something to pull together. So that's why I was pushing promotion and marketing and these different things, But again, this is why these teachings are important. I am telling you, we do not support each other. I know ones who are offended are always offended when I say what I say, but it is the reality. Of course, there are ones amongst I and I that support. But when you look at the analytics or the statistics, you'll be surprised, I'm telling you, really, when you understand that your own people, those that talk a lot too. As one of our visitors said a moment ago, it's actually sad to actually talk them kind of things. Wow, actually. So we as a people, that's really what it is. We as a people, we give thanks. It's not as if there's something wrong. Those who support, those who patronize, those who buy what we have to sell, we are very thankful for them. What are you talking about? And I'm talking about people that stick with I and I throughout the years. Give thanks to them. I ain't going to be calling no name now because I just call them names sometime. Stick with I and stick with the knowledge and anything you have to offer, they're ready for it. You understand? Yeah. But I'm saying that amongst our own people, there's not enough of that patronize each other. That's very, very important. It is something that we have to learn, that let's put it that way. I don't know, it's lacking somewhere. Really, even if we're conscious, it doesn't mean we don't have the love, but like it's somewhere not in our culture. Trust me, remember the schooling and so is a deadly thing, It's not no easy thing we go through psychologically. It is as if it's somewhere not in our culture to patronize each other. Trust me. That is why Chinese can come amongst us and become billionaires. That is why Syrians can come amongst us and become billionaires. That's why the people from the Far East can come amongst us. Lebanese and Jordanians can come amongst us and become billionaires. And we have been there in the corner for years before them selling the same thing and still struggling to make the next sale. And yeah, it's reality. Because in our culture, somehow, even on the highest level now, these same Syrians and whoever they are, they're getting concessions from the higher echelons. So, I mean, it's a battle. It is a real battle. So this is why even what the brethren them saying is correct. there's need for a government. The government is really the key. Of course, the government is the key. Yeah, but we all are the government, eh? And that was a very wonderful, reasonment and getting together there that we had a moment ago. Very nice. All right, give thanks. The Sabbath is upon us. Give thanks to the Lord of the Sabbath. And I pray all will stay well with you and yours. Give thanks to the honorable prophets in such a setting with us. Black Christ reigning supreme, the love and majesty, Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari, and the Sabbath. Yes, blessed love, mighty family. Give thanks again. Give thanks for your presence with us. Once again in the tiger's nest. We glorify the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. I have with me a wonderful brethren that will be taking us through the remainder of this program here, as we will be dealing with minding your own business and a few other things. I have the man Anthony Hainsworth with us, also known as Tony, representing Retroactive Sound. And we're going to be talking about some business, music business, sound business. He's an international DJ. And at the same time, he'll be speaking to me on some historical events as it relates to him and his visit to Bobo Shanti Hill. And hear what the man said. And the man say he sit and burn a chalice with King Emmanuel. You understand? I mean, I have man here, elders I do program with, and they say, boy, they had a chance, but they didn't get the chance. And you know what I mean? And here's a man here, a DJ, man, international DJ, man, playing all kind of music. Man say, sit and burn a chalice with King Emmanuel. But we're going to get to that. Let me just bless the virgin of blessed love, Brother Tony. Give thanks. Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yeah, man, give thanks for coming in, you know, red, black, and green. I know you're representing the UNIA as well. We have time, you know. I would like you to introduce yourself to the family. Tell them a little bit about yourself, your background. You don't have to go into the King Emmanuel yet. We're going to get to that. Tell them a little about their background, you know, the UNIA, and if you please as well, and maybe how you just got into the music business. But just bless them up initially, and then we get into the reasoning. Eh? Give thanks for coming in.
Yeah, give thanks for inviting me. It's an honor to be here on this platform, which I've been following for the past few months. Very interesting topics, very enlightening topics. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're welcome. As the priest said, you know, my name is Anthony Hainsworth. They call me Tony, you know, grew up in Jamaica. I'm from Montego Bay, you know, from Montego Bay, Jamaica, you know, grew up a yard and migrated to United States, you know, when your mother moves, you are like you don't have any choice but to go, you know what I mean?
There you go.
And I spent about maybe close to 20 years of my life in New York City. You know what I mean? That's the place that, you know, New York is school. that is school, you know. You have to grow up fast within the realms of that fast system up there, you know. But now I'm in Baltimore, Maryland. A little bit more slower pace. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Because you know, as time goes on, you know, age becomes a factor, and you know, you can't, you know, not a can't, but don't want to really keep up with the pace there anymore. You just want to kind of coast a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's pretty much about me right here.
Well, give thanks, my brethren. So, and you are the founder of Retroactive Sound.
Yes.
Give me a little understanding of the sound itself, how it came into being and, its origin, if I may ask, interest in music, whatever the case is.
Okay, I went to a school in Mobile called Cornwall College. The school had a band, and there's another band that came up out of the school. It wasn't all the members didn't go to school, but go to the same school. But to shorten it up is that it's just by nature. I found myself around a bunch of us that we were music lovers, And by the way, I would give a shout out to a person that was very instrumental in inspiring me to get into this thing. His name, we call him Dirty Harry, and Tika Music out of Montego Bay. I don't know, you have a worldwide listening audience, so maybe somebody out there know about it,
I'm positive. Tika, what is it? Tika, Dirty Harry.
Yeah, Tika Music,
Tika Music. Yeah. Who named Dirty Harry?
That's the owner, Tika Music. That's the owner.
Okay.
And he had that sound from we were in high school.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, as little teenagers running around, and it was just a whole sound culture.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I know that. I know you got it.
It was, who clashing this weekend? For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about when two sounds string up equipment. It's not equipment. You have your equipment, I have my equipment, and we go in at it, and the crowd go and decide who is the better sound.
So you're talking about the 80s you're talking there?
I'm talking from like the 70s, 80s coming out. You know what I mean? That was our life, you know what I mean? Friday, get off of school, it's like, where's the clash? So
that's the time, although I just dabble in a lot of music, but maybe my history on them levels wouldn't be as sharp, but what them is the time of volcano sound and so?
Yeah. I mean, it was actually before volcano, you had like socialist roots and, even the great Daddy Roy that he had a song. He has a song. It's still here. Stereograph.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's Daddy Roy's song. That's one of the only roots. Mm-hmm. That's one of the only rub-a-dub song. When I say rub-a-dub song, I mean the hardcore drum and bass reggae. These guys don't play that computerized dancehall. It is
orthodox kind of reggae.
Yeah, rub-a-dub song.
What's the difference with it? The rub-a-dub sound is the same. I mean, I don't know if I'm giving it the right term, but they have a kind of the reggae that especially what the 12 tribe of Israel would have utilized back in the day. That's their gospel music. It's reggae music, but just like how you describe the rub-a-dub, is it the same music?
Interesting that you would mention 12 tribe of Israel, because I remember as a little youth, the first time I encountered 12 tribe, it was through music. I heard of them as a house of Rastafari, but they came to Montego Bay and they saw Jalov sound.
Jalov, yes, of course. No.
Brigadier Jerry and the selector was Ital. Orthodox sound,
Orthodox sound, right.
Yeah, they're because so many of the artists in the reggae community were 12 tribe members. Those guys had exclusive songs that no one else could play. Most of their songs they put on their because it was turntables back in the day. It wasn't this computer stuff now. Most of their records that they put on their turntable had it was their label. It said the love on there. I mean, they were on another level. Because let's face it now, I'm not knocking them, but let's face it, many of their members are Rastafarian, but they were of a more middle class, upper class set of people, so they had the finances to do certain things.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, man.
Also, I mean, like Dennis Brown and
and
that brother there. There's a brother. That brother. Oh my. They have a lot of people look over, you know. Fred Locks.
Yeah, man. 7 miles of Black Star.
Yeah,
man.
So they would have come from that same kind of background.
Same kind of background.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know if you ever heard of like the famous Jamaican football player Alan Skill Cole.
Yes, I would have heard of. Yeah, I would have heard of, but I can't go too deep. But
all those guys were, you know, prominent members of society, Rasta people, but on a different economic, you know, level than most. You know what I mean?
Yes, positive. Yes. Okay, right. So you're saying now, so from the school time now. let me get you. We're gonna follow in the story this one, and you know, you encounter. It sounds like the music blends somewhere with Rastafari along the line for you.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Hey, kid, I know. Okay. Same song. The music. I mean, you know, I know. Say, I know. Say, well, Bobo Shanti and deal with reggae music still. But, you know, the reality of the whole thing is that reggae music led me to that tradition.
Of course.
Because in my opinion, it's like...
To Bobo Shanti specifically, right?
Yeah, because you come to a stage in your life now, just like the brother was saying earlier. You know, I was raised in an Anglican church, right? And you start to say, wait. Start looking to something and say, wait, man, something wrong here, man. Something ain't connecting, man. What is this? I mean, my first inkling of Rastafari was when I opened Revelation and I see King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah. When I see that title, and then I get to understand that there's a man up in Ethiopia that have that title, that was like ding, 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 like a bell start go off, like wait, what's going on here? What's going on here? Yeah, man. So from there, so you start to like, okay, no, lock off the pork and lock off the meat and...
The transition.
Yeah, the transition, you start the transition. I just have to say Rastafari still, you know, you just have to say, you know, belong to no house, you just have to say Rasta. Which me hear you say that the other day, say, most I out there belong to no house.
Of course, definitely. Okay, yeah. I remember when I know exactly which lecture to. Yeah.
When me hear you say that, man, if you could have did hear me, say, yeah. Most I belong to no house, but my search, because I'm going to show you vibes. I clear out the Bronx media in New York, you know, and a bubble delegation come through. You know, I as you know, me I see these man, and I say, yo, the man turban and robe, the man are rolling up. I say,
what year was that, may I ask?
Yo, King, as far as the year.
The decade, if you can pull the year.
80s.
80s, fair enough. That's good enough. Give that.
Yeah.
Good job.
Priest Diego, and, you know, couple other man, I remember the name right now because it was a while, but the man him come out, the man him come in at the Bronx and the reasoning start and the man him say, listen. And them start, the first thing the man him break down are the Blessed Trinity. And you know, as Selassie, I said them time there, you know.
I hear you.
As Selassie, I said them time there, you know. So nothing more as Selassie them time there, you know.
Not to the left, not to the right.
Yeah, not to the left. I'm just there. Break down and I say, yo, prophet, priest, and king. And I say, Prince Emmanuel at the Black Christ and Marcus Garvey, I see Elijah in this time, you know, and the king constant governmental and I say, hey, wow. You say, look into this thing. Yo, man, I tell you, kid, it changed my life. It changed my life up to this day.
I hear you.
Up to this day, certain principle, you know, not going to sit here and tell you that I'm living up to the full potential of you know, of the Ethiopian African Black International Congress.
I doubt any of us.
No man can come around me, come this the Congress. No come around me, come this the Congress. Don't come around me, come this Prince Emmanuel. Don't come around me, come this Bobo. I'm not a violent man, but you're not going to stay around me and do none of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I know you're a music man. I don't know if you ever.
Break down and I say, yo, prophet, priest, and king.
What year was that, you may ask?
Yo, king. That man, if you could have did hear me, I say, yeah. Because I belong to no house, but my search, because I'm going to show you vibes. I clear out the Bronx media, New York, you know, and a bubble delegation come through. You know, I as you know, me I see these man, and I say, yo, the money turban and rope, the money are rolling up. I say,
what year was that, in May? Okay, yeah. I remember when I know exactly which lecture to. Yeah.
When me hear you say that, man, if you could have did hear me, I say, yeah. Because I belong to no house, but my search, because I'm going to show you vibes. I clear out the Bronx media, New York, you know, and a bubble delegation come through. You know, I as you know, me I see these man, and I say, yo, the money turban and rope, the money are rolling up. I say,
what year was that, in May ask?
Yo, king, as far as the year,
the decade, if you can pull the year. 80s, fair enough. That's good enough. Give that.
Yeah.
Good job.
Priest Diego, and you know, couple other man, I remember the name right now because it was a while, but the man him come out, the man him come in at the Bronx and the reasoning start and the man him say, listen. And them start, the first thing the man him break down are the Blessed Trinity. And you know, as Selassie, I said them time there, you know.
I hear you.
As Selassie, I said them time there, you know. So nothing more as Selassie them time there, you know.
Not to the left, not to the right.
Yeah, not to the left. I'm just there. Break down and I say, yo, prophet, priest, and king. And I say, Prince Emmanuel at the Black Christ and Marcus Garvey, I see Elijah in this time, you know, and the king constant governmental and I say, hey, wow. You say, look into this thing. Yo, man, I tell you, kid, it changed my life. Up to this day.
I hear you.
Up to this day, certain principle, you know, not going to sit here and tell you that living up to the full potential of you know, of the Ethiopian African Black International Congress.
I doubt any of us are.
No man can come around me come this the Congress. No come around me come this the Congress. Don't come around me come this Prince Emmanuel. Don't come around me come this Bobo. I'm not a violent man, but you're not going to stay around me and do none of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I know you're a music man. I don't know if you know that line. PMD say, "I'm not a killer, but don't push me."
Yeah. Definitely know that line. Yeah.
Right. We'll give time. So like you know, interesting, you know, cause still balancing it now, the whole roots level with the music level, and you know, I don't know, because you say everything changed now. You're in New York. I don't know if at that time you were already deep into going out and playing, if you know, radio station. Because as me personally, you know, I mean, I myself have done different radio stations throughout thus far as in my tradition. So I have a history behind me as it relates to radio work, different night programs, the mystic vibration. Once may hear me talk about the mystic vibration, the shock of the hour. That is going like maybe 20 years now that we're running that, you know. So your history now, you're in New York, you're in Baltimore, coming out to Jamaica. How is it? Where you seasoning? Let's see where you season into becoming who you are now, and you're playing music internationally and XYZ. ABC, I should say.
I'm definitely New York, because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something about places like New York and Chicago and those places to me, this is just my opinion, those places are like the front line of the battle. You're not reading about things, you're seeing things. You understand me? So within that scope, you know, it's like you start reach out, you know, because you say, John, you know what I mean? Need some.
You know, but you can define Jamaica like that too. So yeah. as a man coming from Jamaica, I could imagine you're like a step into a bigger world, and I said, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
because Jamaica is a real place, eh? Let's put it that way, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, see, Jamaica, my liberty in Jamaica now was like, you know, my mother and father they were pretty well off.
Your thought, but go ahead, go through.
They were pretty well off.
Give that.
I didn't want for nothing, thank God. I didn't want, so I wasn't really exposed. The exposure that I got to the, if you want to call it, the harder part of living is when I started to make friends with other youth who come from the garrison or the ghetto or the hood or wherever you want to call it. And then you start forward with them youth, you know, and see how them youth they live as compared to how me I live. You understand? Me zinc fence and you know what I mean? Because we don't have them places that like Chalice and but for their school and we don't have the zinc fence that my original name Ital Jed. I one of them rust there. I have been the rust still, and the man they did dash the society and live out in a nature, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, move Ital all the time.
Ital straight, no wear no shoes, and you know what I mean?
Nothing funny, they just
yeah. But them man they know, and them man they yeah, I have to send a shout out to Ital Jedlocks.
Ital Jed, Rastafari.
Mr. Niggleton, blessed love anyway you're there. You know what I mean? Is a man get the Bobo teaching same way and I respect the Bobo movement same way. You Because you start calling him after a while. A catering name, we start calling him Prophet Cates.
Yeah, man, no pause, man.
Yeah, man.
And then unity we need now. That's what me and the brethren were talking about earlier, as you said. No,
yo, priest.
Unity, man.
Not to cut there off, king. But me hear the I same frequency I'm on the pan, king, because hear me, king. Hear me, king.
Yeah.
He go take a collective effort for I come out a bandage out of West. And we can't make the little petty difference them a whole back. That's a foolishness, man. For low them thing there, the red. You see me? Me not dealing now red down, you know. I know me not dealing now red. Because here a dilemma. My brother come from yard and bring me a crown and the red down. And yo, more time we lost about that.
Oh my, I feel you.
It just not so my brother give me no one.
Give thanks to the love. Give thanks to the love. And give thanks for your love too, you know.
Yeah, but what's on me cap?
I see it, but don't pick it up. The red up. I see it, man.
No, I'm not do red down, king. I'm gonna do white over black.
Yes, my Lord. And I encourage it.
No, sir.
Right. But you're not gonna make it an issue.
Not gonna make it an issue.
Shelter and food, clothes, and shelter.
Food, clothes, and shelter.
All right.
You know, remember, the secretary for the UNIA was out in the park. We was out in the park Sunday gone because we are promoting as Juneteenth.
Yes, of course. Yes. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, we have
forgotten, but thanks for reminding me. Go ahead. June 19th, eh?
We have a Juneteenth event. You know, in collaboration with some other organization. The brethren say forward out. You see, like me.
Man. My heart love to everyone in them vibes, man.
Here the item I talk about, you and the brethren from the UNIA, I talk about maturity. I see it's a serious thing that you not eat pan right this one. Because listen, this is what I'm tell you, say. Him call me out there and him say, boy, he might go give out some hot dog and hamburger as a promotion. He's a man, I tell man,
I hear one.
I eat nothing with the eye.
Nothing bad.
Well, but me go there and serve the people and the burger, you know. People and burger that them eat, you know what I mean? I'm gonna feel no way about it. But you know, somebody that see and say, Star, what I can do? What I can do? Oh, you're encouraging me to eat, you know.
Well, I surely wouldn't serve it, but I understand the principle you're coming with.
Yeah, man, you know what I mean?
I surely do.
Yeah, so
I surely do. But no, as I said, I didn't want to sidetrack, you know, because you were in New York.
Yeah, New York, we are go forward there.
Right.
You know, me, imagine this now. Me there, all right, it's a New York, present day New York. Present day New York, way different from back in the day New York. Because when me hit New York, me hit New York, 78. 78, me in New York, 78, 79. By the 80s, crack cocaine come out.
Yeah, man.
And man, you see,
Reagan, man.
My brother, man, that was something. Gunshot a lick left, gunshot a lick right. You know, yeah, man. You know, so it's just like, yeah, say, man, oh. I'm find something for all on, you know, Virgin. This cannot be it, you know. I said, this cannot be it, you know. So it make you, you know, and that's the thing when I show people about certain places like New York, you know. People look at New York and say, well, why New York are those Sodom and Gomorrah. But you see within the scope at New York on the street, I whole heap of love them on the street, you know. Whole heap of love them on the street. You hear Biggie say, spread love, it's the Brooklyn way. And it's not just a saying, man.
Real thing.
A real thing. A real thing. So me that I mean, I'm not proud of it, but I got into some stuff. Let's just believe it at that. I got into some stuff. I hit my head quite a few times. You know what I mean? And like the item said, maturity and whatnot. Me at a point, you know, it's like I said, lean up upon your own understanding, right? Me can't directly feel the Father pull me away. Just little by little, pull me away from that life, pull me away from that life, pull me away from that life. Till me find myself a foundation. You know what I mean? I say, you think job power far and wide, you know? Snatch you up out of anywhere there.
So all them things they're going through is before the bubble them come New York as a delegation.
Bubble them come New York. You know what I mean? And let me just rewind a little bit.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
One of the things that on the music tip, I had two other brethren that was into the music team. We formed a little song named Digitech. So now we started a little house party. It was no big sound. I do no big hall and anything.
So wait. You know, keep it Digitech whole. So that means you were in the area when hip hop was birthed. All with Cool Herc and them kind of people there.
Let me tell you where I came into hip hop.
Yeah, man, you some stuff.
You gotta remember that the first hip hop song that started playing on mainstream radio was Sugar Hill Gang, you know. When I came right in, they still having black parties. Yeah, black was having parties on the basketball court. You know, they're going to take off the little panel off of the light post and you take the little raw wire.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That was hip hop. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hip hop head. I'm gonna tell you.
I would expect so, man. From you around it and you see birth to a degree.
Yeah.
So Digitech now, don't lose Digitech.
Digitech song now we start playing around the place, and let me tell you something, man. We playing in people's apartment, but it's just so crazy that sometimes you're inside the apartment and playing and you car double park downstairs. All the girls used to follow us. Even some of the entertainers in New York at the time, when they did their big something, they ended up at us after. Cause it was just a, you know, because it was not all reggae thing, you know. It's that we were R&B, hip hop, reggae, calypso. We had showed them the whole 9 yards. But let's face it.
Caribbean sound too.
Yeah, let's face it, King. Anywhere the girls go, you know the man in my father.
Definitely.
Rather, yeah, man. So Digitech, go on with Digitech for a while, and till one of my brethren get dip out, getting a, you know, the main financier.
And them kind of R&B you talking about is more like what? Them real rhythm and blues. You know, drop them kind of and like what was that time? Like the days of Solid Gold and
let me just think for a minute. Who was that one?
This is one idea, you know. Maybe those are the days of what? Bell bottoms and so and what?
No, not so far back. You're gone too far back. We're talking about like soul to soul. You know?
All right, okay, there we are. All right, this is where I want to be. Okay, all right. You don't have to just draw a picture for me. I ain't feel no way.
When Madonna just started.
You're right. Well, from me say that I deal with you, man. I totally have you, man. Give thanks. Go ahead. You're right. I totally with you. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, them time, man. Those times were some fun times, man. I wouldn't give them up for the world. I was broke, but I didn't care.
Oh my. Right. So when you reach to Baltimore now, so wait, before we go Baltimore, so all them time, sound like, well, you'd have to tell me, because somewhere along the line you meet King Emmanuel. So
yes.
I don't know how that and Baltimore, I don't know the circle. So I want to go to Baltimore, but if something happened before Baltimore, make me know, Give me the line, because I see we moving on a track, so I don't want to skip. I want to keep it on that line and see. So if it's King Emmanuel before Baltimore.
Yeah, King Emmanuel was before Baltimore, man. Okay. My father up on the hill and you know what I say?
Take your time now.
Yeah, I know King. When
so wait, hold on. You don't see the both of them in New York, so you leave New York and go back to Jamaica.
Yeah.
And that specific mission, you just gone back here, you just deal with certain things.
That was a specific mission.
Wow.
The mission was foundation.
I hear you.
Yeah, that was the mission, Yeah, man, we said we have to go find out what going around here, so, Yeah, man, forward in and reach at the gate and you know the process where you have to go through at the gate and what I say? Yeah, man, and forward in and hold a spot and international kitchen a feed you and what I mean? Yeah, man. Yo, King, now reminisce hard right now.
I feel you, man. With a light in the chalice, said, Selassie, ja.
Rastafari.
Got you. And I have a chalice there, man.
Yo, King, now go buy one of the one them where you have, the mommy has said, all the red, green and gold one then.
I hear you, man. Yeah, so you're reminiscing, man. You're reminiscing on the glory of the red, gold, and green kingdom.
Yeah, man. And all the first time I got tabernacle. You know what I mean? Well, even before that, still, and you get a turban. You know what I mean? You get a turban and thing, and the first time I got tabernacle, and I said, John, Rasta. I said, yo, but just in my heart of heart still, me know some I mean, knowledge is infinite, but as far as the Almighty God, my search was over, and my search is still over.
I hear you. I with you.
When you sit down, when you reminisce and see that this man, Prince Emmanuel Charles Edward VII. This man with all humility come sit down in the dust with the Rasta John. Come off and out and glory. Come sit down in the dust with the Isn't that it?
And take all them blows.
You know? So I'm on no Rasta.
Be a fight lady.
I don't care what no man want to say, but me depend the Ilan. Me depend the Ilan, man. Me see the sky get dark and maybe it's coincidence, but not coincidence to me. I want to say, Holy Emmanuel Haile Selassie, Jah, and by the time you read Jah, one thunder. So by the time the Jah come out, it's like the Jah and the tongue that is connected.
Yes, man.
I said, Jah, know what kind of power going right there for man. Yeah, man. Blessed. And Prince Emmanuel is a man like this, King.
Sure.
which a man when don't tell me, one of them when don't tell me already know. You see, you see from my address you, I am ready, no 100%, you now go hear what I say. You have to, when you talk, you have to pay attention. Your meds have to dead. Your meds have to dead right there, so your meds can't be all over the place. Yeah, man. Holy Manuel,
Selassie, Rastafari. Real thing, that, you know, King. As they say, if you're not paying attention, it sounds like you're hearing like an instrument in the background, like on Charlie Brown. You know what Charlie Brown? You know what Charlie Brown?
You have to pay attention. You have to focus.
You hear it sound like you just have and you lose it, man. I hear the eye. You have to focus, man.
You have to focus, King. You have to focus, man. But like me tell the eye and I tell the whole the rest of the world, say, at the pinnacle of my life, that me wear that like a badge of honor. When me can tell a one, say, yo, me sup a cup with the Christ.
So lead me up to that now. See, I have on a nice shirt there. Let them. You can get a quick look at the shirt properly. Yeah, the black Christ in flesh. Yeah, man. Lead me up to that cup sup, the supping of the cup now. Don't just jump into the cup. You know, like how you first met him. You know, like personally when you first glimpsed him. You know, how all of that happened.
I want to tell you something. That was my first glimpse.
Well, that's good enough. Let's start from there then. No problem.
How it come about is kind of foggy at this time, but me know say the virgin them when I say the virgin them I say, yeah, we are go by palace, you know. And you know, come on, we are go by palace, you know. And yeah, and your king, now to tell you I something still, you know. I'm share something with you, I am share something with the world. And I said, what am I being concerned going to meet Prince Emmanuel, right? And I said, Jano, now I check myself in and I said, internally, you know, I said, then suppose when you sit down there, you have some impure thoughts. In go, no.
Well, I feel now. I feel you, man. Well, I mean,
that's the man.
You're good.
I said, Jano, I have to tighten up my medi before me go.
Not wrong. Get yourself together.
I have to tighten up my medi before me go. They say, can't go there so we don't lose meds, you know.
Yeah, man. And I know the man not carry no loose meds as such, but true, you know, well, look where you're going now. So you make sure everything shine.
How are you, King?
Yeah, man.
How are you, King? Yeah, I say the pinnacle of my life. Like that I said. I mean, I take back no talk as the way rude boy the motor road said. Now I take back no talk. The pinnacle of my life, that, yeah. You understand me?
I could understand why. So you are going up now to get walk us up now. I know a little foggy as they say, but
yeah,
you know, I mean, Bernie Spray have a song that the road is foggy.
As far as my eye call is walk up and go around. I don't know if you want to say it's the back or the front. I would more like say it's the back. It's like a spot where a bench, like you have a bench on the right hand side. It cover over, right?
Okay, right.
But it's not inside the palace, you know. It's like it's out back of the palace. But you have a bench on the right and you have a bench on the left, right? And every man does hold a seat facing each other. And then Prince Emmanuel there at the end, of course. In there at the end, Yeah.
So when you're walking, you were seated there already.
You were seated there already.
Oh my Lord.
You were seated there already. To my recollection, you were seated there already. And I was like 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4. I was like maybe a three person away from where he was sitting.
So color the picture for me a little now. What colors he had on? Do you have to can?
John, can't
okay, it's all right, no man, it's all right. The boss is the brain salesman. That all right. Yeah, I just say right.
Me just I call humility.
Yeah, man, true man.
Yeah, and it don't talk above a certain pitch.
Oh my.
It don't talk above a certain pitch. That's why I say your meds have to on. It don't talk above a certain pitch. And it don't waver. It don't go down, it don't go up, it just stay level.
Yeah, man.
Same man.
True man, give thanks, man. The grade was higher as you.
Sure.
I can remember that though.
Remember, you see all the things there.
Yeah, man. And then you forget when, yeah, man. Can I say it's the highest grade the father burning on me?
Okay, man.
Well, we burn on in the guardhouse, that might nice, but when they come up here,
Rasta.
It's Michael and Gabriel and, you know what I mean, them angels food they get in it.
As a matter of fact, I'm supposed to forward in a couple of months. I'm supposed to forward a yard and my first step of foundation.
Yeah, man, give thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm on the first step of foundation. I'm never go well a Sabbath. Never go well a Sabbath from the UK. A proper Sabbath, you know.
Rastafari. Yeah, man. So after a while now, so I mean, they spend a while on the foundation and.
Yeah, there's a few, and then you know.
And then they go back out if you want to say
America. My father,
okay, true.
I'm there, mobile for a little bit until my father come for New York, you know what I say?
I go back to New York again, okay.
Yeah, back to New York again, you know what I say? Yeah, so.
You move on the ball, right. So with the music aspect now, so like internationally now, like because I know we wanted to do some live music, but a few of the connections not together. So
yeah.
We can put something together. We can put something together for the people, man. But okay, even before we go into that, so like now, like say someone was to have they're having a little gathering or what type of gatherings they gather for? Or you play for as such?
I mean,
what kind of thing? You have weddings.
Yeah,
you know, just party. You have graduation.
Yeah,
right.
I pretty much. I mean, as far as the event is concerned, I will pretty much do any event, but I will let the organizers know that I have a threshold that I don't go beyond.
Yeah, no, they said they had certain principles that I would assume you don't. Right, okay. Right. And what type of music? What genre of music? Okay, say somebody just say, man, we're having I didn't even know how to say, like a backyard party then. Let me just pull that out. What they would expect from you? What type of music?
Reggae, Afrobeats, from the hip hop.
Afrobeat, they on the fellow Kuti too, huh?
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, definitely. The architect. That's one thing I can't deal with. Some of these so-called musicians and DJs are here. You're gonna play a music, but you're not gonna play the architect. What's that about?
That's deep. You see, can you mixing music with the? You see, music is a thing, and it's within every music and every.
Organizers know that I have a threshold that I don't go beyond.
Yeah, no, they said they had certain principles that I would assume you don't. Right, okay. Right. And what type of music? What genre of music? Okay, say somebody just say, man, we're having I didn't know how to say, like a backyard party then, let me just pull that out. What they would expect from you? What type of music?
Reggae, Afrobeats, R&B, hip hop.
Afrobeat, they on the fellow Kuti too, huh?
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, definitely. The architect. That's one thing I can't deal with. Some of these so-called musicians and DJs are here. You're gonna play the music, but you're not gonna play the architect. What's that about?
That's deep. You see, can you mixing music with the? You see, music is a thing, and it's within every music and every genre, every aspect of culture. Where in this modern time it's been worn out, it's been watered down, and the foundation of it is being forgotten. So in every genre of music, you will hear that complaint from those who set the trend or whatever. So you've been there from the inception of, let's say, hip hop then, or rap music or whatever, and you could take a look at it now go ahead, man, you go ahead.
But let me interject too, because it works the other way around too, because I have associates or friends, or you call them, that came up from yard. A lot of us from the same high school, from the same area, came to New York at the same time. And surprising to me that after so many years, they still stand outside of hip-hop culture.
Okay.
They don't have a clue.
Right.
They don't. You see, I was different because I came and I mix and I mingle. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
So therefore you have that section of the music now where that foolishness, that what is that? That stupidness, that what they talking about? You know what I mean? But it takes understanding, man.
Yeah, it takes a lot of understanding. And even if you're going to, as Manda said, Prince Emmanuel born reggae and all of that and so, if you're going to take it more than reggae, it's music in general, but we kind of narrow it down to reggae. But that's a long story though. But as I say, it take a lot of understanding. I mean, it's so deep. Anyway, I've done a program on that. I wouldn't even try to even start that fire there now at all. So anywhere a person is in the world, King, say somebody in Australia, Cameroon.
Send me a ticket.
That sounds like the right thing there. Right.
Send me a ticket. Cameroon. Whoa, tomorrow, ready.
Send your ticket. All right. So even in this time of a lot of international connection, virtual, and so people can do a virtual, if you want to say, gig with you?
Most definitely.
Okay, all right, for sure. Well, no problem. We will definitely, you could give them any contact you have, but we will display your contact as I already expressed to. But if you want to mount it out for them, your contacts, whether you are, I don't even know if you said you're not on Facebook as yet.
No, I mean, I was on Facebook, but I am in the process of revamping my Facebook connections. You understand?
No problem with that. That is good.
I'm revamping that. So at the moment, the only thing I have as social media right now is my Twitter. My Twitter is, retroactive. It's retro with a plus sign in the middle. With an additional sign in the middle, I should say, active sound at retroactive SOU1. Retro with a additional sign in the middle, active sound at retroactive SOU1.
Okay, definitely. Well, we definitely put up all that information, and even whatever contact you may want to give, that's not a problem at all. And just even before we go, so say someone want to have one of them Orthodox dance then, say, man, we have the whole thing set up here. We have the nice sound system here. We're here in we're in Brooklyn then, so you don't want to drive to Brooklyn. But we're here in Brooklyn or even more, we're in Birmingham overseas, but we're having a little gathering, so it's a Rastafari gathering. And we want some of them old time music, Ras. Some of them Orthodox sound. That's what we want. We have our sound set up. You just contact us, we put the wires together, and we're ready to go. All of that is possible.
Most definitely. My favorite, the person who I am, my favorite gig to do is what you just described. I am inside of my elements.
All right.
The spirit just take over the time there. It's an autopilot at the time there. It's just me moving, but it's not me.
Tell me about that. I hear you. I said something like that just the other day. All right, my Lord, give thanks, Give thanks for the strength and give thanks for the inspiration. I don't know if you have any sealing words you want to give to the international community before we sign off on such a level.
The sealing words that I have to say to the world diaspora right now is this. I put it in a text yesterday to some friend of mine. The Calvary is not coming to save us. We have to do for ourselves. Marcus Garvey laid down the blueprint. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. All we have to do is follow that same blueprint, and we can follow that same blueprint to liberation. Race first.
Yeah.
Ras.
All right. Give thanks, my Lord. We will link and, as I said, just send the additional information there. And we'll definitely put it forward to the people.
King, one at a time, one touch down your ends there,
Antigua, you mean?
Yeah, man. Come on.
Yeah, man, come sit on the megalithic throne and we burn some chalice.
Oh, you mean, King? Yeah, man. I then vibes that one even before you extend the invitation, King. So, me don't have that in my head already.
Yeah, man. Give thanks, man.
My Lord, blessed love and gift.
Blessed, man. We'll link again, man. We can get it said that you run some tune for the people too, man. Don't worry, just moments.
Yeah, everything is everything.
Everything is everything. Blessed Lord.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, yes, we definitely give thanks for such. And as I said, that was a very wonderful interview with Brother Anthony, I should say, Prophet Anthony, Definitely retroactive sound. And of course, on the next program, I will give you his information that you could contact him. This was a mind your business program, really. So really the program was fully dedicated to our guests, for sure. And it was really a business-minded program, but as you could see, we went into so many different things, but it was a wonderful interview. It was a wonderful, dialogue with the good brother, I must say. Very, very earthly interview, I must say, and I enjoyed it to the max, I must say, as well. At the same time, the brother is a businessman with it himself, of course. He works with the UNIA as well, and at the same time has his own sound system. As he says, he plays a genre of music, different genre of music and variety of sounds. And you could also contact him for international packages. As he says, send him a ticket. Well, there you go. And if you're not understand the ticket thing, you could just do a connection with him internationally. Everything is virtual. He's set in such a way that he can provide a virtual gig for you or a virtual entertainment package. This is what we're dealing with. So remember, this is the Mind Your Business program. Anybody that, whatever the case is, you have a business, you have, you're an entrepreneur, what should I say? You are, whatever business you have. And as I said, you are a business yourself, but we ain't going to go into the depths of that tonight. we're going to leave the thunder where it is. You know, very wonderful interview. But again, if you have a business, just contact us. You could send us your logo, send us your if you have an ad, your business, you know, what it is your business is about. If you have a website, or much better, if you have a Facebook page, all of these links, just send it to us. And of course, we would promote your business on the Mind Your Business program. That is of no cost whatsoever. You do not have to pay for that. And we will do an interview with you if you desire. That is definitely no cost whatsoever. It's up to you if you want that sort of publicity. It's all about encouraging our people to you know, get business minded. You know, we got to double and triple and quadruple and as quintuple or whatever the 5 is, and go up and seven up our capital, 7 up our income, 7 up our cash flow. You know, and we always speak of uniting. So this is just one level. We can't do everything, you know, so this is what we can do. It's a part of it. So you have a business, no matter what it is, no matter who you are, and you want to promote it, you can promote it and mind your business. You'll promote it over more than once, you know, and it is no charge whatsoever for that. And you can come and do an interview as well. So even those who have already seen their business promoted, sometimes, to be honest, I just misplace the files. Contact me again and let's do an interview. Even my good brothers and sisters that do the shirts and the sweaters, and so let's do a live interview. And you know, you could speak to the people and show them your product and let us, you know, big up each other's business. And there's no cost whatsoever, and the platform is here. The platform will get bigger. So as we grow the platform, the exposure will be more. You know, that's it. We're not going to change our policies. Oh, well, you have to start to pay advertise on the Mind Your Business program. No, we actually do have a paid advertisement policy for the channel, you know. We just don't enforce it, where you can actually pay and advertise with the channel. And, you know, but it's just something I don't enforce that much. But the Mind Your Business program, you know, there's no charge whatsoever. Just bring your business, bring your photos, bring your website, bring your Facebook page, bring your pictures, bring your write-up. Let me see what it's about. Whatever the case is, you know, of course, I mean, just like Brother Anthony said, he has certain limits. I mean, we ain't gonna advertise every single thing. Just like you were saying, hot dog and hamburger, I ain't gonna be pushing no hot dog and hamburger. You know what I mean, and Mind Your Business, but at the same time, you know, I mean, just keep it in the lane, man. That's what it is. Just keep it in the lane. That's all. And I expect that you will keep it in the lane. So definitely looking forward for you to contacting us. So if you make leather craft, if you deal with, you know, if you sew clothes, if you make vegan ice cream, if you bake bread, if you are a DJ, if you do web designing, if you do posters, if you're a mechanic, you know, if you're a bartender, whatever you think you do, you know, if you have a whole restaurant, or if you are a taxi driver, yeah, man, hey, that you can come and mind your business as a taxi driver. Where are you? Wherever you are, somebody there listening. You know? Even if you get one customer, somebody say, "Oh, he's in Puerto Rico. I didn't know that." And call it, "Yes, I was watching you on the breeze, Isaac. Yes, brother. Yeah, I would like a taxi to." That's it. You know, it's about it's exposure. And we encourage exposure as well, as we always say. I mean, you could have the best product if nobody knows about it. It ain't going to work. You could have the best product. Your product could be better than his product, but his product gets more promotion. His product gets more exposure. He and his product is more known than you and your product. So it's not that nobody wants your product, but your product is not even a thought in their mind. You understand? So it's a very serious thing. We encourage it. Mind your business. We're going up to 20,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel very soon, 20,000 subscribers. So at least someone would see what you have to offer. You may have, because that's what business is about, you know. You know, people don't really just jump up and say, let's spend some money here and there. So that's why you may be telling people as much as you want, buy black and buy with your own and buy with your group and all of that. You could talk till the cows come home. Eh? People spend their money with things that they believe would solve their problems. You know, so you may have something that may solve somebody's problem, whatever it is. You know, I mean, they may consider washing their car a problem. You know, I mean, you may not see that as a problem. Maybe that's why it's dirty. That no disrespect, because you just don't see that as a problem. Or maybe that problem has been solved. Maybe you have somebody that washes your car every day, or maybe you wash it every day and it's just like exercise to you. But somebody, maybe they're not into that, but they don't really like to see their car dirty. That's a problem they have. And you can just come along and say, hey, Miss, I can come and wash your car for you every morning at 6:30. I got to go to work for 7. I'll be done by 6:15. Every morning. Don't wake me up to get the bucket and the sponges right there. I can get it. Okay. All right. No problem. No problem, because he has solved her problem. So people want their problem solved. That's what business is about. You have something that will solve the problem. People don't just like spend, you know, solve problems. You know what I mean? So you never know, as they say. You may have something, maybe the brother that just was there, Brother Anthony, maybe he just solved somebody's problem. Maybe somebody was just looking for him and just saw him on my program. Problem solved. You know? All right, definitely give thanks. As we say here, and mind your business. You should utilize your talent and make some talent. Holy Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Bless you. Blessed love my family. Give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Yes, it's the tiger's nest, not necessarily a chalice talk, but for sure, encouraging you to get your chalwa, your chalice today. You know how to do it. Just email me, priestisaac27@gmail.com, and we can get the shipment on. But what I want to do, of course, is to remind you of tomorrow evening, depending on when you're seeing this video. Of course, I'm talking about Wednesday, the 2nd of June, 2021, the official online lecture, The Mystery of the Ark. And this is just coming off, of course, the lecture that we had previous night, Rastafari and the Pyramid, as I promised you. That's really part 1 of the double header, and this is part 2. But this one now is going to be a webinar online specifically, admission only $25. Remember, you can register by contacting us via the very same email address. Payments can be used using using the Cash App. Atonra 2723, 7 p.m. sharp, we will begin. But I'm just going to give you a quick idea of exactly where we're going with this, you know, just 1 or 2 slides that we have put in together, highlighting the different levels of the ark. We're going to be speaking about the ark historically, yes, because there are many arks, This is the ark of Tutankhamun. We're going to be talking about the ark of Anpu as well, not just the ark of the covenant. We're going to be even speaking about Noah's ark, because the ark has a high symbolism within it too. Oh yes, that is why Moses, when Moses was born, he was put in an ark. That's what the Bible says, not a basket. It's the preacher that tells you about the basket. Moses was put in an ark and sent up the river. Now the basket may sink in the water because it's a lot of high symbolism here. Even here you see the wings stretched over the ark, which is really on the bark of Ra, because the bark is the boat and it has the ark. Remember, Noah's bark or Noah's ark is very deep. And of course, give thanks for all those
who were with us when we did Rastafari and the pyramid, because we have to return to the pyramids when we talk about the ark. What's going on here? This is going to be very deep. Make sure you're in tune with us tomorrow evening, and we're going to be going into the whole energy of the ark as a dynamo, really, as a generator of energy. It's going to be a very deep scientific lecture. We're going to be doing it for 2 hours from beginning to end, just non-stop. That's how we do it on these webinars, so you know exactly what to do. We will also be highlighting the Quebranegas. And you see this picture here? The first time I saw this picture here was about 20 years ago. It took me a while to find it again. This is a photo of Haile Selassie I at a service in Aksum with the Ark of the Covenant. This is said to be the last time and one of the only times that the Ark has come out of its place there in the chapel of St. Mary in Aksum. Now, as you could see, it is not a regular tablet. It's unlike the regular tablets, and it is said that it came out for this specific ceremony and went back in and has never come out again. So this is a deep vibration we will be going into, my brothers and sisters, tomorrow evening. I'm definitely looking forward to your presence with us. I'm talking about with the webinar, the spirit of the ark or the mystery of the ark. Take it from me. As I said, it's going to be historical. It's going to be spiritual. It's going to be esoteric. It's going to be metaphoric for sure. We're going deep within it. We're going to be highlighting the Quebranegas. The reason why I'm highlighting the Shock of the Hour radio program is because, of course, tonight we're going to speak a bit about the program on the Shock of the Hour radio program. And listen to this. If you subscribe to the Shock of the Hour radio program, you do not have to pay to come to the lecture tomorrow evening. Now, that's not a gimmick. That's just natural. All of our subscribers, they do not pay to come to our online lectures. So once you are a subscriber to the Shock of the Hour, whether you subscribe now or you subscribed 2 years ago and you're still on the subscription team, once we have an online lecture, you definitely will get your ticket. In fact, all of our subscribers have already received their key for tomorrow night's lecture. So even if you subscribe now, you definitely will be furnished your ticket. And of course, just like all payments definitely can be made using the Cash App. Definitely you can contact us, precise@27@gmail.com, give you more information on how to become a member of the nightly radio program. Every night, comes straight to you in your inbox. Every weeknight, as they call it, comes straight to you in your email. The Shock of the Hour radio program. All right, so looking forward to seeing you tomorrow evening. I'm talking about online lecture, the mystery of the ark. Prepare yourself, different levels, different heights. It's gonna be great. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah Rastafari I. Blessed love. Blessed love to each and every one. Do give thanks to the life giver and the keeper of life, Emperor Haile Selassie I. Of course, you know you are in the tiger's nest. Yes, of course. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you, just dovetailing from off of our wonderful program previous night, which was Rastafari and the pyramids. Of course, you know, it was wonderful, man. The whole vibration was nice. The 31st of May. And we went through many different things. I'm thankful for all of those who were there. If you did not see that episode, of course, you could just return to our YouTube channel and look for it. It's Rastafari and the pyramids. What does Haile Selassie I have to do with the pyramids? Wonderful. And of course, as you could see, but as I said before, I talk about what you can see. The reason why we're doing this program is because a few people already contacted us, you know, and they were very happy about the program, but they wanted some more information as it relates to why, you know, Rastafari dealing with Egypt, because a lot of Rastafari, they're showing me now, told them that Egypt is a bad place and Egypt is paganism and
Priest Isaac don't know what he's talking about because he don't understand that the children of Israel was in captivity in Egypt. So, you know, I said, okay, no problem. I'm sure many of you may have that same concern. So we'll definitely touch upon that. It's not going to take too long. Now, as I was saying, what you can see on the screen here, give thanks to the Honorable Prince Almasi for such mighty works. Just highlighting, of course, the upcoming summer solstice, so many things. The upcoming summer solstice virtual edition, of course, previous night we kind of went into that in depth. We have programs that we will be dealing with that in the very near future. So I'm just running through this with you quickly. I'm talking about Thursday, the 17th of June until Sunday, the 20th of June. Yes, 3 exciting days. Remember the cannabis tour and lecture. We have a live Rastafari chalice talk. That's going to be wonderful. We're going through the marijuana fields, the cannabis fields again. You definitely will be seeing the, let's say, the evolution of the plants that you saw just 3 months ago when we did our spring equinox. Definitely, as I said, double hike, morning hike and evening hike to the megaliths. I think the program previous night somewhat gave you a good idea of what this whole science is all about, with the alignments with megaliths and alignments with the pyramids and these megalithic sites. But don't worry, you know, in a few days we'll be putting up a few more programs directly dealing with the very same science of the alignment. So anyway, of course, remember, if you want to get your early bird ticket, definitely before Sunday. No, it's Monday, the 7th of June. You could get your full package. The ticket for the full package is only $85. Well, the package is $100, But if you get it before the 7th of June, what they call the early bird price, you get it for only $85. Now, keep in mind, for those who may not know exactly what's taking place here, I'm just kind of running through this because I want to get to the subject, but this is 3 days. This is not a lecture. This is 3 days. It's a virtual event. You're going to be home, sitting back, relaxing, and we'll be taking it from there. 3 days, at least 2.5 hours each day. Day number 1, we'll be going amongst the cannabis sativa. We'll be going to the Rastafari community. We'll be seeing the progression of the herb and the ganja industry and everything. You'll be getting some Naya Bingi as well. We'll be talking to the elders. We're going to have a live Rastafari chalice talk. Then Friday morning, we're going to be hiking up the Green Castle Hill for the sunrise hike. Remember, this is the summer solstice, so we will be going through the megaliths while the sun is aligning. Sunday afternoon, we're returning for the sunset hike. The griot Paddy Simon, he will be with us, and he will be giving us the history of the region, you know. So it's 3 days. You log out and you log back in. You log out and you log back in 3 times. And the whole package. Because we are restricting our guests from coming here because of all the COVID restrictions, and as Ital people, we don't want to carry you to too much confusion. That's why we're doing it virtual. And the whole package is just $100. It's not $100. I don't care what nobody say. It's just don't feel away, family. $100. But you could definitely get your early bird prize for only $85. And as I said, we're going to be doing programs on that. And of course, it would be remiss of me if I do not highlight. I'm talking about tomorrow evening now. This is really the second clash now, the second part of the double header. Previous night was part 1, and this is part 2. So if you full joyed previous symbolism, but I can't listen to all them things all the time. I have things to do. But Rasta deal with Egypt. Rasta burn out Egypt. Look in the Bible. The Bible say, listen, St. Paul. Listen to me, man. St. Paul, Luke and John. The Bible says, you know what I mean? We burn Egypt. That's the point. Woe be unto Egypt. Okay. So really, I just want, this is, as I said, one of our books. This is the true biblical land of Israel, and I'm going to utilize it to go through this. Now, as I said, I'm not this is not in no opposition to anyone's outlook or anything, because those who brought this to me came to me with a genuine heart. They actually wanted to understand it. So that's what I'm going to do. But they did tell me, but the reason why, because the elders, well, I shouldn't say elders, but other ones are not too pleased with you, priest Isaac, for telling people about Egypt and Selassie and pyramids. Haile Selassie ain't got nothing to do with pyramids. Anyway, yeah, you know how it is, my family. Sometimes I wish I don't have to even explain it like that, but that's just how it is. So in our book now, let me just pull this up. Yeah. The book begins with the initial plot. And it says here, in the same day, the Lord made a covenant with Abraham, saying, unto thy seed I have given this land from the river of Egypt unto the great river, the river Euphrates. So what I did, I highlighted using the map and modern day geography, an understanding of placements of places, to highlight that the river Euphrates is this river here. It runs alongside the river Tigris. And the river Euphrates, so it runs through Iraq, it runs through Syria, you see it there. And then the river in Egypt is obviously this river here. Now, these two rivers are world-renowned rivers. These rivers are considered to be the rivers of civilization. So when it comes to civilization, usually rise up on the banks of rivers. Indus, was the one in China, the Yellow River, or whatever it is. But then the Tigris and the Euphrates are top rivers. The River Nile is top of the top. The longest river on the planet, some 4,200 miles long. I'm talking about the River Nile. So according to the Bible now, God talking to Abraham, or Abraham at the time, saying him that, listen, I'm going to give you this land here. It wasn't a land it's not a land, pardon me, that he wasn't accustomed to or familiar with. But God is showing him now, this boundary here, I'm going to preserve this area for you and your seed to come. Now, let me ask, who are the seeds to come? It's the children of Israel, because Abraham had Isaac with his son, Isaac, Ishmael, and some other children. But Isaac now, of whom the Spirit would have passed through, had Jacob and Esau, but Jacob is the one that carried that spirit, which is called the pearl. And then Jacob now had the 12 sons and the daughter. And these 12 sons, specifically according to the Bible, are those who brought forward the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. And then the story and the metaphor and the allegory as well, it's several things going on there, goes on to show you that the 12 tribes of Israel, or the children of Israel, are really God's chosen people. All right. So these are the people really that would have inherited this land here, the land from the river Euphrates to the river in Egypt. Now, as you can see, we highlight really what landmass that would be. This is the Eden of the Bible, which has now become the landmass that Abraham is going to get. You have Northeast Africa, Kemet, Sudan, Kush, Northern Ethiopia as such, even more than Northern Ethiopia really, because it comes all the way down into North Africa in general, Somalia, and then you have Arabia itself, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, etc., etc. All right, fair enough. Now, so the point is that this is interesting, because now the other day we went through this book and we spoke about the creation of modern day Israel. So I'm not going to go through that now. That's in a video we just did the other day. as it relates to the Israeli and the Palestinian conflict that was going on. And of course, pockets of that is still going on. And so we were highlighting modern day Israel. This is Israel of today. This is the Israelis' place that they call Israel, squeezed between Sinai and Jordan. Now remember, according to this book, the true biblical land of Israel, the morals of the book as such is that, because it's really a theory. It's a theory. It's my theory. So in other words, it's not something that the universities have accepted. So it's a theory. But the theory is that according to the biblical description, Africa and Arabia is the land of Israel. And the true biblical Israelites are the melanated people that we call Africans. That's really the theory here in my book. So a part of expressing that, we had to somewhat debunk this whole theory of the Ashkenazi people being the biblical Israelites. They may be Israelis, but they're surely not the Israelite. And we had to, debunk, pardon me, this whole concept of Palestine being the land of Israel. Now, obviously, if it is also a part of the landmass, Palestine is also a part of the landmass between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. All right. But those that created this state, remember they were supposed to go to Argentina first. They were considering going to Uganda to form the same state of Israel. So this is a make-up stuff. So what has happened here is that within this place, this is from Dan to Beersheba is here, meaning that everything you read of in the Bible, as far as Israel and its whole construct, they have found some way to fit it somewhere here. Galilee, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, everything fit here perfectly. Maybe a little bit extra they need to reconquer more and then get the whole story. But it's not taught that the real land of Israel is all of Africa plus Arabia. But that's what the Bible says. That's the land he gave to Abraham. But no, Ras, you said it was from the river Euphrates to the river in Egypt. Yeah, it's all of Arabia, but it's not all of Africa. It's just, Northeast Africa. It is interesting, but it's not all of Africa, though. All right. Now there's an expansion of the land, as we deal with in chapter 2. Now, after the death of Moses, this is, well, chapter 2, yes, but this is Joshua, chapter 1. Now, after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, it came to pass that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses, my servant, is dead. Now therefore arise and go over this Jordan, thou and all of this people, unto the land which I have given them, even the children of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, said, as I said unto Moses, pardon me, from the wilderness of this Lebanon, even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, just spoke about that, all the land of the Hittites, unto the great sea, towards the going down of the sun shall be your coast. And of course, within the books of Moses, the Most High already told him that he will expand the land. All right, so the expansion now, the river Euphrates onto the great sea. Now that's interesting, because we still have the borderline of the river Euphrates. That's what the river Euphrates and the river in Egypt is in. They're borders. So that's one border and that's the other border. A simple thing. All right. Now he's going to expand the land. He's going to make it bigger. So it's not the same borders anymore. So he's going to move the borders, or at least one of the borders have to move for it to get bigger. All right. Both borders don't have to move. One can move, or both can move. But in this case, one of the borders are moving. Are you following me? I'm not making the stuff up. That's why he still says, unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites unto the great sea, towards the going down of the sun, this shall be your coast. Now, this is it, quickly. I'm not even going to spend too much time on it. It's in the book. We have done many programs on this. The river Euphrates. Is there anyone here disagreeing? Anyone that the river Euphrates is here? Anybody? All right.
unto the Great Sea. This is the Great Sea here, the Atlantic Ocean. Now remember, it was from the river Euphrates to the river Nile. You understand me? Then the land gets bigger. So you go into the sea. Which sea? Which sea? The land getting bigger. This boundary didn't move. This is the boundary that moved. And it go into the sea. Which sea? The Red Sea? Where's the boundary going? To the Mediterranean Sea. Which Mediterranean Sea? It says the Great Sea. No, but Ras, when I open my Bible, the map in the back of the Bible says that the Mediterranean Sea is the Great Sea. Oh, and who said that? Moses? I'm sure not even St. Paul said that. Somebody make up that. That's a religious idea. That's not even theology, that's religion. So that was done now. Because listen to me, according to the Bible, the Great Sea is supposed to be to the west coast of Israel. Hear me, eh? So this is why, very important, family. If you look in a Bible, again, with a map, they will tell you that the Mediterranean Sea is the biblical Great Sea. Are you listening to me? This is very important. We don't have no time to play here. So, Israel today, which is Palestine, this place here in white, to the west is the Mediterranean Sea, which is what people or religion teaches to be the biblical Great Sea. But I am telling you that the biblical Great Sea is the Atlantic Ocean. Number one, first of all, it was once called the Great Sea. The Vikings called it the Great Sea. So historically, it doesn't have the name the Great Sea. But watch this. That's historically. But listen to commonsensically, just to make up a phrase. Common sense can tell you if the boundaries were the river Euphrates and the river Nile, we want more land. Okay. Which boundary we going to move? Let's move the river Nile boundary, the river in Egypt. All right. So we got to go this way. We can't go up and, no, man, that's not making sense. So then, no. And watch now. Follow me. We almost done. We almost done. In Ezekiel, it describes the land of Israel. In chapter 47, check it out, verse 18 to 21. And the east side ye shall measure from Huran and from Damascus and from Gilead and from the land of Israel by Jordan and from the border unto the east sea. And this is the east side. And the south side southward, let me read everything. From Tamar even to the waters of the strife of Kadesh, the rivers of the great sea. And this is the south side southwards. And the west side also, I highlight this in the book, the word also. And the west side also shall be the great sea, from the border till a man cometh over against Hamath, and this is the west side. And so shall he divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel. So he's talking about the land of Israel. The land, look at the end, so shall he divide the land amongst the tribes of Israel. So this land, quickly, has an EC, first of all. All right, EC, that's the EC here. It's called the Indian Ocean today. That is the EC. Now it's not the EC. Okay, let's go to the land of Israel today. Bam, this is the land of Israel. Where is the East Sea? Don't tell me the Jordan River is the EC. Where is the East Sea? East Sea. Okay. That's an interesting point. There ain't no EC here. Well, this thing down here, hold on, that's the south coast of Israel, which it hardly has. It's just a little tip. But anyway, don't run from the point. Where's the EC? Israel don't got no EC. All right, good. Fair enough. All right. It also says that the Great Sea, southwards, the waters of Kadesh, the rivers run into the Great Sea.
All right, that's historically. They have rivers here, all the my brethren in South Africa. No, we have rivers, springs, all kind of things in South Africa. And the south part of South Africa is a mystic place. It's almost like you're gone into the Arctic or Antarctic. Penguins and so that's be coming up there. South Africa. So what I'm saying is that according to the scripture, the Great Sea is at the south. And look at this. The west side also shall be the Great Sea. That's why I point out the word also, because the scripture says here in Ezekiel 47 that the Great Sea is to the south of this land of Israel, and to the west also shall be the Great Sea. So wherever Israel is, the Great Sea is supposed to be to the west and to the south. Wherever Israel is, the Great Sea is supposed to be, pardon me, to the west and to the south. So the Mediterranean Sea now, as the Great Sea, is to the west of Israel. And it's not really to the west, you know, because it's to the west of Lebanon, to the west of Israel, and only half of Israel western area is coast by the Mediterranean Sea. It's bordered by Sinai to the southern part of this west coast. But anyway, or this western border. But anyway, that's not the point. We're not even feeding on that. The point is that the Great Sea is supposed to be to the west and also to the south. But the Mediterranean Sea is not to the south of modern day Israel. It hardly has a sea there. Let's go down here more in the book where we give you. This is the western coast of Israel, which is not really, it's just a little thing between Jordan and Egypt, and they all share the Gulf of Eilat or Aqaba. You see it right here, which is really this spot here that I am showing you. Look at it good. This little spot here, Sinai, which is Egypt, the same Egypt, and Jordan, and this little niche here, that any little war between them that could just cut them off. That's how they live. The point is, this is not the biblical Israel at all. The description doesn't show it. And the description clearly shows you. You remember, you got to keep in mind, the hyena teaching the lion his story will never give the lion the truth. And even some who refer to themselves as Hebrew Israelites, with no disrespect to them, talking about the disrespecting Africans, this in their own self, with a mix-up story and the 12 tribes chart. I have a brother that I'm going to interview on that soon. Just give me a little while. He already said he's coming, but I got to go to him. He's right here in Antigua. And he's going to be talking about the 12 tribe chart, you know, like the Haitians are Levi's, I think Jamaicans are Benjamin, and anybody in America is Judah, and that kind of thing, and Hispanics are Naphtali, or however the thing go. I don't really know it to the fullness, but he at least I don't know how they rank them, but I've listened to the explanation of how it comes about, and I think it's a bit weak. But I mean, this is biblical. So my point is here now, that there are many things that stand out, even in the book of the book specifically that speaks about not from down to Beersheba, but anyway, the city of David. Look at it here, and the name of the second river was Guyana. That's how I'm talking about. Oh, look at it here, 2 Chronicles chapter 33 verse 14. You know, after this he built a wall without the city of David on the west side of Guyana. The west side of Guyana. The west side of Guyana is the River Nile. Remember, the River Nile is Guyana. Let me take my time here. The River Nile is Guyana. How do you know that? Genesis chapter 2, verse 13 says, and the river Gihon encompasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. This is the same river of Egypt. It's one country, Ethiopia and Egypt, from ancient time, from Cush time. So it's one. So this great river that runs to Egypt is the same river that encompasses the whole land of Ethiopia. Are you following me? Okay, good. According to 2 Chronicles, the city of David was was on the west side of the river Gihon. Which river is the river Gihon? the river that encompasses Ethiopia, the river in Egypt, that's the Gihon, and the city of David, according to 2 Chronicles chapter 33, verse 14, was on the west of the Gihon. Come on, man. On the west of the Gihon. That's the same Gihon that Solomon was baptized in to become king. David was on his deathbed. David said, hey, listen, get the donkey and go down to the river and baptize him and come back. Make sure you come before the sun set, because I don't want. Well, he didn't say that to him, but if you read the story, it wasn't like a 3-month journey. If you were to leave Jerusalem up here to come down here, even to come up here, it will take a while on donkey. And he on one donkey and you walking, because the other 2 people were walking and Solomon was on the royal donkey. And they went down to the Gihon and, baptize him again and fresh him up and he come back up. I know it didn't take 3 months or 6 months or a year, because wherever Solomon was, wherever David was, the Gihon was just down the hill. Man, it says in 2 Chronicles that the city of David was to the west of Gihon, not even to the east, to the west. So to leave the city of David to go to so-called Israel, you have to cross the river Nile. Solomon didn't go too far to go and get blessed. My point is this: the whole thing that you have been taught is a lie. I can't stay here forever and try to pick and pick and pick. It's a lie. And whether you believe in Bible or not, the point is that the Bible describes Africa, even if it's mythology or esoteric writings, the Bible describes Africa. We already decode that. That's why we challenged thousands of people. We don't challenge as it relates to this concept in universities. Some of you have been following for a while. One university said they're gonna write me back and they're ready for the challenge. I'm still waiting. I don't even remember the university now. I gotta go back in my notes to see what it is, just to show you how long ago that was. They must have read the book properly and said, no, man, we ain't got no challenge for this. So there's no challenge for this. Palestine is not the land of Israel. So all Hebrew Israelites who believe that, it is not the land of Israel according to the biblical description. And you cannot dispute this. I think I'm going to issue this challenge again. I said I done with the challenging thing. Number one, nobody taking it up. And I just said, listen, I'm not in the mood for challenge nobody and debate nobody over nothing. But I mean, yeah, the white elephant in the room. Yeah, people act as if they don't see you and everybody's still talking the same talk. So my point is that Bethlehem, according to the Bible now, is to the west of the Gihon. You can figure that out how you want. The city of David. Now with the biblical construct, just like how it's today in modern day Israel, you have Bethlehem below and Jerusalem above, or north and south. Now, Kemet is the ancient Jerusalem. Now, it's easy for you to say, no, man, no. Yeah, you can say that, but you ain't got no facts. All of what I just said, you can't dispute it. So why you don't just be quiet and listen to the rest of the story? But we're so dogmatic. They don't nail all the lies in our head. So you can't dispute nothing we said so far. None of you. So just be quiet and listen. I said that Jerusalem is not in Palestine. So even the story now, when they say Moses left Egypt, that's a whole different meditation altogether. It's layered. That Egypt there is real bondage and captivity. But you see, they place the name Egypt on the land of Kemet now. So somehow it starts to play with your mind, and even we as Rastafari fall for the trap. Egypt is bondage and captivity. We're talking about Tamari here. We're talking about Kemet. I would even go as far as to say we're talking about Mizraim. But you have to know what level you're on when you're talking them things there. You have the historical level. You have the
metaphorical level, and you still have the esoteric levels. There's 3 different levels. That esoteric and metaphorical is not exactly the same thing. The both of them may be symbolic levels, but they're different in science. So all those who say Priest Isaac don't know, he's saying, well, he's bigging up the pharaohs. Which pharaoh? Which pharaoh you talking about? Is Khufu you talking about? Is disrespect you disrespecting Khufu talking about? You're calling him a pharaoh? He's a what the word be again for the Nesut? What the other one? The Hemet Nesut. And that's the unification of who you calling pharaohs. Stop dissing the man. Nobody here talking about no pharaoh. That's the lies that they put on us. The Hemet Nesut. That's the wife of the pharaoh. That's the wife. And the Nesut, the Nesut Biti, give thanks, Nesut Biti is what we would call the king. All king and so them in some strange words. You ain't got no problem with king, but you have a problem with pharaoh. So you believe. I mean, the Bible says that they built the city of Ramesses out of straw bricks. That alone should tell you. The great city of Ramesses, the second you're talking about, the hyper style wall, and the whole alignment of the 20th of February and the 20th of October, that the light comes into the temple and illuminates the temple, and you see the figure of Ramesses the second, Ursa Ma'atra, the second in between Amun-Ra and Rahorakate, with Ptah out of the light of the sun. We're going to do a whole lecture on that one of these times, don't worry, because that's deep. That city wasn't made from straw. The Bible said that they built the city of Ramesses out of straw. They ain't got no city of Ramesses in Kemet make out of straw. Granite and limestone and different. No straw city there. That's to show you something mix up. Because the king, the Nesut in Kana, his name is not even Ramesses. Ramesses is somebody else. You see the importance of names? That's why we say the thing in the sky is not Orion. Orion's story is different than the story of Sahu. Orion is not the resurrection of Asar. Orion is a hunter that killed wolves. Sahu is the resurrection of Asar. Ramesses must be some wild, uncivilized, hairy back monster. And you're going to place the name Ramesses on Ursa Ma'at-Ra, Setepen-Ra, Ramessi Murray Aman the second. Yeah, so get your facts straight, my brothers and sisters, before you, talk too fast. Your concept is confused, my brothers. It's those of you who Rasta I talking to, in fact, it's them I talking specifically, who think that Priest Isaac is leading the people astray, teaching them about Egypt and all of that kind of stuff. We too lost in colonialism and European Christianity and Judaism. I tell you, need to bang that out their head and feel away. I love you. Yeah, life given the keep of life. So of course, hey, remember you could get a copy of this book. You could get it straight from me. I send you the PDF as pretty as it is here. Or you could get it from Amazon. I prefer you get it from me, to be honest, but it's up to you. You can go on Amazon, you can get the True Biblical Land of Israel, you can get what's the other one there? Oh, the book Anu, Ancient and Modern. We will be featuring that in a few days as well. And of course, the book we featured previous night, which is The Heavens Declare the Glory. And if you get the 3 books from me, you get them at a special price of only $50, and you get a month free of the shock of the hour. I mean, that's really what it's all about. All right. And speaking of the shock of the hour, let me just remind you before we go again, that is tomorrow evening. Remember for sure the mystery of the Ark. We're talking about the online lecture. Remember, this is not on YouTube. This is 7 p.m. sharp, a webinar lecture. Once you make your payment,
Yes, blessed love to each and every one. It is a joy, and we're happy that you are with us in the nest, in the tiger's nest. And when we say we are happy, we're talking about HAPI, the River Nile. Glorify Emperor Haile Selassie first. We give thanks to the prophet, priest, and king. Glorify Marcus Messiah Garvey, the black tiger in flesh. The Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. Oh, we do give thanks for such Lord of the Sabbath. The Honorable Priest Isaac here with you. You're in the tiger's nest. As always, we have a wonderful presentation for you this evening, somewhat tiger's news. I want to touch upon a few things this evening. I definitely want to touch upon what's taking place in the land of Israel with our brothers, the African Hebrew Israelites. If you haven't heard the news, they are planning to expel several families. I don't know if several is the word. It's almost like 50 or so families. Families now, not people, from the land of Israel. I'm talking about the African Americans, as they are referred to as, that left there since the 60s. I'm talking about leaving America, passed through Liberia, and eventually went and settled in Israel, in Dimona. And of course, I mean, the vast majority of the people there were born there. So it really brings a complex situation at hand. But for sure, before we go there, I definitely want to touch upon something that is happening right here on the ground here in Antigua. And I know many of you seen the title. I know you really tuned in just to hear about that. So I'm just going to put that on the front line, get that out of the way, and we continue with our program. So yes, the government of Antigua has been urging the Rastafari community to take the vaccination for the dreaded COVID-19. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give you a little excerpt from the evening's news as it relates to this subject here. I'm going to touch upon a few news organizations from right here in Antigua, the nation's station, that's the Antigua and Barbuda Broadcasting Station, and from a familiar source, the Observer News Co. Channel as well. And just keep in mind that we did a very, I would consider, very passive program about a week and a half ago. It's about 2 weeks now almost.
And the days of the accounts, the 7 days of the accounts, are named each after a god. The god of Saturday is Amen, or Amen, and it's sometimes called Amira. Now, because of this, anybody born on Saturday is called Kwame. My own name is Kwame, but in pronunciation, it becomes corrected to Kwame, as you have in Kwame Nkrumah. His name was Kwame because he was born on Saturday.
Now you see, when we did that program with the Bobo Shanti and Bobo Ashanti, we went through some of that whole aspect there of the language, and how even words that we use that we consider African words today, like not just Ashanti, but even Asante, you know, and the good brother, the guide in Kumasi, was showing us of the original word is not even Asante, but Asante, if I'm not mistaken with the pronunciation, a deep pronunciation. I may not have it fully now. But the point is now, coming back to what Brother Kwame Aku is saying here. So his name is Kwame, meaning that he was born on a Saturday. So many of us, we would hear of, and those of you, of course, within the Akan tradition, you would know that the day of the week that you were born has to do with the name that you have. And, you know, so Kofi on Friday, Kwame on Saturday, and etc., etc. So he's saying that the word Kwame, just like the word even Asante, is somewhat of a corruption. Well, corruption is a term we would use. It doesn't mean it's corrupt. It just means it's a watered down slightly version of of the real word, you may want to still use the term corrupt. But anyway, the real term is Amen. Amen. Kwa Amen. Amen Ra. Amen Ra. This is a Ghanaian tradition. Listen good.
Each after a god. The god of Saturday is Amen or Amen.
See, the god Amen. Okay, so Kwame actually comes from Amen. Just like as I said, Ashanti or Shanti would come from Sante, which comes from a more older term. I'm still not getting the term. I think it's Scienti, something of the sort. So Aman, Amen, and he will go on to explain also that Aman and Amen is basically the same, Amon and Amin. So Amen.
And it's sometimes called Amira.
Amira. This is
now, because of this, anybody born on Saturday is called Kwa Amen.
So if you're born on Saturday, it's really Kwa Amen, not Kwame.
My own name is Kwame. But in pronunciation, it becomes corrected to Kwame, as you have in Kwame Nkrumah. His name was Kwa Amen because he was born on Saturday. Now, the god of Sunday is called Asi, and because of this, any male born on Sunday is Kwa Asi. The god of Monday is Ajo, and it is believed that it is this same god that in ancient Egypt was called Jute. Because the god is called Ajo, any male born on Monday is Kwa Ajo. Now, the god of Tuesday is Abena. And
I just want to highlight that quickly. So he's saying Monday is Ajo, as some of you would know the Ajo, but or some would say Ajo, but he's connecting that with the god thought, really, Jahuti, Tauputi of ancient Kemet.
And it is believed that it is this same god that in ancient Egypt was called Jute. Because the god is called Ajo, any male born on Monday is Kwa Ajo. Now, the god of Tuesday is Abena, and any male born on Tuesday is Kwa Abena. The god of Wednesday is called Awuku, and any male born on Wednesday is called Kwauku, which is corrupted to Kwaku. The god of Thursday is Yao, and a male born on Thursday may be called Kwa Yao.
And that's interesting, Yao. Yao is, well, I don't know where else in the world, but I know in Antigua. Have you ever read our book, Anu, Ancient and Modern? Well, for sure, if you are a subscriber, you should have the book. If you don't, then you're a subscriber to the Shock of the Hour, which you are listening to now. You should contact me and say, Priest, I don't have the book. And I mean, even if you lost it, man, let me replenish it for you. The book Anu, Ancient and Modern. You know, when we speak of the language in the Patois, the Rabak, what some people call the Creole of at least Antigua. You know, like Nyam. Nyam means eat. Nyam. Nyam is a god. Nyam, Wase and Wase. And these are ancient Kemetic terms. And now we are coming across Ow. Not Ow. Yao. I'm talking about Ow. Yao. Yao is something we say Yao. And Yao is not usually said when, like, if you get dig. If you get dig or dug, maybe you may say ow or ouch. But there's something within our tongue, we just say yow. Like if something surprises us, yow. You know, like maybe somebody said Jesus Christ, like, oh God, yow, that's heavy. Yow. Yeah, and yow means God.
Wednesday is called Awuku, and any male born on Wednesday is called Kwauku, which is corrupted to Kwaku. The god of Thursday is Yao, and a male born on Thursday may be called Kwa Yao or Kwao or Yao. Now, if you say Kwao, it is Kwa Yao, which has been contracted, brought together to form Kwao. The god of Friday is Afi, and any male born on Friday may be called Kwafi, which has been corrupted to Kofi in present day. So you see all the 7 gods. Now, the proof that the god Amen, which has been recognized as an ancient Egyptian god, is the Saturday god of the Akan, is not only in the name Amen. We have a name like Jermain, which is Jah and Amen. Which
No, you hear that? Jah Amen. Now you see, this is why sometimes, I just hear Rasta people talking about this Eurocentric stuff. And we get Jah from the Bible. I hear enough ones with it. I mean, you see, we're very zealous in our acquisition of knowledge. I understand. But trust me, man, even when I acquire things, I sift it out, I take my time. I know sometimes it may sound like I come with a punch, but trust me, I punch when I'm sure I can back what I say. You understand? So once we're quick, we tell you, well, it's not really Jah, it's Yah. I mean, okay, all right. And Jah is European, and they put Jah in the Bible and all of that. Take your time, slow down. And then now there's this, well, J is not in the Hebrew language. What are you talking about? And some of these people that say these things are people that are saying to us that we need to, take up our African language, and we need to return to our African tongue and forget about this Jewish stuff. But yet still they're saying, well, no, Jesus exists, or no, Jesus exists, because there's no J in the alphabet. Real kindergarten, kind of conversation. That's why from time to time, you hear me kind of take a swipe at that J in the Hebrew stuff. What are you talking about, J? So if there's no J in the Hebrew, that means Hebrew must be behind it. I don't know. Because there's J in the Ethiopian language. John Hoy. Hear what the brother say. The God of Saturday name. Jah Amen. That sounds so Rasta. Jah Amen, Aman, Amin, Amon, Amin Ra, Amen Ra, Jah Aman. So you go and tell them people here that there was no J in the Akan language or something, so this and that. No, man, that's a weak argument. Trust me. Anytime I hear people bring up that, I chuckle within myself. I say, well, them the weak argument. There was no J in Hebrew, man. No, but the the sound exists. It's real reverse psychology. So now Rasta Bonja. Instead of saying Jah Rastafari is King Rastafari, you go burn Jah for king? For king? I'm telling you. Anyway.
The proof that the god Amen, which has been recognized as an ancient Egyptian god, is the Saturday god of the Akan, is not only in the name Amen. We have a name like Jermain, which is Jah and Amen, which actually mean except Amen. The longer form of this name is Jamira, which means except Amenra. When you come to the Sunday god called Asi.
Two grounds now, groundbreaking basically. The first woman of color that has occupied the seat of the vice president, the first woman in general, and maybe the first anybody of color, and so it's like killing 2 dogs with 1 stone there, that has occupied the seat of color, or the seat of the White House. I know somebody would have said, why would you want to kill 2 dogs? Well, I am positive, I'm sure if I said, let's kill 2 flamingos with 1 stone, nobody would say nothing. Yeah, 2 birds. Oh, well, let's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Nobody have a problem with that, because we eat birds. Not me, really, but most people that are listening to this, at least at this time, because this is going to be world famous one day, but still at this time, they don't eat dogs. People love dogs, sleep with dogs and all kind of things. And you talking about killing 2 dogs with 1 stone, they get offended. So why are you not offended when we killing birds with the stone? When you get the bird thing straight, then we can talk about the dog. Yeah, really. So Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are now the head of the United States of America, at least what
seems to be the head. Of course, we know a lot of things happen behind the scene that is not broadcasted on CNN. And the program I wanted to do tonight now is a program I actually wanted to do before, but I decided that I would wait until, well, my first thought was that I would have waited until after the presidential election between Donald Trump and Mr. Joe Biden. But then after the presidential election, I said to myself, hey, tell you what, let's wait until after the inauguration of Mr. Joe Biden, and then we'll do this program. And one of the main reasons, or the main reason I should say, why we did not do it specifically before the election is because even if it was one vote, let's say, that the program would have swayed here or there, we don't want no responsibility, pardon me, for them kind of things there. On them levels there, personally. That's just me. However you may look at it, that's just up to you. And because what I'm going to go into now, I mean, I definitely, I don't have no dog in that race, and I mean dog. So it's here nor there with me. Whether it's Trump, Biden, Obama, yeah, it don't make a difference to me. I ain't see no difference. We don't see color. You know, people like that, you know, they don't see color. Okay, I don't see color neither. So I don't know what you're talking about. I couldn't see no face. I just checked the action and the whole line of them is the same. In fact, if you want us to start to pick out the worsts, I would start with Ronald Reagan. I don't know what you people talking about, but maybe I have a different telescope than others. But you see, we feed off of the media. People are celebrating. I mean, you're celebrating? What are you celebrating? You heard what the lady just said there a moment ago. She can't believe black people was going to vote for. But you see,